2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Advance equal Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
The opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third riding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to Day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to Day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
White little point. Again.
day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue, flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth place. Opening up. Red, first ride. Tipo Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
This will be the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third ride is to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right,
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
White little break. Day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships.
Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third party to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo. Day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Then the flag goes to red. 30 seconds. First ride. Fans, tipo Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
The opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third already to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo. Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Everybody goes to green. Everybody goes to green. Everybody goes to red. 30 seconds. Andrade. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second party goes to white, third party to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
First wave. Riding. Now first party goes to white. Move. Second party goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next stint, will you please do back towards the channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All heats must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White little point.
Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Watanabe. Third priority goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
White little point.
Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships.
Watanabe. Third priority goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at
This will be the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right,
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
First wave.
Righto, good morning everybody, and welcome here to day 6 of the Asian Surfing Championships. My name is Mark Clift, this is
Mal Caithness.
And it's our pleasure to be here to roll through a fairly short day's program today, but we are starting with our open women's, everybody. The surf is still pretty good, Mal. The sun is out, it's steaming hot outside again, and here we go. We're all sort of booked for a 9:30 a.m. start. How good are these start times?
Yeah, well, another day has dawned here in the surfing Garden of Eden once again. Well, conditions probably there, how can I say, it's probably a little bit less than what we've seen for the last 6 days of competition, but you just die for waves like that at any other location around the world. So we're going to start the day off today with our women's heats this morning. It's absolutely firing out there, and I think, man, I'm actually looking forward to this. The word on the street via Mikey, who's my local sort of contact here, is he seems to think that when the wind's a little bit onshore, like it is in this one at the moment, and the tide is like it is, it tends to just sort of flatten it, make it a little bit chumpy, which is what it is. But then as the day goes on and things start to even out a little bit, he said we're going to be in for a great days of surfing.
All right, so for the people that are joining us this morning, welcome to day 6. I'll let you in on the format just so we're all on the same page. We are opening this morning's main round 2 for the women's.
No.
There's 2 heats of those, 25-minute heats, so you can expect some high-powered surfing coming. I'll let you in on who's in the heat draw, but there's some really bossy heats to kick things off this morning. The second division to hit the lineup will be the under-18 junior girls. There'll be round 2. There'll be 2 heats of that. Then, being a Friday, we will have a Friday prayer break, and we'll come back a couple of hours later for 3 more divisions. It will be the women's repechage, 2 heats of those, repechage 2. The under-18 girls repechage 2 round will get into the water as well. And we finish today with 2 heats of the under-18 boys main round. So that's going to be a banging way to finish heat 6. And it's only 10 heats max I can see on our schedule, Mel.
Geez, I tell you what, the work program for you, Mark's pretty hectic this year, isn't it? You know, I can't believe that you just haven't asked for double time and a half.
Well, I think I did 11 days in June. By the time I get out of July, it's probably going to be 10 after this event. So, yeah, I think I might take all of August off.
There you go.
Here's our first heat. Look at this matchup, everybody.
Oh,
it is squarely Japanese versus Chinese surfers. It is Sumomo Sato there in the red, representing Japan. It's Jinzang Zhang, 14-year-old Chinese surfer. There's 3 of the Chinese. Ciji Young, oh my God, she's coming up in the very first heat of the day, so you've got to watch this, everybody. Jinzang Zheng out of China as well will feature in white. So the 3 Chinese surfers up against the sole Japanese surfer. It's going to be a really strong way to kick off today's format.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, yesterday a star was born at the Asian Surf Championships, in my opinion. I've been around their traps for a fair while now, and I've never seen anything like that yesterday. That was just incredible. So yeah, well, I don't know, Mark. What are we saying here? This could be a child prodigy. I believe she resides in the United States. She's surfing for China. But look out, world.
Yep, we'll get back to that again in a moment, Mel. There's a lot to like about CG Young. We'll talk her up in a minute, but let's just throw to a quick ad and we'll be right back.
Back again, Mark.
All right, so our first heat is in the gates and getting ready to start. But as we were saying, Mel, and we just started touching on CG Young, we talked her up last night. Every person I've spoken to said they can't believe what they're seeing out of this young Chinese surfer. Pretty much almost won the Aloha Cup single-handed yesterday. Was it a 9.83 and a 8 or something?
Thereabouts. I think it was a late 7, thereabouts, close enough to an 8-point ride. But you're right, it's just something incredible. And the event is bringing this sort of, spotlight on it via her surfing. So if you're at home now, you're going to be up for a real treat in this first heat. I'm pretty sure you're going to see what we are talking about here. And Mark, I get it, you get it.
Yeah, I certainly get it, mate. I'm sold. I've seen her surf 2 heats, and believe me, I'm sold. CG Young machine is powering along. She's surfing in green, so keep your eye on that. But she does have a tough heat here. 2 Chinese competitors up against her, and Sumomo Sato. She's no slouch. She's the surfer in red. So this is a really strong way to kick off the Open Women's.
Well, you raise a really good point there. Now, I guess this is now we're going to see her under a little bit more pressure, aren't we? You know, that one yesterday, that's a feel-good event. You're surfing for a team. You can pretty well much unleash the shackles a little bit there as a surfer and then perform on behalf of your team. But here she is back in the individual division here, and she's up against some fairly fancied rivals too, Mark. So this is going to be good.
It's basically a battle of the teenagers here, Mel, although it's an Open Women's, round 2 main round. Let's watch red here. So this is the Japanese surfer Sumomo Sato. Quality field, as you can see, there's some really nice tidy rail work. She's burst out of the gate straight into it and straight into a pretty good wave, and just a series of nice rail moves there.
And I'd almost put a sheep station on this, and the Japanese team are always quick to bust out of the block. So yeah, this wave here is just a little bit sleepy in inverted commas for me. Couple of okay turns there, not too much going on the outside. That's just going to get her feet on the wax. So it's probably just going to relieve a little bit of pressure, get her away from the other competitors, and she'll go into the priority travelator at 4th place.
Yep, so a little bit of boat wake there now at the moment, Mel. That can sometimes be a bit of an issue here. There's quite a big channel just to our left, and you can see what's going on screen now. So the 3 Japanese ladies will see that chop coming through. It's a little bit tricky. Maybe the Coast Guard haven't clocked on yet. They normally sit out there in the channel and patrol the lineup and make the boats go wide, but a little bit unfortunate there. Surface conditions today, that's not our regular picture. That is just boat wake, ladies and gentlemen, so don't be too discouraged by what you're seeing at the moment. It generally only lasts a minute or 2. There's a much better wave now starting to come the other side of the boat wake. The surfer in green is furthest out. She's having maybe a look at this wave. No, they're all caught out a little bit. Now, interesting to note, Mel, there are a lot of junior surfers in the Open Women. There are a lot of juniors here doubling up. He goes red straight into another wave. So Sumomo is on a tear. That's a really difficult, tough move. You might as well flick out if you're looking at a section like that.
Yeah, no, we dead set had a look at that the other day and thought exactly the same thing, didn't we? That's a replay of us the other day. Yes, this first turn here, that's good. Oh no, she does jag that a little bit, so cuts that short, draws the error, and in drawing the error, it just mistimes everything, having to get that in the lip at the end of the wave there, in the shallow section of the reef. So you've really got to have everything on point before you get to that spot, and then hit that lip with precision timing to be able to land that manoeuvre. So yeah, we're seeing a common theme there with that on the end section. As you said, better off getting out of there.
Yeah, well, she took off pretty wide because she'd got a wave. She didn't paddle straight back to the three Chinese surfers because she is in fourth priority. So no point sitting right on top of them. So she picked up a wave basically on her way back out, Mel, and only surfed the last kind of third of the wave anyway. It really steepened up a bit too quick on this tide. And so Momo probably really keen to just keep the rhythm going, get two quick waves, but that one was just a real throwaway, really. All right, so having a look further on into our draw with our next heat that's coming up, there is one surfer in there that is 22 years of age, and apart from that, the other 7 surfers of these 8 are all juniors. Here we go, Mel. CG. So here she goes. Probably taken off a little deep here, but you never know with CG. She has to bail out, little step off. She'll be now placed into 4th priority in the ranks. And that'll leave 2 Chinese surfers out there now battling the takeoff.
So yeah, not much to sort of talk about on this one here. CG here, as you said, getting caught downtown on that one. The train has left the station by the time she's boarded on that one, and you know, she wisely elects just a pin drop in the front there. That'll then make sure that she's just getting rolled around in the white water, losing energy as such, and she should be able to get back on a sled and be able to paddle her way back out into the lineup. As you say, she'll now be at the end of that priority system in 4th place. And still yet to fire a major salvo across the board of these other surfers.
All right, well, Samomo's opened with a couple of numbers. One of them's a dead set throwaway, just a 2, but the other one is semi-respectable. It's 4.83.
Yeah, no, you'd be happy with that.
So at this early stage, there's 20 minutes on the clock. These are 25-minute matchups all day. So she's got something she can be proud of. Let's have a look at white. Didn't get that right at all. That is Jinjiang Zhang, the Chinese surfer. In the foreground, retrieving the boy from yesterday.
Yeah, it got its head pummeled a little bit yesterday, that poor boy. So yeah, Jinjiang Yang there, nothing happening there on that one. Quick in and out, and she'll only get a just a sort of, in other words, for the folks at home, when your hands leave the rail, that designates the start of a ride. So once your hands leave the rail, and in this instance she got to her feet, so that then designates a ride. The shortness of the ride, the fact that there are no manoeuvres completed, just gives her credit for the takeoff. Judges will probably give that about a 0.5 mark.
Yep, there was nothing going on there, so a little wasted opportunity. We will have a full priority situation right now, and here it is. So at this stage it will be, let me see, blue with first priority, red with second priority, green with third, and none yet for white. She's not in the picture. So what we've got to remember about this heat here as well, Mel, we'll just stay with blue. So this is Jinjiang from China.
Up and righty, mate, over to you.
All right, let's have a look at Samomo's wave number 3. Much better wave choice here. The 2-point ride is gone. She's adding to a 2-wave total quite handsomely here. Some really strong surfing. Samomo, as you can see, I said it before, she's no slouch. She will not be intimidated by these 3 Chinese surfers, Mel. She's doing her own thing. Already 3 waves. I reckon that's probably the best of her efforts.
Oh, absolute. Best wave of the heat thus far. And also now we see our surfer in blue up and riding. So the Chinese girl on her backhand here gets the first turn in as a major manoeuvre, but everything just goes off axis there. The board you could see was like popping around like a cork in a big ocean. Then she hadn't engaged the rail that well, and she's out and down. Over to you, Mark. Who have we got?
CG Young. Here we go, folks. This is the one we've been talking about. Strong power-based surfing, centre of gravity low. She's not tall in stature, but she's got a big game. So some really strong surfing there. That'll become the new best wave of the heat. Look at this, Mel.
All right, for all you enthusiasts at home, check this out. Bottom turn to die for. Look at the flow in that carve in the first turn. Look at this second turn now. She really wets the whole of that inside rail there on her heel side. And now look at this. times that coping grind rail floater to perfection. And it's almost like she's got, you know, roller balls underneath a board. It's just rolling along there at a nice pace, and she's engaging the rail, she's engaging the planing hull of that board. And mate, frankly, in Australian terms, she's ripping.
She's dead set ripping, mate, and the reason she keeps extracting big scores is she ticks pretty much every part of the criteria, you know. So you can see why the judges are in love with it. They've already thrown a couple of high nines her way in the duration of this event. Here we go, Mel.
So let's have a look. That's a nice looking backhand turn here, and then by comparison she gets that re-entry in, so the judges are going to score that manoeuvre, and this is a really good comparison for people at home. That wave, if you look at the quality of that manoeuvre compared to Ji Jing's, she completes the manoeuvre, but she doesn't really do it, you know, with the amount of radical speed, power and flow. So it will get scored as a major manoeuvre, but compared to Ji Ji's wave, it's going to be a what's the word, a country mile between the two.
Yep, it's really easy to spot the difference. So the judges will have to keep it all real, that they're scoring CG from 0 to 10, and probably the others are going to be struggling, some of them, unless they really hit their straps to get above that 5-point range. Maybe Simomo, she's busted into the 5s, the 5-1, sorry, is that a 5-1-7? 6-1-7 maybe. 6-1-7 for her last wave for
red. I like
red.
that score for Simomo, Mark.
Yep, but you watch the score about to drop for CG. So you can see blue though, Mel, this is what you were talking about. Just, you know, a little bit lightweight there, struggling to keep the rail in the water and maintain contact with the face. So a little bit of touch of the wobbles for blue. But Simomo's done it pretty well, 11.2 wave total. She's got a 2.5 throwaway, but she's packing a 6-1-7 and a high 4. CG has put her best score together. The judges are still debating on it. They're probably going, oh, Perry, this is so good. Where do we go? Well, they have to go high.
And there's Mariah Keita. She's focusing. She's just checking the line out there. She's getting herself into a high performance state. I wonder what these girls do. Do they listen to the music these days, Mark? Listen to their coaches? Watch the lineup, time the sets, that sort of stuff?
Of course, yeah, for sure. They really sort of tick all those boxes and try and narrow down their tactics and keep it simple but accurate. Meanwhile, Simomo up again, wave number 4, a lot of speed, a lot of wall, and too much wall, out she goes. So CG Young's score is in, it's the best wave of the heat, it's only a 7, so there's plenty of room to improve. And I think the judges, based on what they saw yesterday, they're going, hang on, we can't get too carried away too early now, because we know what she's got.
Nailed that score. That was pretty good surfing, you know, and as you say, you know, we know what she's got in the tank at the moment, and they're just going to sit there, they're going to score each ride on what exactly happens to her out the front at the moment. So they're looking at that and they're saying good surfing, hence the reason why they get into that 7-point range, but at this point, not excellent surfing. So I concur with their decision. I really like that score, and yeah, at this point, the scores look really fresh to me. I'm thinking they're right on the money here.
Here she goes again, Mel. So green, ladies and gentlemen. Oops, disappears out of picture. Got a big, clean face to tee off on, and a high grind out of the lip. Lots of speed. Difficult section. Handles. Oh my goodness. We were saying how hard that section is to hit.
Look at this, steep and late and date. She's made it around this section now. Eyes off that first turn. Little lateral because she saw what was coming down the line. Look at this. That is so hard to do at this place, Mark. That is shallow. That's the end of the wave. She's timed that to perfection to be able to get the bottom part of the board, hit the lip there, float, close out, grind turn into the flats. Not easy, eh?
Oh my goodness! You know, any of the male surfers here would be happy to finish that turn. That is a tough section. She met the lip on its way down. Somehow met power with power, Mel. Didn't even wobble at the bottom of that thing. I thought, I wasn't convinced she was going to make the move, but CG, she was all over it, and she just nailed that thing. So
I honestly thought, mate, she wasn't going to make that move. And then when she did, it's just another exclamation mark. Who have we got up and riding here?
Okay, so this is blue. This is Ying Zhang, 14 years age, another Chinese surfer. Probably got that pronunciation a little wrong.
Oh,
My
I think
apologies,
we're going
Zhang.
okay. I'm liking the Chinese girls or women's team this year. They're going really, really well, and they're just sounding a really strong message, or sending a strong message to everybody around the world at the moment.
So what we've got to remember out of yesterday's Aloha Cup is the Chinese outfit that won fielded 3 women in their 4-person team, Mel.
Stat.
And when you looked at that, you're like, whoa, that's pretty bossy. They took it out. They beat Japan. There was a little moment of an interference call due to one of the Japanese surfer budging off the start point early. But regardless of the 5-point loss, Team China still would have won.
Okay, so let's have a look at this wave here. First turn on a backhand is a little sleepy. That's not a bad bottom turn into top turn combo there on your backhand. So you're going to be happy with a little bit of flow on this wave. Maybe variety is sort of going to be brought into question here by the judges. But look, that's a scoring ride, as it was in this heat here. So she's going to have to deal with that, try and get out into the channel, paddle back out, and basically take the handbrake off and see if she can improve on that as a score.
Well, she's going to have to really, because the judges have to keep in mind what red's doing, what green's doing. Blue just looking a little underpowered in comparison.
Good point.
So the judges have to keep the scale correct. It'll probably be her best score, but they've still got to keep it all realistic. The surfing that green and red are doing is, you know, comparatively a fair bit stronger and more critical, so that's where the points will be coming. Let's see, CG Young's gone a 9, Mal. Thank you very much.
Wow.
For the 3rd time at this event, she's in the 9s.
Oh, it's a shoe-in for, you know, best on ground for the event for me so far.
She's going to be that hard to beat, my goodness. She's in 2 divisions. Looking at going, maybe taking home 2 gold medals out of these Asian Surfing Championships.
Oh, and that would look good on your trophy cabinet.
Right now, I just can't see anybody taking it down. She's going to have an absolute shocker, and someone surf pretty good to really challenge what CG's doing. I know it's early in the draw. It's only a third of, well, this is only round 2 for the Open Women's, but she just looks faultless, mate.
So a cool shot of the locals there, folks. That's a little sort of tree grove that on your walk out to the little island where the jump off spot is. There's a little bit of a sun deck there that they've built, but a big shout out to all the local people out there in the little grove. And look, big thank you to all the locals for allowing us use of your Cokes break here on Thulusdhoo Island this year on behalf of the Asian Surf Championships. And I'm really, really stoked to be part of the event, Mark. It's been such a good feel-good event this year. It's actually been my favourite event to work on for quite some time. And yeah, look, if you ever want me back, guess what?
Yeah, hands up.
I'm there.
Hands up.
How's the overview of the reef there? Look at that.
I know, it's pretty... it just looks like there's no water on that thing. You can just see all the crevices and the colours and just about see the urchins. There's a lot of them. It is a bit of an issue when you're jumping off that little island we just saw. A lot of people, when they're having free surfs and stuff, opt to take booties just for the walkout. But either way, it is a nice piece of reef. It's a great looking right-handed. Cokes is the break. Thulusdhoo is the name of the island. It is the capital of the atoll here, the main atoll.
We've got a good break here. You had some interesting stats you were telling me before the telecast here this morning, mate.
Yeah,
while we're on the island and the archipelago, go.
All right, there's a lot going on here in the Maldives. And there's a reason you should probably all come here in the immediate future to come and check out the Maldives. We'll get to that in a moment. Seems to be a little set rolling through. Yeah, playing around on my phone this morning and happened to see all these, you know, points you might not know about the Maldives, and they were quite interesting. So I did jot a few down, Mel. Let's just stay with this and just see who's got top priority out in the lineup at the moment. It is the red Samomo, who's sitting in second. She's actually comboed. She's having a pretty good heat, and she's comboed with 8 minutes to go. She needs a 16-18 two-wave total to track down the juggernaut that is CG Young with a 9 and a 717. That's huge. It's going to come down to see who can get third. Here goes Samomo. So let's just have a look at the Japanese surfer now, wave number 5. Good tidy slice to kick things off, meets the lip comfortably there for a completion. Yes, we can see that. Well done, Samomo. Blue and green, blue and white will need pretty big totals, I'm tipping, to get out of trouble here. In fact, blue and that we just saw white. White needs almost 8 points to go directly into second. And the surfer in blue, Mel, needs a high 6.
So let's have a look at, there's a point of difference between Samomo. Nice first turn, but it doesn't light you up. It's the same with this turn here. The timing is just a little bit odd. It's still a completed manoeuvre, and in any other event, that would be a really good turn. But when you get a comparison back to the rides of Greens, Green's just got that compact squat. So let's have a look at this. See if we can get this, folks. Look at that compact squat, bottom turn, and then the turn out of the top is just like with afterburners on. All right, this wave here peels off, but if we can get back to that mark, have a look at this. Down and deep, and then now just leans on that inside heel rail, and then just generates. If she can't get around that section, no one's going to get around that section.
She probably realistically didn't need that wave, packing a 9 and a 717. It just had one of those waves, a little bit too much wall. And, you know, my tip, if I was sort of in the camps of the coaches, and from my limited experience of surfing him out, if you look down the line and you see there's a fair bit of wall and you think, I may be too deep here, you definitely are. You know, so you're probably better off to let it go. There's some real nice slow tapering waves that come through. They're the ones you want if you want to rack up 2 or 3 or 4 moves. So CG didn't need that wave, but it's her option. She's been blowing the back out of it all week, so she can do whatever she wants.
And I'm going to back you up on that one. I actually think this is a really good surf contest location, not unlike our wave back at home, Mark, Gas Bay. I really like Gas as a contest wave because it gives everything with it, and this place just does it arguably better than Gas. Good big steep takeoff. You get that really great forehand or backhand first turn section. Then you're able to either get another turn and or a speed pump section. You then got a barrel section, and then might even go into a long barrel section, or if you're that talented and if you've got that weaponry in your arsenal, you're going to be able to boost on that end section, get some sky high, tail to the beach sort of rotors going on. And yeah, I just think it's got variety. The wave's got variety in it. Probably a little bit like, is it like Lakey's?
No, not really. I sort of see shades of Crummus in this wave, more so than a lot of other waves I've surfed in Indo. It's you know, about the same length. It has a steep sort of tube factors. It can end a little weird, but it holds its steepness most of the way. It's got a good contour pretty much throughout the whole ride, and it can end a little funky if you pick the wrong wave, and so does Karamas. So either way, it's a good wave and it's a fair playing field. So I'm really liking what's going on out here. So Momo's last wave, Mel, a 6.4, so her better ride. So this is really going to put the heat on Blue now. Blue is in 3rd spot. Her fresh requirement now an 8.4, and for the surfer in white, geez, you've got to feel for her. 9.54 is needed just to get into 2nd spot, and time is ticking away. We're sub 5 minutes.
Alrighty, yeah. Now this has been a really good starting heat for the day, but I'm pretty sure, ladies and gentlemen, out there in Web World, you're sort of starting to see what we're talking about here with our Chinese surfer. I don't know, superlatives escape me at this point. She really is best on ground in all divisions of the event so far. So I'm thinking, geez, if we get to close this event out in pumping big waves, I'd love to see what she's got to show in that.
Speaking of pumping big waves, here comes one right now. Boom, here goes Blue. So sitting in 3rd spot, needs to really go nuts here. A little bit of a mistimed manoeuvre there to kick things off. A nice wrap to stay in the power zone, looking for the end bowl now. A little mini squiggle, and doesn't quite connect properly with the end section. So, you know, there is just a clear difference here, Mel, in some of this surfing.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the scores then. So, yeah, as you say, clear difference in the surfing, folks. What you'll see here is surfers are so far out on the wave face that the turns are starting to become a little bit lateral now. We with respect, call them windscreen wiper turns as such. So the surfer not surfing in and up and down and around in the pocket from 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock then means that they're out on the face. It's a little bit more safety surfing, Mark, which is what we're seeing, and the judges will then just shade the scores because of that fact. They won't light that score thing up. They'll shade those scores a little bit, and yeah, we're seeing those scores coming in with that reflection.
Yep, because part of what the judges want to see is the real committed turns done in the critical section closest to the breaking part of the wave. You do stuff out there on the face, as you said, Mel, it can be perceived as safety surfing. CG turns in the pocket. She does a bottom turns from behind the foam and comes around from, sort of downtown to put herself in the pocket almost every time she does a move, and it is a clear difference. So the youngster in blue, and I'm sure a coach will probably work on those sort of things. But here goes white now, Mel. So this is Jinzhang, Jinxing Zhang. Needs a big total. So the two goofies in this heat are kind of just, you know, less experienced than the other two, we should say.
And that's all it is, mate. As you know, as we said, this is sort of a little bit of safety surfing out there on the shoulder and, you know, cruising their way through the lineup. But I'm thinking, you know, probably step back a little bit here with Xi Yang. I'm thinking that we probably need to do what her coach and what she's done. Focus on that bottom turn. To me, the bottom turn is not classified as a manoeuvre, but really that is the setup turn for the rest of the wave. I know when I was running judging courses, I'd use Rycrake or Clay Marzo's bottom turn as something to be able to sort of show people that that's what we're looking for here. And whoever a coach is and whoever she is, it's pretty clearly evident that she's also focused on that as her first sort of part of the wave. So kudos to whoever the phantom coach is and the mystery person is, but I'm thinking that this is there. Don't forget this name. She is going to be around for a long, long time, and I reckon she could break through in record fashion.
Well, allegedly she's only just missed the cut-off in recent years for the Olympic Games. The fact that she's only 14, you've got to be thinking she'll be at the next Olympics, hands down. Yep, there's so much to like about that lady. We've talked about her before, and we're going to see her again coming up in 2 heats time after this heat. So she's got some more duties to do in the junior girls. A lot of these surfers will probably have a heat off and they're straight back out there, Mel. So they are all still well and truly alive in the junior women's. So Japan brought only junior surfers here for this event. I think China did likewise. They're hedging their bets on blooding some new youngsters and getting the troops on the front line. I like the strategy. Yeah. Frankly, I like the strategy. You could bring your older surfers, you could bring your guns, but why not just invest in the future? And that's what this event is about. You know, this is about the future of surfing, in my opinion. It's a grassroots event. It's bringing it to a, you know, dream tour type location. I'm calling it the Surfing Garden of Eden here at the moment. And are we seeing Thulusdhoo, the Maldivian Surf Foundation, you know, maybe sort of firing a shot across the bows and saying this is what the fans want to see? Yep, good surfers in top waves in tropical locations is even more ideal, and when you've got surroundings like this, mate, it ticks all those boxes. So that was our very first heat, done and dusted, folks. It is main round 2 for the Open Women's. So heat number 2 will be coming up shortly, but CG Young and Sumomo Sato continue on their winning way and will avoid yet another repechage round, so that's good news for those two. We'll let you in shortly and know exactly who's coming up in our second heat. Another bunch of youngsters. Waves still keep firing throughout the back. Heat 2's just about to bounce down. It has started. And
okay, so it looks like we're going to go to a recap there, and we'll catch you on the other side. See you guys. Okay, welcome back to our second round, the main round of our women's here this morning. And look, if you've just tuned in out there, check it out. The action is really wild here. We've got in red Mariah Kita travelling from Japan. Mariah Kita in the red. In blue is going to be Dia Natasha. She is from Indonesia. So maybe it's Daya. I apologise there. Mark is our Indo specialist here in the booth. It looks like they're in green. That's going to be Jinji Win. Jinji Win from China. And look, our Singapore girl, she's made it all the way to round 2. Congratulations. That's the surfer in white. That's Camille Marie Spaccaratella. So confirming red Marai, in blue is Daya, in green is Jinyi, and in white is Camille. So, yeah, Mark, how are we going?
Yep, I'm back, and we are off and racing. 3 minutes in, 25-minute matchups following this round. We will cross over to the junior girls, and all these surfers pretty much will have to go in, swap rashies, re-wax, bit of water, and get back out there for their respective junior ladies heats as well. So it's a busy format for some of them, but that's what happens when you enter 2 divisions and you're that good. You just keep getting through.
Okay, as we see a replay of the first wave there, not much going on there. That's our Singaporean surfer, and then it looks like the better ride or the better wave of the takeoff is our surfer in green. This is Jinji Wen. So that first turn was useful, but look, everything goes just a little bit awry there, and unfortunately for her, she's unable to complete that second major manoeuvre.
All right, as we were suggesting earlier for the crew that are on listening to us in the web, there's good reasons you should come to the Maldives. Look, there's 1,190 islands that make up 26 atolls here. There's a lot of scope for you to spread out, get around and see a whole bunch of different things. North, south, they all offer, different levels of surfing and different experiences for everybody. The Maldives are officially the lowest lying country in the world. It averages between 4 to 7 feet above sea level on average across every island, Mel. They're just out of the water. They're saying even the highest natural point out of all the islands is only 2.4 metres above sea level.
I reckon that's cool. That's islands. 8 feet in the old scale.
It's not much, is it? It's barely head above water, really.
Oh, look at this.
We've got some more. We'll get back to that. But let's watch blue. So this is Dia Natasha out of Bali. I've been to a few events with Dia. She's such a lovely lady. She's got a real nice style there. That's a little more brutal, and that was good stuff. We had a chat on the beach before she went out, so Aria, her coach, will be giving us some goodness as well.
All right, so this is a really good starting wave for Dia. As I say, once again, a little bit more out on the face, so she's not going to light it up, but there she just gets a little bit of a tap turn, little floater combo going on there, and then there's the stronger turn of her 3 turns. So I'm thinking she's got a touch of the smarts here. She's realising that you're going to want to get 2 waves to get a score to start with, and then perhaps we'll see a little bit more aggression thrown at her surfing a little bit later on down the line in the heat.
Yep, definitely looked like she just wanted to finish that wave. Here goes red now dropping in. It is Mirai Ikeda, Japanese surfer now.
So yeah, Mirai here, look, she's also decided, I think, in fine style to get the heat up and going, quick, smart, get a score on the board, and then that old saying that goes back for eons, I don't know who invented that one. She's going to build a house and then she's going to try and establish what's called a solid foundation, hence the saying, and then be able to then construct a good heat outside of that. I'm a carpenter, so I know what that is all about.
Building houses, nice. So something that we've got to remember as well, being heat 2 of the main round of the women's, that the judges still have to keep it in perspective of what they saw in the last heat, the gigantic surfing from C.G. Young, the quality that Sumomo was displaying as well. So we're yet to see anything in that realm. So you've got to be expecting all these numbers will be coming in a little compressed, Mel. The judges want to see and are expecting similar levels.
Absolutely, you're right. And this is going to be the best wave of the start of the heat. So this is where the judges will get the comparisons, and that's the word we keep using a lot of times, Mark, and Perry Hatchett and the judging panel do use that. It is comparing rides. Once you get that first wave, that first score, or that first division score wave in your head, you're comparing all rides around that particular wave and that particular ride. But I'm liking your take there before on the 2.5 metres is the highest elevation spot here on the Maldives. Does that mean, Mark, that sometimes the mountains are actually out in the ocean and they're not on the land here.
Yeah, geez, I'm not
You
sure whether
thinking it
there
that
are any
way?
mountains really. Yeah, it's
Well,
like
that's what I'm saying. If a
yeah.
swell is 2.5 metres and it's 8 foot out in the ocean, then that's bigger than what it is on the land.
It could be for
Cool
sure.
thing.
Lucky they've got the ring of confidence with all these reefs around them, Mel. Hey,
Good
Just-
first turn there. What do you reckon of that one, buddy?
pretty decent.
Yeah.
One turn wave, so the judges can't get too carried away with it unless it's absolutely blockbuster. But you know, meets the lip at the right time,
Yeah.
rides out convincingly. Some more stats I have here, mate.
Let's hear.
They believe that 80% of the low-lying islands in the Maldives are going to become uninhabitable by 2050. So if you're thinking of coming to the Maldives and you reckon it's on your bucket list, probably want to do it sooner rather than later, and drag your kids along as well so they can get a look at what this natural beauty is, because you know, give it another 50 odd years, mate, it might just be part of history and not part of the present.
Well, in fact, it is considered that is that much of a threat, Mark, that they're actually building 2 artificial man-made islands here at the moment. So you'll see them when you come in on the plane. Those big break walls there, they're part of the construction process to build 2 man-made islands here. And yeah, that's, I believe, part of the global warming process.
Unfortunate as it is, and it's a similar issue that's happening in the Mentawai Islands in Indonesia, just off Sumatra. So, you know, they're feeling the heat, these low-lying nations, and officially the lowest-lying country in the world is the Maldives. 4 to 7 feet on average above sea level. That's well,
How's
not
that
a
for
lot.
a cool stat?
I've got some others here as well, but look at this wave approaching. The highest score so far in the heat, a 367, a 383 actually for red. Green live action, that's a good little snap. Done at high speed. Held a flow down the line. The wave may have let it down here, Mel. What do you reckon?
So yeah, let's have a look at this. All about the one-turn manoeuvre here at the moment. I'm thinking I don't mind that. It's just that little bit of a crouching sort of squat on it to be able to pull that off. Probably just makes that look a little bit dirty, that manoeuvre. So how they compare it to the last of Reds is going to be, for me, the interesting process on these 2 rides. One-turn waves. Did they like Reds because Red went up into the top 1/4 of the wave more so and then had more control, which I think could be the differing between these 2 rides. I don't know, it could also be an exact same score. That does sometimes happen.
Yep. So green either way moves up into second position, that number a 313. So the ladies are, as we were suggesting earlier, given the performance out of red and green in the last heat, they're struggling to bust out of the 3s at this stage, Mel. We know they've still got 15 minutes to go, but the highest number in the heat, a 383 for Mirai in the red. She's backed it up with only a 3. Gingy Wen, a 313 for that last effort. Dia Natasha in the blue, the Indonesian, a 367. Very similar score lines going on here. Camille out of Singapore is going to have to step up her game a little bit. She's packing a couple of 1s.
So I guess just getting back to that previous discussion I had, look at that comparison, a 3 to a 313. And I even said to you, maybe they'll go exactly the same, and that did happen. And I'm liking the fact that in this instance, the computer did the work. Some judges might have gone up, some would have gone down and under, and some would have even given the same score. So the average, the highest score gets thrown out, the lowest score gets thrown out. The computer averages the other 3 scores of the 5-man panel, and that's how they arrive at that, ladies and gentlemen. 313 versus a 3 for 2 similar manoeuvres. So for me, they liked the fact that I think there was just a little bit more aggression.
A few of the locals coming in to check out what all the fuss is about. Here we go. The Masters of the Ocean. They're going, right, there's only 4 surfers in the lineup. What's going on today? Well, it's the Asian Surfing Championships, fellas. White, this is Camille out of Singapore. This is her better wave. If she lands this, it will be a whole bonus, but it didn't happen that time. What happened here, Mel?
Yeah, so here she goes. She sort of now just gets a little bit stuck behind this next section here, so slows down on that top turn, and as I say, just a little bit stuck behind that. Probably, if anything, if I was a coach, I'd maybe make her stance just back slightly, maybe, 100 mil or something, and then get her to just compress that
Bend
back
the knees
leg.
a bit.
Yeah, behind that front one, to get the hips engaged, the centre of gravity down a little bit lower, and speed and pump, speed and pump. And as Josh Parmentier says, what Josh goes, think light, think fast. And I think that's a really good one from a really good coach back at home, Mark.
All right, I wonder if he's listening in, tuning in, but either way, some nice drone footage images going on here. The colour of the water, the locals just splashing around out the back, soaking up just another day in the Maldives for those crew. All right, now I've also got another little fun fact I found on my Google mission this morning, mate, and I love the fact that the Maldivians get me, because this is me down to the ground.
Shoot.
The local saying is, no news, no shoes. Hey, I'm up for both those things, mate. You know me. I'm lazy. I don't wear shoes.
No.
It's my safety boots at best, my thongs. There they are over there. And ditch the shoes and get the sand between your toes and as you know, all the roads are made of sand, Mel. A lot of the restaurants and cafes are lined with that white fluffy sand. They don't bother with carpet or tiles. They've got, oh well,
coverings.
You can't beat them. You might as well join them. So they just have sand through pretty much a lot of the cafes and restaurants here. I did even see a cool slogan nailed to the tree the other day, and it said, life's better with sand between your toes.
Yeah. And then look at that overview shot, Mark. Yesterday afternoon, I took our Brazilian judge and our Taiwanese judge for a snorkel. They were a little bit scared, not too scared, but a little bit scared. I guess they wouldn't mind. So we actually dove off the side of that drop-off there on that main channel going out. And when we came across the little lagoon entrance for the boats that make their way out to the islands, over to you for the surfing.
Camille, out of Singapore. Whoa, huge blast out the back. So, she's not really picking user-friendly waves, Mel. She's picking waves that, for her level, are really hard to ride. There was very little potential in this ride. So maybe she was just trying to get out of there as quick as she could, but she needs to work on that part of the game as well a little bit, I think.
So yeah, we should.
Go ahead. Okay, so right now, look, the requirements aren't large. That's something that Camille has to remember here. The highest wave of the whole heat, a 383, still leaves her in the hunt. She needs a 356 to get out of fourth into second. A 196 needed for Blue Dia Natasha, the Indonesian. She can do that. She's a good surfer. Jenny Wen in the green to go up into the lead, a 371, and Mirai Akita trying to improve on just a 3.
And yeah, just for the benefit of everybody at home, look, not only is it as a surfing destination, that is probably its premier sort of attraction, but the snorkeling here it's known as one of the dive capitals of the world, this place. So yesterday afternoon, I took a couple of judges out there and acted as security for them, make sure nothing went wrong. And we were diving and we got to this section, and then this quite large leopard ray swam in, and we sort of all looked at it and said, oh, how good was that? The thing then circled around us, which was really cool, and it did like 2 circles right around us. I thought, oh, this is interesting, what's going on here? And so we then looked a little bit further, started swimming, and it brought its family back. We had 5 leopard rays, a little one, a mother one, and they were then just swimming around us yesterday. It was just such a magical experience. And when they decided to vacate the scene, we swam on a little bit more and spotted a little black-tipped reef shark as well. So the girls were absolutely stoked with that yesterday. So yeah, easy snorkeling, if that's what you're thinking you want to do when you get here. And look, when you're out in the water here, there's stacks of ocean life, live coral, plenty of subtropical fish. Nemo is alive and well.
Yeah,
He's
he
here.
lives here.
He's here. He lives here. So you're going to see Nemo fish. You're going to see the whole lot. And the food's good. The locals
I've got
are
something
amazing.
on that. I've got something on
Go
the
with
food
it.
side of
Go
life.
with
Like
it.
they're saying, a lot of the sites are pumping up the dining experiences here in the Maldives. And you can even do underwater dining, Mel. There is a thing called 5/8 Undersea. It's the biggest underwater eatery in the world.
Are you kidding me?
Yep, so you can go into an underwater restaurant and you know, just have a whole different experience that way, and just keep your eyes live on what's going on all around you. And one of the best underwater restaurants in the world, it is called Anatara. That is right here in the Maldives as well. So if you want to get real game with your eating experience, take it under the water.
Do they have fish food on the menu?
Hey, big on seafood. They're big on their seafood, Mal.
You know, fish food flakes, you can put that on your food.
Something else, being a Friday.
I digress.
Being a Friday, we are going to go on to prayer break a little later on. We've got 2 more heats coming after this, the junior girls repechage. Following that, we will have, I think, about a 2-hour break due to, it's a prayer break because primarily it is the Sinai Muslim country here in the Maldives. Happens every Friday, mate. There's nothing you can do about it. You've just got to roll with it and break from 11:30, I think, to 1:30. And allow, you know, tradition to take its place.
Yeah, good point. And for us Westerners, Friday is our Sunday. generally speaking, you know, so that's a really cool thing here. And yeah, very respectful of the locals, very respectful of their customs, and if you do the same, they'll do the same for you. They are the friendliest locals I've seen anywhere else. And those big white Maldivian, white teeth flashing smiles, that is something I'll remember for a long time. Come for 2 weeks, stay for a lifetime.
Here comes a set. Here we go, Mel. So hopefully we're going to see some live action right now. And we do.
Who
So
we've got?
white, Camille has to flick out because Dia Natasha on a backhand, the Indonesian. That's a much better turn for Dia. Gets up there and puts the board right near the lip that time. That's a better. Well, she's getting more confident as she goes down the line here. A fourth manoeuvre. She'll be really, really happy with this wave, mate. I know she was a little nervous about this whole end section. That wave didn't take her over there to the Garden of the Urchins. And so a good little exchange going on here, even red.
Dia from third to fourth, Mark.
All
Is
right.
my call. That is the best wave, and I think the judges are going to give that a really good score. She's probably not going to need too much to go to first. So we'll go through the replays on this. There we go. Wisely gets out of there. But here we go. Look at Dia's wave here. Nice bottom turn. See how that's not as lateral as the ones we've witnessed a little bit earlier. This one here, she's cutting that board back closer to the whitewater. So the judges are going to pick up that as a point of difference from those previous turns we've seen where they've scored them down. This, maybe, if anything, the variety's just a little bit shaded there, but no biggie.
Got to be the best wave of the heat.
Best wave of the heat for me, and I'm thinking she's going from third to fourth.
From third to fourth.
Sorry, third to first.
You wouldn't want to be going to fourth. How did I drop out of place? I just ripped the back out of a
Look,
wave.
that's my dementia kicking in. Is it all right? You know, at my age.
I let it slip once because you did say it again earlier, but
did I?
it is
There
third
you
to
go.
first, hands down.
No.
Regardless of what else happens out of all those other waves ridden.
You know me, you've got to give me a clip in the back of the ear hole when that sort of stuff goes on, and then that engages my brain a little bit better anyway.
6 minutes remaining. I'm expecting something twice as good almost as anything else that's been scored in this heat.
Yeah, good call.
So I'm thinking probably into the sixes, high sixes, low sevens maybe for Dia.
I'm with you on that.
And the judges still have to take into account the performance from CG Yang in that last heat. That 9 again is the benchmark for the women's surfing for today. Junior women's coming up next, 2 of those heats. Pretty much most of the surfers that surfed in this heat, these 2 heats, Mal, are changing their rashes as we speak and getting ready to do battle again in the junior women's. The format after that is that we go on to a break after our next 2 heats. That break will be, let me have a little look, we'll go on hold from 11:10 to 3:20. Oops.
It's all good. I saw that, mate. I knew you were reading. But look, this first turn from our surfer in green, who was previously holding down, or is currently holding down second place. Well, she's even claimed it. She thought she was in the Aloha Cup there then. Let's go back to replay world on this one, and we'll have a look. We'll dissect this one up for benefit of the viewers at home there. But this first turn is the strongest first turn of this heat thus far. So this is going to be interesting. Yes, yeah. You wait till you see this. And then, having said that, perhaps not as good a finish. So the 2 scores are pretty well much going to be, it's going to have the judges really thinking here. So their thinking caps are getting put on up there at the moment. And Perry's pretty well much up there ensuring that, you know, he negates any obvious discrepancies in these scores. That's his role as head judge. So let's have a look at this. Look at this first turn, buddy. There you go.
Yep, nice, good extension through that. Little mini swack there, dealing with the frothy stuff pretty well. Yeah, this is really going to get her. I mean, if we put Dia into the lead with her last wave,
Yes.
Ginny would have dropped into third, but she'll go into second. Mirai's got a little bit of a question being asked now. So we're just sort of still speculating. We've got no numbers through, but for sure it is going to be blue and green, 1, 2. White, here goes the Singapore surfer Camille. Got plenty of speed right now.
See, Camille's shown to me she has got something there. You know, there is something there going, and this is going to be her best wave. I'm liking the fact that, you know, she's here, she's representing Singapore, she's here with a mum and a brother. There are only 3 surfers representing Singapore, and I'm liking what Camille showed us there, that she can do it if she's got the opportunity.
Yep, she's got good speed, so that's
Hasn't
something you
she?
can work with as a coach. It's really hard to teach speed, and if you've got it in a student, well, you've got something to work with. So Camille, I can see the upside coming from her. She's only, what have we got, 15 years of age.
Exactly. And look, the time is ticking. The sands on the hourglass are filtering through. At this point, we're sub 3 minutes, and we're still waiting for 3 scores. I love this when this goes on. This is really adding to the suspense at the end of this heat.
Yep, 2 minutes 40 to go. 3 scores that are going to be quite critical. I think every one of these surfers just put their better number on the board, blue, green and white.
Yep.
So Mirai, as we were confirming, she will have top priority. She's sitting out the back. She actually got second priority. So Dia has regained first priority. She's about to go into first place too, I reckon.
Ooh.
All right, junior women's coming up next. There's 3 of them. Isabel Faye, Higgs, Canon, Takahashi and Samomo, who we saw
Nice set,
earlier.
Mark. Who we got?
This is Mirai, so this is the wave. She won't know what she needs, but she tags it and does one hefty move. It's a pity the wave shut down. I think she may have needed a little more out of that ride.
Yeah, I agree.
So all 4 surfers have a wave to come now. We're starting to get some idea. Dia's wave, there it is, Mel, a 6.50. So that's will probably stack up as the best score of the heat. I think Green will come a little under that. Ginny Wen, there it is, a 4.10 for Ginny.
Yep.
A 5.83 for Mirai. So Mirai her still got 1 score to come. Jenny didn't quite do enough to get into second, so Mirai holding on to that spot with a score to come, Mel.
We didn't think that too, so that's good. The judges have nailed that exactly as we thought. And just a quick ride there. That was also, I think, our surfer in, and just losing the colour a little bit in the, looks like blue. Yeah,
Must
surfer
have been
in
Dia.
blue. Yeah, Dia there. So, has she cashed in the priority card to leave the door ajar?
Well, there's only a minute to go, so
Okay.
it's not long for these surfers to respond. It's got to be Green. Green's chasing a mid-5 right now. White in 4th, still has a wave to come. There it is, a 2.87. So as we were saying, Mel, her better number. Her surfing is leaving her chasing now a 6.79 to advance. Jenny, the Chinese surfer in green, needs just over 6 points. They're rapidly running out of time. We're down to 90 seconds. I can't see a whole lot of lines out there on our monitor. So it may be the Indonesian Japanese surfer holding on here. To avoid that rapid charge round, everybody gets 1 crack at a loss. You lose twice, you're out of the Asian Surfing Cup, so everybody has 1 little falter point factored into their display. Oops. Camille, here we go. So it is the 18-year-old Singaporean right here, laying it on rail, starting to get a groove on towards the back end of this heat, Mel. She's definitely bending the knees more now. She's getting more involved in her surfing than the first couple of waves we saw. She looked like a little bit deer in the headlights, but she's loosened up as she went on. She won't get through the heat, but I reckon moving forward into the next round, she can take a little bit of momentum out of what she's just done. Her last couple of waves is more like what we need to see from Camille.
Mate, that was so cool. I'm going to look forward to welcoming Arif and Shannon back into the seat here, and I'll catch up with you and all the audience out there in Web World a little bit later on, mate.
Yep, so as we can see, Heat 2 making their way in. The junior girls will be well positioned out the back. Replays are flying around. I think we might even get to a recap shortly of the whole heat. So plenty.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Asian Surfing Championships. You can now watch girls sub 18 main round 2. And at the commentary booth, it's me, Afridun Amu from Afghanistan, and Shannon.
Welcome back to the action here. It's exciting to be in the booth. I'm really excited to be calling these heats for our under 18 girls division. Taking a look at the 3 surfers that are in the water, 2 Japanese and 1 from Thailand.
Exactly. In red, we have Miss Isabel Faye Hicks from Thailand, Kanan Takashi from Japan in blue, and Sumomo Sato in red. You can see her surfing right now.
As Isabel, nice hit on the outside section to start things off for her. Connects, nearly for that re-entry on the finish. Just can't quite stay and stick the landing. Kanan goes down on that first section. I had a quick chat upstairs with Perry Hatchett, our head judge, and he was just saying that today the conditions are pretty good, but that there are some closeouts that are coming through, so it's a little bit more important for wave selection today in comparison to what we were seeing through yesterday, given that swells just changed a little bit and there are quite a few more closeouts. Shannon joined alongside Afri here to call the action, and taking a look at the booth that we were actually set up in, we've got this amazing traditional Maldivian setup for what a house would look like with thatched walls just set up behind us.
Yeah, it's quite amazing how you can use everything that is just around you to make it nice and cozy and protected from weather and everything. So efficient. Oh, you can see just another set rolls in, but seems like they're all too far inside. As you said, today it's even more crucial than normal to choose the right wave. There you can see Isabel from Thailand having one of the better waves, going for an extended bottom turn with the lip down, but then the wave actually delivers one more finish for her, but she couldn't stand it. It was too much of a jump at the end.
Yeah, that was a nice opening turn though. Just punched through that lip line, really frothy, would have been challenging to hold her positioning.
Right, and our surfer from Japan on her backside was close to deciding going for the barrel, but yeah, the wave didn't deliver, just close out on top of her.
Now, taking a look at our schedule, as Mark was just sharing at the end of that last heat, we did open up the day with our women's main round 2, just 2 heats to go within that division. So we're straight into our under 18 girls main round 2. So each of these surfers found success in a first or a second place finish in their opening heats, which means they're still in the main round. We've only got 2 heats here, and then we're going to go on a break for the Friday prayer here in the Maldives, and we'll be returning around 2:30 this afternoon is the plan. Women's rapid charge round 2 will be in the water at 2:30 for 2 heats, followed by our under 18 girls rapid charge round 2 for 2 heats, and then to finish out the day, we'll be ending competition around 5 o'clock today. It'll be our under 18 boys main round 3, and that'll consist of 3 heats. So these girls and women that are competing today, a lot of them doing double time between the under 18 girls and the open women's divisions, and so they're going to be surfing, 2 to 4 heats today.
Yep. So that is one more reason why it absolutely makes sense to have a small break in between. And you know what, Shannon, being here in the Maldives in July, we have the comfortable position of calling the contest on and off whenever we want to, because there's just constantly waves. The only difference is the size, obviously, but then again, our aim is not only to surf on its 6 foot plus, because if you want to become a champion in the Asian Surfing Championship, you should also show us that you can surf smaller waves.
That is such a good bit of insight. Really being able to be a well-rounded competitor is extremely important. And for some of the surfers this week, it's been the well-roundedness of learning how to surf a reef break. Something with a little bit more water moving on it, really, having to kind of battle with some of those tidal changes and that bigger swell with, heavier barreling waves. But now to see towards the end of the waiting period here that it's just a little bit smaller and those conditions have changed quite a lot is a great bit of challenge for everybody. Now Isabel drops in a 3-point ride for her opener Afri, and that sets her up in the lead off the strength of that first turn. She's just 14 years old, representing Team Thailand in honor of her grandmother, who's from Thailand, but she actually lives the majority of her time in Sydney in Manly Beach. and competes for the North Stain Board Riders, but she does get a lot of time in Thailand every year, and so it's been exciting to see her. Here she is,
That is her first
representing
wave.
her.
Exactly, you can see she is pumping her way through, sees the section where she can go down with the lip on a turn, and does the same thing on her second maneuver, but that one was a little bit too much of a jump. Yeah, she spent a lot of time in New South Wales. And Shannon, what about you? You also these days spending a lot of time in NSW, don't you?
Yeah, that's right. So we're pretty close to each other back at home, which is really fun. There's such a great group of women that are surfing within that Sydney region. But in that last heat, we saw some great performances. Let's take a look here, though. Isabel now up and riding once again, locking in for her second wave. Nice little bit of pocket on this one, and she kicks out quick. So as we wait for the scores to roll through, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Kayla Moore and the surfer from that last heat.
Yes, I'm here with heat winner from Team Indonesia, Dea. Dea, tell us about your putting together waves out there at Cokes.
The wave is so fun here, and yeah, I was waiting so long because it's my priority, but I managed to get one good one. I only got 2 waves there and one fell off, but yeah, I'm happy to go next round.
Yes, you will be advancing on into the next round, and you are looking very strong, putting together waves. How do you feel furthering on to competition?
Yeah, I'm just having fun and catch the wave and try to not fall off, and yeah, just having fun out there, yeah.
I also saw that your brother is your board caddy for this event. What is it like being out in the water, having your brother on the sidelines cheering you on?
Yeah, it's good to have my brother here surfing competition with me, and yeah, he always tell me to go where to sit and tell me how to surf like him because he's better than me. And yeah, I'm happy to be here in Maldives with my brother.
That is so special. I know the feeling all too well. Send it back to the booth with you, Shannon.
Thanks so much, Kayla. Great to hear from Dea. Incredible performance to be able to take out the win, and awesome to be able to see her brother Danny doing so well in competition.
Absolutely. And it's amazing to see that so many people here traveling with their family and surfing with their family. It's not only Indonesia, but also Singapore, for example, both siblings being caddies of each other. And, you know, a caddy is somebody you really want to trust. And who is there you can trust more than your siblings, I guess. Kayla just said that she knows it too well to surf with her sister. It would be interesting to see one of those sessions, how Kayla and Carissa are ripping the waves in Hawaii. And in the replay, you can see the second wave of our Thai surfer in red, going for smaller waves, but this one she can finish with a nice top turn. So that got her 4.3, since that was finished wave. So she has got quite a good lead with 7 points, leading with with pretty much 6 points over the Japanese surfer Cannon.
Yeah, Isabel's done really well to get that backup score and to build on her scoreline actually with the 4. She's now sitting on a 7-point heat total. Kanan with just that quick wave, just an in and out, and Samomo waiting to get her opener. Now both of them having already competed on the women's side of the draw. It's going to be great to see how they go in this. Samomo walked away with a 2nd place finish in the first heat for our women's main round, just behind Xixi Yang from Team China. So those two advancing through on the main round side, which means they don't have to surf Repicharge this afternoon for the women's. Now they've got even more of a challenge on their hands, though, here in the under 18s division. So a lot of action for our female competitors that are in the draw for this year's Asian Surfing Championship. And as you were saying, you know, the thought of seeing Carissa and Kayla out in the water together would be a great session. I've got to say, Kayla takes the cake for like the absolute frother at this event. She's been in the water like every moment that we haven't been running the contest. She's been out at chickens across the way. And I don't think she's going to be wanting to head home anytime soon with a left like that round.
Well, actually, I was even surfing pasta point with her, one of the other world-class left-handers in here. And wow, Kayla is ripping. I mean, those top turns, I don't see the difference between her top turns and the one from Carissa. So good on her that she's not in the water surfing all the time, but instead is here with us in the Asian Surfing Championships. And well, giving us all those interviews, all those insights with the surfers. So thanks to you, Kayla. I hope you hear this one.
Yeah, it has been so fun to have her in the mix on the team, and yeah, it's been great to get to know so many of these surfers. Now, Isabel on a bit of a roll here. She's already had 2 waves, now up and riding on her 3rd, just finding a bit of rhythm out there. Great tail slide for that opening turn. Starting to just throw in a little bit of something different into her surfing. You can see her pushing that tail a little harder for that last wave than her first ones. Cannon, unfortunately, goes down on that opening section. She is a fantastic surfer coming out of Japan, but actually lives on the Gold Coast of Australia. As we take a look now at Sumomo Sato, she has been putting together some really incredible turns throughout this event. Great use of her rail for those first 2 turns, kicks out quickly, and she was really patient waiting for that wave, the 17-year-old, the one with the most experience in the water. She actually finished off with a quarterfinal finish at the Crewy QS 5000 recently in Indo. So she's one of those names that's really coming up the ranks out of those junior divisions and starting to make her name known within the qualifying series.
Right. And many of the surfers you see in here, you will soon see them in India, because India is going to have their first QS event pretty soon. I think it's next month. So yeah, Asian surfers, they are quite busy these days. And as you already said, surfing here, surfing in Cokes, will give them so much more experience to be able to surf all the other spots in Asia, potentially even in the qualifying series. But yeah, if you think of Indonesia, pretty similar setup, maybe a little bit more powerful, but definitely when it comes to reef, sort of the same situation. And there we see the first wave of our Japanese surfer in green. Wow, look at this, waiting for so long, but still having the patience for this deep bottom turns, not being in a rush, and making 2 beautiful, clean maneuvers there. That shows you really how much experience she already has in her age. Normally, if you're waiting more than 10 minutes in a heat for your first wave, you might tend up to rush it and really try to make as many maneuvers as possible, short bottom turns and just bam, bam, bam. But that's not the case with Sato, our surfer from Japan in green. She took the time for those deep bottom turns and clean all the way to the end. So good on her.
Yeah, really great surfing. Scores drop in. It's a 6.5 as we take a look at this last wave for Isabel.
I wonder if they got Isabel the red shirt because she's on fire and frothing for waves. Look, she's going for wave after wave. Fortunately, too much effort on the last one, but that's her 3rd wave already. So she's not only in lead with points, but also in lead with catching waves in this heat right now. And there you can see, again, like extended bottom turn, clean on the top, goes all the way back after the top turn to the white water. So good surfing from surfer in green from Japan.
So that was that 6.5. Now she does have another score, it looks like, to lock in. We didn't get an eye on that one, but she's only chasing a 1-point ride right now to take the lead away from Isabel. She's currently sitting in first with a 7.5 for her heat total. She dropped in a 3.5 for her last wave, which had she been able to complete that next turn, she would have been, doing a little bit of the natural surfing that these fish are doing out in the water.
Those fish probably see that there are already 3 surfers out and not 4, so they might want to join the competition.
Yeah.
But since they have no rushies, unfortunately they can't. And though it's just 3 surfers, still the 2 best in this heat will advance to the round 3 sub-18 women's, and 1 surfer, the 1 and 3rd, will go to the repechage from this round and this Asian Surfing Championships in Thulusdhoo, Maldives.
That's right. So whoever falls out of this round, same with our women's round that ran earlier today, they'll actually be competing later on in the repechage rounds when we return from our break. We will be going on break from about 11:10 till 2:30. We will have a 2:30 restart for our surfers to be out in the water. We'll have our women's repechage round 2 as the first heats in the water, followed by under 18 girls repechage round 2, and then our under 18 boys main round 3 to finish out the day. Now we're down to 10 minutes 30 seconds on the clock, so majority of this heat is already gone. Isabel, with that strategy to catch a few more waves, try and build on that score line throughout, and then started pushing her performance a little too hard maybe on that last wave, rather than really structuring things to just build that score line in a slightly easier way. Although that wave was smaller, it had a lot of froth to it, so she was just doing what she could to try and increase her scores. Where Kanan Takahashi for Team Japan, she's had 2 attempts, bigger size set waves, but has had falls on both of them, and so they're just sitting in the 1-point range. For our Japanese competitor that lives on the Gold Coast of Australia, absolutely loves surfing snapper, and she's so good at it snapper that she actually took out the win at the Aki Grom Comp, which is a highly contested juniors event.
Respect.
In Australia for the 14-year-old. So she's got that title to her name in the past and loves being in the water alongside her twin sister.
Have you ever surfed snapper when it was on?
I have surfed pretty fun snapper before. Not when it's like been huge. I've never been able to link up a trip where either I haven't been commentating an event where we're running on all the good days and I can't actually get in the water. Either, you know, those events most of the time you end up surfing when it's a little bit smaller, but I have had a few trips and it's just the most incredible wave. It's no surprise to me when you ask a lot of surfers around the world what their favorite break is. It's snapper, but it usually comes with the little asterisk next to that answer saying without a crowd.
There you go.
It's very rare
I
to get without
don't
a crowd.
doubt the quality of the wave whatsoever. I just wonder if a normal human being can catch a wave there, because it's one of the crowdiest spots in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really crowded. The good thing about it is you just have to be in that hunting mindset, that kind of, okay, there's going to be some treasures that come through the lineup. You've got to be ready to go and constantly looking down the line to see if someone's going to fall on a wave, whether that's, you know, by their own fault because they've just gone too hard on a turn or something, they've been caught behind the section, or because someone else tries to drop in on them and then there's a bit of a collision. You got to constantly be in that mindset to be ready to just go and take off. Regardless if it's necessarily like the right wave that you're waiting for, and then you're able to find plenty of opportunity.
There you can see Team Indonesia, the 2 siblings, Dia and Danny, with Arya, board member of the Asian Surfing Federation, for many years the president of Indonesian surfing. He is the man in Bali if you want to know anything about surfing. So Team Indonesia, only here with 2 athletes, but they are ripping. Both athletes still in the main round, Dia also in the sub-18 main round. So there's still not only hope, but actually still a good chance for Team Indonesia to get some medals in this event, in the Asian Surfing Championships.
So time on the clock, 7 minutes, 30 seconds. Like you said, medals available at the end of the week. It was really fun to be able to see those first medals, not handed out yet, but awarded to our surfers that competed in yesterday's Aloha Cup. We had Team China that took away first, which was the gold medal. We had Team Japan with the silver medal in second, Team Maldives with the bronze medal in third, and Team Lebanon with a copper medal here for the Asian Surfing Championships.
But for sure, Team Lebanon has already the gold medal, and being the funniest and most, well, cheering team here in the Asian Championships. So, yeah, I mean, they have their gold medal already.
I couldn't agree more. It's been so much fun to get to know them. They've got such a great vibe. They are the positive vibe warriors of this event, without a doubt. And it's been fun to be able to see them pushing the limits, and now to know that they're going to get some chance to surf some world-class waves in the area. As we take a look now at Kanan. Now, it's been a slow heat for her so far. She goes for a huge re-entry, but can't hold off on the finish.
Yeah. Look at this. She already knew, okay, this is going to be closing, so she went for that big turn. Unfortunately, too much pressure. Couldn't go down, like bend her knees enough to stand it. But nice effort. That's what she has to do now. 7 minutes left. She's in third position right now. Both her scores are definitely below what she is capable of. But yeah, there's not too much time left now. She has third priority, almost. Well, the others have priority 1 and 2. She still needs to pedal back to the lineup to get the priority, but now she needs to really start thinking tactically on what to do. Probably can't just wait for the others to go for a wave, since they are comfortably in position 1 and 2. That means they would go to the next round if it stays like this. So she probably wants to position herself a little bit more either in the inside or further to the left, so that luckily a wave will come and she can score one of those waves she needs to proceed.
That's true. Well, she's chasing down a 6-point ride. We'll see if Isabel is able to increase her situation. She goes down on the first turn. So, legs a little wobbly, and she won't be able to increase her score line.
Yeah, there you can see the difference between her and maybe the surfer in green. So she wasn't vertical enough. She didn't have enough speed to just go for the carve, but wasn't vertical enough to turn her board to make her stand. So that is something that happened to a lot of surfers, and I have to admit to me too, in this kind of wave here at Noun Cokes.
Now Kanan, right on the paddle back out, links into this one. It did push her a little farther down the reef, which allowed her to find that open face, and she gets 2 turns, gives a quick claim to it. And this is going to mean she's back in the conversation.
Right, there you go. She goes for her first maneuver. Not too radical, but the second one, bam, with the lip, lands it. So that will be a good score for her. Definitely better than anything she surfed so far. She will be happy with that wave.
That was huge. That was the moment that she needed to be able to get that confidence back, to know that she's going to have an opportunity to be advancing. Sumomo now up and riding. She's been really solid. Now looking to put on a backup score to her 6.5. 2 solid turns. Her rail work is just so clean and crisp. Everything about her surfing is technically perfect.
Absolutely.
It's been a joy to be able to watch.
You can see how nicely she anticipates the waves, looks really down the line and decides ahead which maneuver she's going to, goes for this, well, I would call it a roundhouse cutback carve kind of thing, and then with a nice finish, everything clean technique, so that will definitely drop her 1.2 and further cement her first position.
Yeah, that was an important move for her as well, because she has, you know, by a significant amount, the highest wave of the heat so far. But without the backup score, it was meaning that Isabel only needed a 3.71 to get herself into that leading position specifically. But this backup score for Sumomo is going to be a great help to her. And now it's going to be that conversation for second place. We're still waiting for a score to come through for Kanan's last wave as we take a look here at our surfer in blue. Ooh, just one quick turn on her backhand.
Right.
But she is looking to just try and back it up. So we know we've got a wave before that one that had those 2 turns. We've now got a single turn to be scored as well. Both of those will replace the 1.5s that she has as her high score.
Right, and I'm sure at least Isabel and Kanan, they are nervous right now outside because they're basically fighting for getting to the next round and round 3, and it's pretty close for both of them. I wonder how Isabel is going to react now. Is she going? Oh, there you can see the last wave of surfer in blue, deep bottom turn, going for a quick top turn, and yeah, that's amazing. That wave, you're still waiting for the scores from the judges for that one, but that will definitely give her a boost. It's the best wave of hers so far. So Isabel, surfer in red, with priority right now. Less than 3 minutes left. What is Isabel going to do now? Is she, waiting for one of the bigger waves, like this set that is coming right now? Or is she trying to block Kanan? Hard to tell, because we don't know what the last wave of Kanan was so far. Still waiting for the scores from the judges. It's interesting. It's super exciting. I think the only one who can be a little bit relaxed right now is probably our surfing green.
Yeah, that's right. Our surfer in green sitting out there in front. Sumomo still waiting for that second score to drop. Now you can take a look here in the booth. This is an amazing setup for us here. Taking a look for a pretty traditional house here in the Maldives. Che, who is our contest organizer and runs Maldivian Surfing Association, he designed this with the heart to be able to show the world the kind of house that he grew up in, with thatched walls. Right. And next to Afri on this side, we've got this straw thing that is used for the rice. They put dry rice on there and they fling it up in the air, and that actually gets all the dust to shake off of the rice before they go through and rinse it. So it's a really cool kind of nod to the traditional elements here in the Maldives.
Absolutely. That's one aim of the Asian Surfing Championship, to really show Asian countries, Asian surfers, and obviously also the hosting country. But before we continue with this, 1 minute left. You saw surfer Tsunomo Sato from Japan on a wave.
And we've got some scores in. So from that last exchange prior to this one, well, let's talk through replays and then we'll announce the
Right, so
scores.
Isabel, knows she needs a high score, goes for a deep bottom turn, different surfing than what we saw her before. She really sees the urge, and 2 maneuvers, both strong maneuvers, some of the best maneuvers we've seen her at the back. Surfer from Japan, still first position, cruising or speeding down the line, but decides nothing for her there to gain, so she kicks off.
All right, so current situation, Sumomo increases her lead. She drops a 6.83 for her previous wave. We've got one more score to roll through. The buzzer is sounding right now, which means that that heat is finished. And Sumomo currently in the lead. A score to drop through for Kanan, but on the strength of her third to last wave, she got a 5.5 and then backed it up with a 2.17. So her two-turn combo, a 5.5, a 2.17 for that last single re-entry. That's put her up into second, pushes Isabel Higgs down into third. Isabel now requiring a 3.68. Now scores are trickling through. Sumomo with a 1.13 on her last wave, so that doesn't count for our surfer in green. Now we're waiting to see where this wave for Kenan will go and if it will increase the requirement on Isabel.
Right. And meanwhile, just to finish, what the aim, one of the aims of the ASF with this championship is obviously to show the outside world what Maldives is about, right? So this is why we really appreciate having a booth like this, so people outside can see how people in the Maldives live like. And another thing, it's the break that we are going to have soon. That is not because the waves are not delivering. No, it's because it's Friday, it's prayer time, and we want to respect that tradition in Maldives, a Muslim country, and that's the reason why, we take a break and leave everyone to have the chance to go for the prayer, and obviously showing that this is the tradition here.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. It's been amazing to get to know more about the local culture and the traditions here in the Maldives. We've still got scores to drop through, but we're going to go to a quick recap. We'll give you the situation update and the official results when we return.
With commentary?
Well, welcome back to the action here for the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. We're actually still waiting for scores. We were just discussing that last exchange. It could go in either way.
Absolutely.
For Kanan and Isabel.
Yeah, because, I mean, Isabel had much more maneuvers on her other waves, but that was the strongest moves. And now we can see the scores just dropped in, and high scores for both of them. It was the best wave for Isabel with a 5.33, but...
You're right, you nailed it. So Isabel gets her high score, the 5.33, but unfortunately, and great for Japan, Kanan does increase her heat total with a 4.87 for her last wave. So that solidifies her in second place. So it's going to be Japan's Sumomo Sato in first, Kanan Takahashi, also from Japan, in second. And unfortunately for Isabel Faye Higgs out of Thailand, she is down into third, but this is the main round, so it's not an elimination yet, and she's going to have another shot. That was a really well-matched heat, pretty
Absolutely.
even across the board.
For sure, yeah, all three surfers ruling. The only one with probably a different strategy was surfer in green, Sumono Sato, being more patient, waiting for the right waves, and well, it paid off. But the other ones, they were hungry. They were going for all the waves. Kanon with 6 waves and Isabel with 5 waves. Yeah, it was interesting till the very end. Eh?
Yeah, that was an exciting one. Well, that was the wrap up for our heat number 1 for our under 18 girls. We're now going to be heading into our heat number 2 on the under 18 girls, and that's actually going to be the final heat of the day, as you were explaining with us just before we went to break, Afri, because the on Fridays, traditionally for Muslim faith, they have a time for prayer, and so we're going to take a break to honor that.
Right, and our next heat is going to be an interesting one. Again, we will have 2 Japanese surfers, and throughout the whole event, we saw Japanese surfing is all about clean technique, crisp, sharp surfing, but this heat won't be easy for the Japanese surfers because they're going to surf against the Chinese surfer, CG, who is ripping. Both of her last heats, she was able to generate an excellent score with a 9-point ride, so I'm really looking forward for this heat before the break.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting one. We have Mirai Ikeda will be wearing the red jersey, Rika Shoji will be wearing the green jersey, and Sichi Yang will be wearing the blue jersey. So 1 Chinese, 2 from Japan, like you said. Japan's been that real powerhouse nation coming into this event. Out of day 1 of competition, specifically on the men's side, we saw most of the really big scores dropping through from that specific nation from Japan. They were really those front runners, as well as from last year's, or back in 2019, the first time that the ASF ran the Asian Surfing Championships. It was Team Japan that took away first and second across most divisions, as we take a look at these 3 women that are coming up next.
Right, it's really amazing to see that the Eastern Asian countries, specifically China and Asia, do focus so much on female surfers, especially the young ones. So there you can see the last heat's winner from Japan, happily running at the beach, meeting Kayla. So I assume that means we'll soon have an interview with her together with Kayla Moore.
Yeah, that was a great heat from Sumomo Sato, takes away the win. And she will have a break now. Actually, will be able to possibly avoid having to surf later on because she walked away with a 2nd place in her women's main round, which was first heat of the day. So 2 victorious heats in the manner of walking away first or second and advancing through to the main round. And she will avoid the rapid charge rounds later on.
You know what? I was actually surfing yesterday, free surf after the event. And there was a beautiful wave, and unfortunately I was on the inside. I was trying to paddle out because I just had a wave before. She did the takeoff and couldn't make the section because, stupidly, I was there. And first thing she was doing, coming to me and saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry." So she's not only a good surfer, but also a very polite, if not too polite surfer.
Yeah, very gracious to you, considering that you were the one that actually
so
got
sorry.
in her way. So often that happens, especially at a break like this, when it's training for contest days or after the event finishes, and there are just so many surfers down there. So I love that bit of insight on the graciousness from Sumomo. And we've got her down on the beach, ready to go with Kayla Moore.
With Team Japan, winner of the last heat, Sumomo-san, omedetou. Can you tell us a bit about how you felt there in the surf?
I was a little bit nervous before my heat, but a lot of good waves coming, so I enjoy it.
It's good that you're enjoying yourself through the heat out there when you're sitting and waiting for the waves to come. What goes on in your head?
The Japan team coach is like the sign, give me sign, so I believe her.
Awesome. Well, congratulations as you move on to the next round. We look forward to seeing you progress.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
So much, Kayla, and great bit of insight behind the scenes for the team, giving some little indicators from the shoreline out on the island for where, where you should be sitting, which waves should be caught.
Yeah, right. Team Japan is focused, and one reason, obviously, them just having the Olympic Games in Tokyo 2020. So they were focused to do good in that event, but that isn't actually the last event. Or we are going to have a comparable event soon in Japan, and that is the Asia Games 2026 in Aichi Prefecture. Tahara Beach is actually the same beach that we had the World Surfing Games, and I believe it was 2018, just before Miyazaki. 2019 was in Miyazaki. So Team Japan is already focusing on that event. This is another reason why they care so much about the sub-18 surfers, and they do have all their coaches, everyone here being on point, letting them train to be able to perform at that event in home soil, home waves.
That's amazing. So that's going to be in 2026,
Exactly.
the Asian Games. Now, is that surfing specific, or is that for Asia across multiple sports similar to the Pan American Games?
It's more similar to the Pan Ams. It's pretty much the Olympic Games for Asian countries. And it will be the first time that surfing will be part of it. So it's another huge event for surfing. And actually, the criteria for qualification is not out there, but the ASF hopes for it and has a good chance to actually run some qualifying events. So I won't be surprised if the next ASF Asian Surfing Championship will be actually a qualifier for the Asian Games.
Oh, that would be amazing. So great to see the development of that and the inclusion now of surfing again on that world stage in the mix with other sports that are so well known around the globe. To be able to be included for the Asian Games for the very first time is a huge amount of growth for surfing being recognized as a really important sport for the future within that region specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's not only in Asia, but in general. Look at the countries that are hosting the next Olympic Games. We just came from Japan, which, as you can see, has a rich history of surfing. The next one will be France, surfing Kaafu, which, everybody's waiting for that one. And after that, we'll have the US with Los Angeles, another city that has such a rich history of surfing. And then it's Australia, Brisbane.
Yeah,
So
it's really exciting to know for the next, from starting from Tokyo, but now for the next 3 cycles, the Olympic summer cycle specifically, that we've got some really core surfing nations in the mix making those decisions. For France, of course, a long history of great surfers that have competed across all divisions. They've got Olympians in the conversation now as well out of the Tokyo event, and so for them to then be able to host and to decide to run in a pretty unique situation, surfing as a sport actually outside of France as a country, but in one of their territories in Tahiti, is really exciting. That hasn't happened since I believe it's the 1950s in Sweden because of some horse races they were having there on the equestrian side of things. Other than that, for at least the last, say, 50 to 60 years, every sport that's taking part within the Olympics happens within the country that's hosting the Olympics. So it's a very unique situation that they have allowed and approved for surfing to be taking place outside of France, of course within one of their territories for Tahiti. And really exciting to see that we've already got surfers that have gained qualification to be into that conversation out of this year's WSL Championship Tour, as well as the World Surfing Games that you took part in, Afri.
Right, absolutely. Kaoli Vast, as a French surfer, coming from Kaafu, well, not Kaafu, but from Tahiti, French Polynesia, was actually one of the surfers who got qualified with the European slot. So he was so happy. I mean, he was having tears all that day, tears of joy to be able to represent his country at his home spot. And interesting insight that you gave us there. So we are glad here in the Asian Surfing Championship to have you, an Olympic commentator, with us with all that information from the history of the Olympic Games. There's a reason why they decided to have it in Kaafu. I mean, obviously Paris doesn't have any waves itself, so there could have been a discussion on doing it on an artificial wave, or instead at least having it in mainland France, for example in Aquitaine, where you got Osgore, Biarritz, and all those cities where there are a lot of competition A lot of good competition took place in the past, but instead, luckily, the IOC agreed to the proposal of the ISA to do it in Kaafu.
All right, we've got waves up and riding. So it's been a slow start to this heat. Now Mirai Ikeda up and going on her first wave. 2 great turns to start, breaks through that lip line, drives hard off the bottom into a 3rd section. And she'll be feeling satisfied, having patiently waited out that opening wave. And the only one that seems to have rolled through, our surfer in green is out there as well. And we do have priority next to our surfer in blue as we take another look here.
Yeah, first wave after 8 minutes in this heat. And once again, you can see how good the Japanese surfers can read the wave. So we've seen those deep bottom turns going vertically in the heat before, but here this is not what you could do, what you could have done, because the wave was just so fast. So instead, Miria decided go for some small bottom turns out from the pump, going for a little bit more than a check turn just to be able to surf the whole wave. So again, a lot of knowledge from the Japanese surfer. Goes for the first top turn, not losing any speed whatsoever. Same thing on the second one to be able to finish it on the third one. So good wave reading, good surfing for surfer in red, Japanese surfer Mirai.
Well, the judges absolutely loved it. Scores are in. It's an 8-1-7 for the opener of Mirai Ikeda. And she is now set up in the lead with a strong lead over the rest of the field. Zishi Yang for Team China in the blue jersey, now patiently waiting with priority next to her name. And Riki Soji, we haven't seen her get a wave yet for Team Japan in the green, but she'll be out in the lineup as well.
Team Japan having fun there. All boys, yeehaw! They are stoked. Look at them cheering for their colleague in the water in red and green. And wow, Mirai waiting patiently for 8 minutes to drop an excellent score. But tell you what, she probably needs that excellent score because she is surfing against Rikai, her colleague surfer in green from Japan, and CG, the surfer from China, who already dropped 2 excellent scores of 9 points at this event. So normally I'd say with the first wave of a 8.17 in this event, you can maybe even relax and then, you know, focus on getting a little bit more creative on that wave, but probably not in this heat.
Down to 15 minutes on the clock. 15 minutes left, and then we will be taking a break for a couple of hours before returning to competition at 2:30 this afternoon. And this is a great bit of view from the island. This is where the surfers jump off into that keyhole to paddle out into lineup from that kind of top setup. And there's Team China with the flag down on right on the shoreline.
Right. And there is a little path that the locals here cleaned up from sea urchins so that the competitors have an easier time to just paddle out, so good on them. I missed that path twice, which wasn't so good. But well, somebody has to do it.
It's been made, and that you just didn't quite get there, unfortunately.
Actually, the first time wasn't so much my mistake. I was running late, and I still wanted to catch a wave, but it didn't happen. So I was like, okay, I just have to leave now. So I paddled in straight, and I shouldn't have done that.
Oh, no. All right, well, we got a set starting to roll through here. We'll see if anyone gets a piece of it. Looks like a smaller size wave, maybe the one out the back. Looks like our surfer in green sitting way at the top. And
less than 15 minutes left in this heat. So not so much action right now with the waves, which is a pity because this heat promised to be very exciting, but we still have time. Maybe it's going to be similar to what we see in the last heat, that the last couple of minutes are going to be super exciting. So we see surfer in red not wanting to go for this wave.
Has a look, decides not to get into it. Would have been a little bit deep on it maybe, as you can see it crumbling down there, some of those smaller waves. Now we have to give a big thank you to our MSA staff, Maldives Surfing Association staff, that have been putting so much work in behind the scenes here, as well as the local community in Thulusdhoo, which is the island that we're currently sitting on. They're the ones that came up with the idea for this incredible booth sitting behind us, and it's been so awesome to be able to have their support and their welcoming nature and getting us here and being able to show us so much more of Maldivian tradition.
Thank you, MSA. Thank you, Thulusdhoo. Thank you, Maldives, for making this happen. It's also, obviously, the Thulusdhoo Surfing Association, who are, you can't even say supportive. Oh, some live action before we...
All right, so a couple quick turns for Mirai. Smaller wave, but she's going to get things going and get that second score on the board. She's already got that 817, but as you were saying, the local surfing association here on the island has been incredible as well.
Absolutely. I mean, look, these guys, they don't do it because they get paid for it. It's because they love to do it. They want to show their country, want to show their island, and they're doing more than a great job. I mean, this event wouldn't have been as beautiful and as successful as it is without these guys working day and night. You know, they're the first one waking up and the last one going to bed.
Oh, they've got such an intense job on their hands this week. The amount of time that it would have taken prior to this event to just get all of the infrastructure set up, all that planning, the vision behind what they wanted to be happening here, as well as just executing it on the ground. It's really a world-class level event. I have to say, having commentated, worked, and surfed across events of all levels within professional surfing, that the crew on the ground here for Thulusdhoo Surfing Association, as well as the Maldives Surfing Association, getting behind them and giving all of that extra bit of support, have done an absolute world-class job here this week.
There you go, people from Maldives. This coming from a commentator from the Olympic Games for WSL events, ISA events. So well done.
Yeah, it's been really a fun time to be spending here and getting to see the quality of waves here as well. I now understand, Afri, in your pitch to, ask if I would come and work here. I know the same was for so many of the other commentators and crew around. As we take a look at this last wave here for our surfer in red for Mirai. So she's been on an absolute tear. She got a 6-point ride that's dropped through.
Yeah, look at this. Again, clean technique, speed it up all the way down. The transition super smooth, not losing any speed whatsoever. And that gives her a comfortable second wave and puts her into a good lead in first position.
That's right. So that first replay was actually the 817, her opener. Now the 6-point ride. As we take a look, slightly smaller, but beautiful rail work as well. And she just is absolutely in rhythm. Fewer waves in this heat that have actually rolled through. Now Zichi with a quick in and out. She identifies that that's not the wave that she wants to try and find herself another solid score. Zichi had an incredible heat in her opening round this morning on the women's side of the draw where she took away a win, but she found herself a 9-point ride earlier today, got another 7 into the conversation, so she already had some great success out there. Now she's just looking to get herself actually into rhythm and patiently wait out a wave that's going to give her some quality for scores.
Right, and even that small little dip that gave her a 1-point ride already put her second position. Well, I'm quite sure that won't last till the very end, because for that, Rika from Japan in green is too much of a good surfer, but nevertheless could be a psychological benefit. And there she goes, Zichi from Japan.
All right, we've been waiting for this one for Team China. Zichi, as she drives through that first turn, off the lip on the second, and unfortunately comes unstuck. She'll go down.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget she's 14 years old, going for that little speed, bottom turn up to the lip, and this one is too much lip for her. Floater re-entry, she couldn't stand it, but that will nevertheless be a score for her, a higher score than she already has. So this heat is still interesting, and everything is open, everything is possible. She is capable of even getting more than that 14.17 than the surfer in red, Mirai, has. So still plenty of time.
Now there you can see the setup for our judges tower. We are currently sitting on the bottom level of that tower, just above the water's edge. And it's been a great vantage point from our judging panel specifically to be able to look out, to be able to see way around the top of the kind of the point or the reef here with the island in the mix. It's challenging to judge from either the island or from the shoreline behind where the judging tower is set up, because either of those positions you're going to miss really having a good vantage point on the wave. You're going to miss seeing either those takeoff sections or the barrel sections down at the end. So it's a great bit of innovation for the crew here as well to build this setup to be able to get the judges to have an absolutely epic view of the lineup and to be able to have the best perspective for scores rolling through.
Problem with this location that I see is you're losing focus. You know, when I got here, I just saw a couple of triggerfish, and I forgot that I actually have to come to the booth. So I hope the judges are able to focus on the surface and not so much the beautiful coral and the fish swimming around. And actually manta rays. Yesterday in this reef, right next to the shore.
What?
Yeah. Together with my son, I saw like 6-7 manta rays.
That's amazing.
It is. So a lot of sea life here. It's just amazing.
Oh, it's so good. It's an incredible walk out here to work every day. And it's so inviting too. You just kind of think, I would just like to just jump in the water and swim home at the end of the day rather than having to walk across the sand. But of course, that's beautiful as well.
Right.
It's just an incredible little island here. And we have just received news from the tower that we're actually missing our third surfer. So Rika Shoji, I've been waiting for her to get away for Team Japan. The 17-year-old out of Yugawara town has actually not paddled out into the heat. So this is just a 2-person heat with Mirai and Zichi in the water. Zichi's now dropped in a 3.17 for her real opening wave. So she's sitting in that second place position far behind our surfer in the lead, Mirai, and would be chasing a combination situation. But receiving the news that Rika is not in the water right now means that these two surfers will automatically be advancing through into the next round.
Okay, so it's more like a bonus surf for them right now. Try out some things, get to know the spot even better. Just surfing cokes with one other person. So good for them. I wonder what happened to Rika. I'm sure we'll find out. I doubt that she forgot her heat, because that wouldn't be how Team Japan works. They have their team manager taking care of these things. So I hope it's nothing too serious. But we will find out.
Yeah, hopefully Rika is okay. If you are just, there's such a great support team there from Team Japan, so I'm sure that they have everything covered behind the scenes. But we hope to see her back in the water again shortly. As we're taking a look with 6 minutes left on the clock remaining, Zishi is currently sitting in that that second place position with combination requirement. And she is a Chinese national champion, loves playing basketball as well as surfing, and just training and other things behind the scenes. So it's been fun to see her surfing develop. Only 14 years old, up against the 15-year-old Mirai Ikeda, who loves surfing in Hawaii and has represented the ISAs for Japan on the junior level. Hasn't quite made it into that open conversation where we've seen Zishi competing for the ISA World Surfing Games for the last couple of seasons. And so it's been great to see these two surfers starting to grow better and better in their competitive strategies at such young ages.
Yeah, but for a young Japanese surfer to make it into the adult Japanese team is obviously much more difficult than it is so far for the Chinese team, since the history of Japanese surfing is much richer, and you have, some of the best surfers, adult surfers in the world surfing in the Japanese team. So that doesn't mean at all that Mirai doesn't have the quality that CG has. It's just, it's more difficult for her to make it into the Japanese team. I wonder if the last maneuver of CG, that radical re-entry floater on the lip, was actually caused by her knowing that she will proceed anyway and just trying out some more risky stuff here.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. She's been pretty consistent throughout her heat so far, so you could imagine that she's kind of already gotten the groundwork done on figuring out how to get those excellent scores, and now starting to possibly just test her own surfing and to get to know this wave even better as well, because as the days go on, we're seeing those tide changes are so different here as well in the Maldives. The highs are extremely high, and then you kind of get this spot where actually the low and the next high on the tide calendar are the same, and they're generally quite low. So the conditions change quite a lot out here at Coke specifically. And so to be able to just test out your own surfing, get to know the way things are going, heat after heat, is really exciting. I will remember as well from yesterday afternoon during the Aloha Cup, we already talked about this, but the very first medals for the Asian Surfing Championships handed out, or not quite handed out, they will be handed out, but awarded for the Aloha Cup, and the very first Aloha Cup to take place for the Asian Surfing Championships. And it was Team China that walked away with the win off of the strength of 3 women on their team and a single male competitor, which was the opposite to what we saw for all of the other teams. And I think that is just such an incredible testament to the strength of female surfing that has been developing there in China, and the amount that they have been pouring into those young women coming through, that they are going to be world champions and Olympic medalists in no time at all.
It's amazing to see that in China female athletes are, well, doing so much better than their comparable male athletes.
As we take a look here at Zixi, now up and riding. So quick snap to start for blue. Off the lip for the second, gets that tail drifted around, and there's that power that we know she's been waiting for throughout this heat. Mirai now up and riding. She's surfed a pretty great heat so far. Single big maneuver to finish off. She's already got an 8.17 and a 6 on the board, so I don't think she'll end up increasing on her score line, but let's take another look at it here because it looked
High
so
line
good.
going down. Well, the camera goes left, she goes right, so you don't see what she did there, but there's the Chinese surfer with that top turn and then generating speed for a nice finish on her third wave. So I was saying in China, it's actually not only surfing, it's also the case in MMA that the female athletes are doing much better than the male athletes. There was already an UFC champion, female champion, Wei Zhang from China. So yeah, it's great to see that in China the focus is at least on both genders, if not even more on the female athletes, which is unfortunately not the normal case, I'd say, so far in most of the nations.
Yeah, there's really a difference in equality within sport across most nations. It's
100%.
been, you know, that way from the inception of sport and really just from the beginning of time. But it's been incredible to be able to see that those countries that are heavily investing in both sides, in both their women and men athletes on the male and female side. As we take a look at a solid size set, how good was that last one? Now Zixi up and riding.
Goes vertical.
Forehand snap, and she goes down, unfortunately. Now we're still waiting for her last score to drop through. We're down to less than a minute on the clock. What went wrong here?
Well, deep bottom turn went all the way vertical, but I think the wave was just too small to generate enough speed to land that one. So, well, she'll be fine. The heat is about to finish. Probably difficult to generate two excellent scores to go for the first position here, but you know what? It doesn't matter for her. She will proceed to the next round in the sub-18s, and even though normally with the second position you might have a little bit of a more difficult round, since you will surf against others who got first in their heat, which normally is an indication for them being good surfers, but CG can surf against anyone in here, so she probably doesn't care too much about the first or the second position here.
And it will factor into their seeding heading into the next round, but other than that, we'll have both of them advancing through. Zixi now up and riding on one more opportunity. Great opening hit.
Wow.
Goes for a huge layback snap on the finish. And she just gets eaten by the whitewater, but wow, that was just exciting to see nonetheless, even though it wasn't any, you know, hugely completed maneuvers. Let's take one more look at it just for the enjoyment.
Again, deep bottom turn, gets her position right for the last maneuver, is fighting to stand it, but then just too much whitewater all around her.
Oh, that was such a solid hit on that finishing section, though. Tail completely free, full layback. We're going to see her landing those things, no doubt, because she already has been landing so many. Now, it's been an incredible day of surfing so far. It's Mirai Ikeda with the win, Zixi Yang in second, so Japan in first, China in second for this heat. And we are going to be going into a break now for the next couple of hours. But before we go to that, let's take a quick look here at the recap from this last heat. that was another exciting heat here for the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Afri, always a pleasure to call the action with you.
Same. Thank
Great.
you, Shannon.
Great surfing we've seen so far from the women and the girls divisions. And we're going to have another call at 2 p.m. for a possible 2:30 start, where we'll be back in the water with women's, girls, and the under 18 boys division as well. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a couple of hours.
See you soon. Woo.
You.
Welcome to Day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to Day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
First wave. Now move. Weapon riding. Now first rider goes away. Move. Second rider goes away. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next hit, can you please do back turn for channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All heats must wait till the norm to move into the competition area. White water point. Again.
tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth place. Opening up. Red. First ride. Bad people Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second party goes to white, third party to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to Day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to Day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
On the right, our first wave. See how moving. We got the riding. Now first party goes away. Blue. Second party goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next hit, can you please do back turn for channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All heats must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White, 1 point.
and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more.
Nave. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Developing right for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second party goes to white, third party to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
White water point.
Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing.
ride. Keep advance, keep watanabe. Third priority goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
First wave. See how moving. Weapon riding. Now first party goes away. Move. Second party goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next team, can you please do back turn for channel? We still have 3 minutes remaining. All teams must wait till the horn to move into the competition area. White little point.
It's the end of day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Chiave. Third party goes to blue. Fast off.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This begins fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent.
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
First wave. See how moving. Weapon riding. Now first side goes to white. Blue. Second side goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next team, can you please do back towards the channel? We still have 3 minutes remaining. All teams must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White little point.
It's the end of day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue, go. Try to go to green. Try to go to green. Second try to go to red. 30 seconds. first ride. Keep fast, keep Watanabe. Third ride goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third riding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo. And we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Cloudy goes to green. Cloudy goes to green. Then the cloudy goes to red. 30 seconds. ride. Advance, Eco Watanabe. Third ride goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third riding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
First wave. Weapon riding. Now first party goes away. Blue. Second party goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next team, can you please do back turn for channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All teams must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White little point.
It's the end of day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue, go. Try to go to green. Try to go to green. Second try to go to red. 30 seconds. nave. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at
This will be the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
First wave. See how moving. Weapon riding. Now first righty goes away. Move. Second righty goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next heat, can you please do back turn for channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All heats must wait till the horn to move into the competition area. White water point.
It's the end of day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships.
ride. Keep the band, keep Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Developing ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue
to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
White water point.
Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Then the flag goes to red. 30 seconds. ride. Keep the band, keep watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo. Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Then the flag goes to red. 30 seconds. grave. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Developing right for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and right, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo. Day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely
Watanabe. Third priority goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
First wave. See how moving. Weapon riding. Now first party goes away. Move. Second party goes away. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next hit, can you please do back turn for channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All heats must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White water point. First ride. Keep the band, keep Watanabe. Third ride goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second guarding goes to white, third guarding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
First wave. Now move. Weapon riding. Now first party goes away. Move. Second party goes away. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next team, can you please do back turn for channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All teams must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White, little point.
It's the end of day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are
ride. Keep the band, keep Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third ride is to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
First wave. See how moving. Weapon riding. Now first party goes away. Move. Second party goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next team, can you please do back turn to channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All teams must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White water point.
It's the end of day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Medium. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. goes to blue. Back up.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at
This will be the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
First wave. See how moving. Weapon riding. Now first side goes to white. Blue. Second side goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next team, can you please get back towards the channel? We still have 3 minutes remaining. All teams must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White, little point. Again. Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo. Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Then the flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Right. Keep the band, keep watching out, right for blue. Begins fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third riding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action.
Second already goes to blue.
Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Left right or first wave. See how moving. Blue up and riding. Now first riding goes to white. Blue. Second riding goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next hit, will you please do back turn for channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All heats must wait for the horns to move into the competition area. White little point. This should be his fifth ride.
in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second party goes to white, third party to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Good afternoon. It's just about 2:30 here, Maldives time. It's a steaming hot afternoon out here on the point. We are about to go through 6 heats here this afternoon. The first one we're starting with is repechage round 2 for the women's. 4 surfers involved there. We've got a guest speaker as well. We're going to have a chat with the coach, is it, of the Chinese team, or manager?
The coach and the translator.
Okay, coach and translator. So it's Mark Clift, it is
Mal Caithness.
and
Law Young.
Loy Young. Okay, cool. Goes by the nickname of Genko, so we'll probably roll with that a little bit more often than. Okay, so it's been a great day so far, Mel. We've had plenty of highlights. CG again was a huge highlight. We'll talk to the coach about that in a moment, but I think we have some highlights of yesterday.
Correct.
So for the crew online, why don't we just have a little look at this and we'll be right back.
Welcome to day 5 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still amazing here, and we are getting into the repertoire round as well as the Aloha Cup. So make sure to watch now.
Third wave is Thailand. The third wave is Japan, Kano, Takahashi. The fifth wave away. All right, we have been riding.
So,
Bang, we're back.
Lual Young, would you like to look down the microphone, down the camera, and would there be anyone in China that you might want to say hello to, or some shout outs to someone in the Federation or your friends?
In Chinese.
Up to you.
OK，大家好，很高兴见到大家，感谢组委会邀请我作为这一组的特邀嘉宾。
Awesome. And like, how's some of that vision? I've got to give credit here at the moment. Mark Bean and the team have been doing a fantastic job. So those highlight package there has been amazing vision going out to the world. So yeah, sorry to interrupt there, but I think those guys need a real good.
Oh, they killed it, don't they?
They're killing it.
Whoever that is swimming, that's not an easy spot to swim. And the footage
100%.
he's getting, looking into those barrels and those side-on hits, he has absolutely nailed that spot. Here's our work scene, everybody, and here is the first heat. How do I say the first name for the lady in red?
In red we have Ying Xuan Zhang.
Okay, out of China there in the red we have Camille Marie Spakaratala in the out of Singapore in blue, Kanon Takahashi, the Japanese surfer, in white, and Rika Soji, another Japanese surfer, in the green. But that's our work site this afternoon, folks. That's how good it's looking. It's kind of just been a windless day, Mel. It's probably, you know, the least windy day we've had. Bit of an oil slick out there at the moment.
Yeah, certainly you're right there, but the swell's just hung in here, which makes it very contestable still at this point. So we've gone on hold. We're trying to pick the eyes out of it as best we can with the event thus far. There's the Coast Guard boat out the back, and over to you, Mark, first wave.
All right, well, this is our surfer in green, so this is Rika Soji out of Japan. That's a heavy hit. That's a tough move to make, but CG Young makes those moves look pretty easy. The Japanese surfer, we'll have a chat with her about her in a moment. She's coming up. Does she surf again this afternoon? CG?
No.
She's done for today, duties. Okay, the fact that she's only 14 years of age and you've got her in your team, how long ago did you identify CG as being a real weapon?
Actually, she before 2018 we find her. She was a sailor. So as the surfing project start in China, and we have the big project to select athletes, so we finally find her, and we travel a lot. This year we went to Costa Rica and went to El Salvador for the World Championship. Actually we travel a lot and we're training hard.
Your surfer there, just on the replay, is off to a pretty good start. She's done about 6 turns on this wave, my goodness. Tell us a little bit about this one.
Ying Xuan Zhang is coming from the region of Guangdong in China. It's the south side of the China. The waves there in summertime, it was very good, even better than Highland.
Okay, now do you get waves of this quality where you guys train and where you found these surfers? Is this new to them, or are they familiar with this sort of surf?
Actually, this the bottom is the coral, and the bleach sharp reef is hard for our surfers to first time to be here, and we've been working on the line-up position and trying to figure out what the best wave that we need.
Okay, so I imagine then the input from yourself, you obviously have big briefings before heats, and do you have a debrief after heats with your athletes?
Yeah, sure. We'll have the brief after each heat, and to point it out where we do in the grid, where we need to improve for the next heat or next day.
Got anything for us, Mel, you'd like to ask?
Yeah, I'd like to revert back to your program that you've got going there. So how does that involve? So what you're identifying potential athletes, what from occupations, walks of life, how many do you sort of identify? How many make the cut in that? And then how does the program unfold then out from that point? I'd be really interested.
So normally the surfing is the water sport. We choose the athlete from the similar sport like the diving, swimming, and sailing, something like this. Yeah.
So the fact that CG was a sailor, she was 10 years old, I suppose, when you saw her, and you went, "You come here, we want you to be a surfer." Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Are you kidding? So she hadn't even surfed when you identified her and you put her together on a surfboard, and this is where she's at now?
Yeah. Actually, in China, 2018, we started a huge program. We have over 14 regional team. So it was a big fundamental. So everybody involved into the surfing like this. So we finally find her.
Wow. That's
and
amazing.
I'd be interested, how many make the cut? Does there any that sort of drop out from it and they say, no, surfing's not for me? Or do most of them say, no, we love to go surfing and we'll keep continuing with the program?
Yeah, I think the passion is the first thing for
Good
surfing.
point.
Yeah. So for sure, Suchi and the other rest of my team surfer, they definitely love this sport.
That's great.
Yeah.
All right, and were any of them surfers before you found them, or were they all come from elsewhere?
Yeah. Actually, we have like we actually from the regional team, so we have the city team and the county team. It's like now they finally become the national team. So it's like step by step.
Of course. Well,
Like
so
this.
you've got your full platforms of improvement and where it goes and where it leads, and
Yeah.
I guess ultimately the main goal is what, World Championship surfers, tour surfers, or Olympics is what is the main theme of what you're doing.
Yeah, for sure. The Olympic is the final destination. We're all trying to, yeah, like this year we went to Salvador before the contest, 2.5 months the training there. We're trying to qualify.
All right. Well, there's a good score dropping for your surfer again. Can you pronounce that for me one more time?
Ying Xuan Zhang.
Ying Shang Zhang. Okay, a 517. Good start. That was that wave she got with about 6 turns on Mel. So right in the middle of the scale. It's a good way to start. Kanon Takahashi in the red, a 267. And Rika Soji open with just a 233. So your girl is off to a flying start. What is next for the year for Team China? Is there other events that you travel to from here?
For sure for the Team China, we're gonna go to the Puerto Rico next year for the World Surfing Game.
Okay, so
yeah,
that is the
in
next
February.
big event?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's have a little look at blue here. So this is Camille Marie now out of Singapore, her first ride. I think shuts down a little bit on her, so it's not going to be a big score. But at least she's got her feet on the wax and settle a little bit of nerves. And what about yourself, Jenko? Do you surf?
Yeah, I surf a little bit, but most of the time I'm filming for the athletes and doing the video analysis.
All right. And what are your students like? Are they a little bit outrageous, some of them, or are they very quiet? What are they like to work with? Are they good? Are they well behaved?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Out of your experience in the Maldives, what has your team liked the best?
The water is super clean, and the weather is perfect, and the waves is absolutely pumping here.
Sure is.
So, Jenko, on the travel side of things, how often would you take the team, say, yearly, around to all these destinations?
So normally for the winter time, we definitely stay in China from November to next year, January. And during the summertime, China went totally flat. So that's the time
that you'll start moving.
We start traveling.
Okay.
Normally like 8 to 10 months like that, but depends the funding.
Okay. And then insofar as the male surfers go in China, have you got any exciting prospects that you'd like to let us know about for those male surfers that are coming up?
Yeah, for sure. Male surfing is getting better and better.
All right, let's have a quick look at this, if you don't mind. Jenko, this is Kanon Takahashi. Look at the wave she's got, ladies and gentlemen. A big overhead wave. Some frothy white stuff to deal with. If she lands this huge number coming for Kanon. That was sick. I can't wait to see the replay, Mel.
Let's go. Look at this one, ladies and gentlemen. Really good surfing, this wave here. So smooth, so stylish. She's really working her way up and down the wave face here. She's getting up that fall line into the roof, and then look at this closeout turn.
Man, that was so hard to do, Mel. That wave steadily got harder to ride as she went, because she started to hit some real white fluffy stuff halfway along the wave, and just to hold that rail going into that third move and not fumbling and getting smashed. Whew. Perfect timing. That's going to be a big number.
What I liked about it was the wave she picked had the perfect pace.
Yeah.
We do get it that right now it's probably a little bit flunky. You know, it's probably not our best day of the whole period so far. So you've really got to go out there and once again pick those best waves, and she's picked an absolute bottler there, mate. 3
really strong turns on a bigger wave. I can see this number going perhaps pretty close to excellent, Mel, in a repecharge round.
Yeah.
It is open women's, but it is a repecharge round, and this is a good way to kick off the afternoon's action. And what about, oh, here comes another set wave. Not sure who's got priority here, but let's just have a little squiz. Full priority, first priority sits with red, so the Chinese surfer, able to take any wave she wants. Okay, so does China qualify for the Asian region on the WQS ratings?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, but
okay.
we are planning to do it.
Okay, because I work on a lot of those events throughout Indonesia, and Japan come, and they come on force.
Yeah.
And I can't remember seeing a Chinese surfer there, so I thought I'd ask and say, when is it likely that you guys might be attending those events? Do you have to qualify? I mean, how does it work? Do you just send them?
Yeah, just send them.
Come on down. Come on down, brother. We've got some pretty good events in Indonesia. We're going in September to Nias.
Yeah.
And we just had a big one in Krui, 5,000. And those 5,000 points, they're worth chasing. You really got to get some of your athletes to those kind of events, because that's how they get to the next step, being the Challenger Series, obviously, and then on to the big tour.
Yeah.
All right.
So, Jenko, what's your personal goals? What sort of personal goals have you got for the team? Do you have a mission statement, personal goals, and then do you have a checking mechanism to say that you're on track, yeah?
For sure, definitely is the Olympic.
Okay, so that's your focus at this point, so to
Yeah.
go to the Olympics. And how many surfers would you like to take in the Chinese team to go to the Olympics with?
As much as possible.
Thought so, yeah, no, I thought so. But I would have thought you've got to have a goal set, haven't you? You've got to have to say, well, look, we want to take 7 or 8 athletes or what. Have you got some sort of figure there that you've got in the back of your brain that says, yeah, we need to watch out for China at the Olympics next year?
Yeah, so normally it could be a team like 12 members,
Gotcha.
12 of the athletes, so we can training with, play the heat, something like that.
So what you would then sort of say, well, look, I'm only going to take 12 athletes if we think that they are real medal contenders, or would you take 12 athletes and then maybe blood or give some experience to those younger people that might be on that team?
Yeah, definitely for improve some experiences, because the China surfing just start a couple of years, so we need to build the fundamentals for each body.
Absolutely, you have to grow that garden, if you like, of raw talent. So yeah, I'm liking that. Geez, I've got another good wave here for White, Mark. What's going on?
Oh my goodness, she's just locked in an 8-point ride. So she's trying to burn off a 2.67, I think it is, as a backup score. Things went a little funky there, and that was a bit of a nasty wipeout.
That could have gone sideways.
Here goes your replay again, Mel.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. Eyes off down the line. Nice, smooth, powerful turn there. This is the first one. Look at the water trailing off the back of those fins. Cuts that one back into the white water. Now check this out, ladies and gentlemen. This board here swivels underneath her. Look at that.
Oh,
and she goes over the top, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed there, Mark. That could easily go sideways.
Yep.
And
okay, so she had an 8. She's going to have the second best score of the heat as well, I'm tipping, because your girl in the red opened with the 5.17. I think this wave of Cannons is potentially better than that, because she's just picking the perfect waves. Her wave choice is spot on, Mel.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% with you. I think it's probably just going to come in sub 7 points. I'll have a speculation at that.
All right, well, she's already got an 8.
Yeah.
Should she get a 7, it's going to be a huge total. But here we go. There's a little bit of argy-bargy, a bit of hassling on the peak. But Camille, the Singaporean, says, get out of the way. I'm pretty sure I've got priority. Whoops. Doesn't pan out the way she likes, but that's her second wave now. So that's a good thing. She's just going to have to capitalise a little bit more here. The surfer in green now, Rika Soji. Japanese surfer, good wave. Nice use of the rails all the way back to the foam. You don't see that often, so she took a risk. And just running out of puff on that second move. Mel?
Yeah, all right. For me now, I'm just thinking Rika's read on this wave isn't that flash. If we have a look here now, look, she just sort of gets caught up a little bit in the white water there, draws a slight error, and now things just go a little bit funky here up in the roof. So not a real good read on that one, Mark. It's not really going to sort of light the judges up upstairs. So, yeah, we'll leave that one to them. But this was a nice wave for our surfer in blue. Oh, sorry, it wasn't. It was white, wasn't it? But look, what I like about our competitor from Singapore here is she stays at the bottom of the wave, which is probably slowing her down a little bit too much. So she needs to probably lift that up into the mid, sort of 2/3 way of the wave. And I think we see her best surfing, Camille, at the end of the heat when she gets it sort of a little bit more right, Mark.
When she relaxed a bit more
Yeah.
yesterday, we saw that. She was kind of
Yeah.
stiff-legged throughout the first half of the heat. Then she sort of got a bit more in the groove and a bit more into her moves and using a full body and looked way better. So let's see if she can learn from this heat here today. It's going to be a little bit tough for her to advance here because she's up against some quality surfers. Rika's just moved up into, well, consolidating second spot with a 3.1. All right, now your surfer in the red, just with the 5.17 as her only wave, is currently in third. So she doesn't need much, a 0.26. Got to stand up, get to her feet. She's going to move into second place. But Canon has advanced with a 6, so she's got an 8 and a 6. So the Japanese surfer in white with the 2 best scores, quite comfortable in first. Rika needs a 14.01 total to track her down. So let's just think about Rika trying to improve on a 2.33 to upgrade her 2-wave total. I still believe your surfer in red is well positioned with the 5.17. That is a good number and no second score at this stage. Camille, for me, just needs to get a bit more involved in her manoeuvres and get the body moving a bit more and become a bit more animated, because she just sort of plods along a little bit like you were saying, Mel, at the bottom of the wave and doesn't really generate her own speed. So,
But she's got the good fundamentals of the basics. Her get up and take off is actually pretty good. And, you know, when you're coaching, as you know, you've got to focus on those positives and then try and work out a little bit of a master plan there as to be able to get the all-round package a little bit more sorted.
All right, well, I've got some little stats here from Green, Rika Soji. She's only 17 years old, out of Odawara town in Japan. She's riding a 5.5, so we're talking about the surfer in green. She loves sleeping. I don't mind it, but I don't love it. It's a good thing to do when you're perhaps a bit bored or beat at the end of a long day, but she loves sleeping. Kanon Takahashi, our heat leader. She is only 14 years of age, everybody. The Japanese brought a full young team as well. They didn't bring any open surfers, Jenko. Currently lives on the Gold Coast. Here she is again. Actually, this is red. This is your surfer.
Yeah.
Is this the replay of her 5.17?
I think it is, yes.
Yeah. So she's still yet to get a second wave. So we're looking at her first wave again. It was pretty much the first wave of the heat, I think, or thereabouts.
So yeah, if you're just looking at this sort of, this is what we would call average surfing at this level. So hence the reason for the 5.1. Lacking a little bit of variety and, you know, possibly just a little bit too far out on the wall. But look, she's going to answer back with another wave, Mark. What's going on here, mate?
Good wave, firstly. Great burst of speed off the bottom there and putting in a couple of series of nice strong rail turns now, staying close to the foam. She's picked another one of these runners. Here comes her fourth move. Could be a finishing turn as well. Boom, wax it, and we're calling that a completion. So a pretty good ride, Jenko. What's your take on that wave from your athlete?
Yeah, it was pretty good. She using the priority to pick the best wave. I think this one is pretty good.
All right, so out of your training program, obviously you've got to teach them how to be surfers, and then a big part of this, you've then got to teach them how to compete. So I believe you have brought in some coaches from other nations to help you guys get to this level. Would you like to expand on that?
Yeah, for sure. We before we in Salvador, we have the foreigner coach Wade Sharp. He's from the South Africa.
Okay.
He taught us a lot. We learned from a lot from him, whatever the technique and the scoring, judging scoring aspect. Yeah.
All right, yeah, so it's two completely different things. You've got to learn surfing, and then you've got to learn how to compete with a rash vest on and make smart decisions and good tactics and all that.
Yeah.
It's a whole different beast again.
Yeah.
All right.
And
well
Jenko, what do you do for your sporting sort of pleasure? What's, you know, you said that you're more or less filming. What's your favourite sporting pastime?
Actually, before I used to be a sailor.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So Suchi actually is with me.
Okay,
so
cool.
we're together moved to surfing.
Yep.
Yeah. So
And then you still do sailing recreationally?
yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, okay.
Here's Camilla here as we see Camille out of Singapore. She is 18 years of age. She born and bred and lives in Singapore, but at the moment she's calling her local spot Uluwatu, so she must be spending a bit of time in Bali. Nice wave there from herself. One of her sponsors is Reef, and she was first place in the Tiaman International this year, riding a DHD surfboard, Camille.
And look how she just gets her better waves as the heat starts progressing. That has been a trademark hallmark quality of Camille, so well done.
Got to learn how to burst out of the blocks a little stronger,
That's
though. It's
all.
always hard coming back
Yep.
in a heat when you're getting, chasing big numbers. At the moment, she needs a 6.74. I know she doesn't. She's in third, so she's overtaken Rika. So that last wave for Camille, 4 points. Well done. She is now in third. To dislodge your surfer, she needs herself a 5.84. So she's put herself in striking range, Mel. We're down to 4 and a bit minutes, so the time is getting a little tricky here. She does not have any form of priority at this stage.
Now, 2 surfers will move into the next round from here, and 2 will wonder what might have been.
Yep, 2 become spectators, mate. This is a repechage round, so these are for the surfers that have lost previous. This is their one chance to get back into the draw, so you can't mess up a repechage heat. Do you like the format, Jenko, having the whole benefit of repechage round? No matter where you lose out, everybody can afford to lose once and still remain in the draw. Do you like it?
Yeah, for sure. This is what we call a double elimination. Yeah, it allows each surfer can make a fault. Yeah, that's good. It's a very good system.
Yeah, especially seeing as teams have come a long way, and you spend a lot of money to come here, so it would be a pity. Sometimes someone just fumbles around and doesn't have a great heat, and all of a sudden they're out. But not at this event. Having a 10-day window and just 87 competitors gives us a bit of breathing space, and we can work around the tides. It's been a pretty good format.
Yeah, yeah.
And what else has the team been up to since they've been here? They've been to any other waves, or is it just been focus on Cokes?
Yeah, just focus on the Cokes.
Okay. All right. Oh, somebody might have hurt themselves here. Young lady in red has been sea urchin. Oh, ouch, gnarly. Have you had any issues in your team with the sea urchins?
Yeah, before we had in
This is
Highland.
your girl, yeah. This is your surfer. Is this the surfer that's in the water, or is that the next heat heading out?
In the water, this here.
So this is your...
That's Ying Xuanzhang, I think.
Wow, my goodness. So you might have to get down there in a moment and just see what's going on, but geez, that's a pity. She's holding on to second spot. That's good news. So she, on one of her wipeouts, she must have just put a foot down and stepped on an urchin, Mel.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Mark. If we just flash back a little bit there, and the boys might give us the benefit of the replay. We're entirely speculative at this point. We're only speculating, but the way that looked at that board swiveled, she was in a really shallow section of the reef, and you're exactly right. I think she might have put a foot down to sort of stand. And
oh, look at this. Hang on. Here comes Camille, the Singaporean, but she has to let this one go because the surfer in green's pulled the trigger on priority. Yet to get a scoring move in. Here we go now, starting to get some runs on the board for Rika Soji, but the thing just runs off. So Mel, one squeaky little move with only 2 minutes to go. She needed to do better than that. She was in fourth.
So here we go, folks. What has happened here is that the surfer in green has priority, so she's allowed unconditional right of way and use of this wave here. So our surfer in blue has had to eject there and pull the pin, get out of her road. And yeah, there wasn't that much going on there, so whether or not it might be a bit of an error there with that little call, but with sub 2 minutes on the clock, Rika Shoji really had to get a wave, so from that perspective, maybe needed to have to take off.
I'll tell you who won't mind that. The man sitting between us, because they were the two surfers trying to track down his charger for a second spot, so they're now both washed in. They're not out the back challenging for a wave. So Jenko's kind of sitting here going, oh, come on. His surfer's on the beach with urchin issues, but she's in second. Oh, my goodness. How are you feeling right now?
Hopefully she's fine.
We all hope that, mate. We really appreciate you coming in and having a chat with us. So let's see. A little replay here of blue. So this is Camille out of Singapore. She does have, when she gets involved, Mel, and decides to really get a bit of body talk going on,
Couldn't
she
agree
looks
more.
pretty good.
No, I agree. There's just something there that just sort of is a slow starter.
Slow starter, for
In
sure.
the heat, and that can, 25 minutes, it goes super quick when you're out there competing. You really don't have that much time, so you've really got to get your mojo on straight away as we see
Rika's
our
got
surfer
another
in
wave.
green.
Uh-oh. Now, this is crucial, Jenko. She's sitting in fourth. She needs 6.5 or thereabouts. Gets a little stuck in the foam and will get no credit for that last move. So a one manoeuvre wave, Mel.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. There is no 6.5 on this. Just slow and sleepy here throughout this wave. It just peters out. There is no real quality associated with the wave she's chosen here. But paddling back out, she knew time was not on her side. She had to have a crack at something as we just hear the countdown for that heat go. But that's going to be all she wrote.
Yep, so I might just pencil those numbers in. Let's have a look. So it's going to be white for the win.
Thank you.
Okay, so we might just say once again to Lual Young, Jenko, thanks for coming in and having a chat with us, mate. That was really cool.
Thank you
all the
for
best
having
moving
me.
forward for
Thank
Team
you.
Japan. And well done yesterday on winning the Aloha Cup, their first ever gold medal at the Asian Surfing Championships, everybody. And I can see at least another one coming China's way with CG Young. My
Yeah.
God. Thanks so much, champion. What we're going to do right now to everyone online is throw to a recap, and when we come back, we'll have the next heat of Repechage 2 for the women's. Okay, here we are, everybody. This is the look at Heat 2, the women's repechage number 2. It is Jinny Wen in red out of China. Jinxing Zhang out of China is in blue. We got Aya Nassim, the Maldivian surfer, in white. And we have Isabel Faye Higgs, the Thai surfer, in green. So this is our second of these heats. We have a special guest coming in. Can I just get it right, your name? Special guest coming in, one of our paramedics. We'll get him to introduce himself in a moment, because I don't know a lot about this man, but their program on the beach, Mel,
Red up and riding,
is all
Team
about
China's
keeping
opening
the,
wave.
competitors and all the officials safe, and anybody else that might have some grief on the island. So I believe it's Dr. Rahul Singh Sardar.
Yes,
Would
it
that be
is.
right? I'm going to
Yeah.
shake your hand if you don't mind. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I'm Mark and this
Hey,
is Mel.
Rahul.
Hi, Mark.
Good
Hi.
to meet you. Mark.
I'm
Mel.
Mark.
Mark.
That's Mel.
Hi, hi, Mel. Hi, Mark.
All right. So perhaps you could tell us a little bit about what you do.
Right. So I am a doctor. I'm a critical care specialist.
Yep, go ahead.
Name. Yeah, Satish will type my name.
Here. Here.
So I'm a critical care specialist doctor. I was trained in UK. I was part of the air ambulance services over there. My colleague, Dr. Shalini, and I founded this company called ICAT Air Ambulance Service. We've been operational in India for the last 8 years. And we have basically changed the game. Emergency response is being done in India at this point of time with a very robust team of doctors whom we have personally trained. We have a training program called FAM, Fellowship in Aeromedical Sciences. And we have a very strong team of 25 doctors. And we have been doing very critical patient transfers all across India as well as from the rest of the world to India. Now we have set up a base here in Maldives, another name of ICAT Maldives. It's a joint venture between ICAT and Medius of Mr. Ismail. Wasim Ismail is a friend of mine who asked me to come and join and start a company here along with him. So ICAT Maldives is going to basically provide emergency medical response here in the Maldives.
Okay.
So so far, yeah.
All right. Well, we have this big surfing event going on here, the Asian Surfing Championships. So did you come specifically for this event or mainly to help train up doctors to become paramedics, or why are you? What's the main reason you've come here?
Yeah. So ICAN Maldives is now operational in Maldives, and this surfing event, we were honored to be invited here to provide the emergency medical service, emergency trauma response. So we are here with a team of doctors and paramedics specifically to cover this event. Although we are all based now in Malé. So we are using speedboats as well as seaplanes to reach out to any island to provide emergency rapid response emergency medical service.
You're right on camera. Would you like to look down there and give anybody a shout out that might have helped you be there or helped you fund or be part of the program?
Yes. So we are now operational in Maldives. ICAN Maldives is operational now in Maldives, and we are going to cover all the islands. There's not a single island that we cannot reach. We are going to use a combination of seaplanes, speedboats, and land-based planes to provide the rapid response emergency medical service. We're calling it RREMS, which is here. And this is probably the first time a structured team is here for this particular purpose. Our planes are completely customized. They're all dedicated planes and also the speedboats. And surfing events like this, we want the whole world to know that Maldives is a safe place for high risk events like deep sea diving as well as surfing and speedboat racing, you name it. And Maldives is a fantastic place for events like this. And rest assured, you're in safe hands. We are a very highly trained team of doctors and paramedics. So that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, absolutely. So Rahul, I really credit you and your team on exactly that, on what you're doing. Surfing is a dangerous sport. It can have its inherent problems associated with it.
Yeah.
Tell me, have you had any setup problems with getting it set up? Are you looking down the track a little bit to improve the service? How's it been for you to get this thing up and going?
We've been very fortunate that we have had absolutely no hurdles so far. The Ministry of Health is very, very easy to work with in Maldives. The organizers, Shay in particular, he's been very friendly and accommodative to our team. So our movement from Maldives to here, our stay here, and all the facilities that are being at our disposal is helping us get the experts, the medical experts on islands like this to provide the service for such a sport. So and we carry all our equipment ourselves. So we have a complete ICU, mobile ICU set of equipment. We have our own mobile decompression chambers as well. So our speedboat is completely converted ICU. So it's not a ad hoc or a makeshift kind of a vehicle we use. So in a way, it is a structured approach of evidence-based practice and in tackling trauma response. Especially we know that high waves like this in a surfing event, there are dangers to head and neck injuries and other trauma-related injuries, and we are fully equipped and fully skilled to.
Look,
Sounds like it. It fully sounds like it. Geez, all your go gear. It's a pretty high tech gig.
Well, I fully credit you guys, because the future for surfing in the Maldives, particularly with this Asian Surf Championships, is only going to get more popular, and you are going to see with these visions, the pictures that are going out around the world, there will be more surfers coming to this area. So it's almost like it's an opportune. So I've got to credit you and the Maldivian government for getting on board with that. I'm no stranger to trauma injury and to trauma evacuations. I have had 3 helicopter flights out of the Margaret River in 32 years, so I understand the service that you Angels of Mercy basically provide us. So, yeah.
Okay, well, we've had a couple of rides, quick up and down now for Isabel to join the party. No big numbers. This is the replay of Isabel's last wave. But while we are waiting for some better sets to roll on through, we'll go down to and have a chat with Kayla Moore, who has got some traditional local dress on. Kayla, give us a look. Hey, look at her.
Hi, guys. I'm here in the local Maldivian.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I'm also here with the heat winner, Kanan Takahashi, who did a phenomenal job putting together waves in the water. Tell us a bit about how you felt in your heat.
I feel so happy to surf with good wave in Maldives. So I will do my best to catch good wave in the next heat.
Speaking of the next heat, you're moving through to the next round. What is your strategy as you advance further in competition?
I feel so excited to the next heat. So I try to catch like good wave and do my surfing.
Amazing. Well, keep up the good work, and we can't wait to see you progress in the competition. You guys in the booth.
Kayla, you look amazing.
Wow.
And young Canon there, look how small she is. Won that heat, Mel. She did some big time surfing. She's only 14 years of age and looks like a super tiny little version of Siji Young.
Exactly. No, that was good. But look, just under the radar then, we've just seen our best wave thus far of this heat, Mark. So our surfer in blue out there, she's got herself a nice backhand carving re-entry turn on this wave. Now just eyes off the closeout section here. Gives that lip a fair little bit of a spanking there, and then I think the judges will credit her with a completion on that wave.
Jinji Wen, 17 years of age, and we noticed her efforts in the last couple of rounds. She's riding a 5.6 CI out there. She has come 5th in the China Championships. We have some live action now from red, which is Jinji Wen. All right, so I'm not sure how much went on that wave. It'd be good to see the replay. So she's another Chinese surfer there. They're looking pretty strong, Team China. Here we go.
She takes off out of the chute, but then just maybe this wave is probably a little bit too fast in its action. It peels off down the line, and yeah, there's not going to be much of a score on that one, Mark. So this is going to be one of those heats. The complexion is already evident in this early stage that this heat's going to be a bit of a logjam there, and that any one of these 4 surfers, I think, are going to be into requalification position with this heat.
Yeah, good point.
Going forward.
All right, having a look over the edge, Miriam Rahil Nassim out of the Maldives. Goofy footer. Be nice to see her get some action going on and get together some decent numbers. She's up against Isabel. She's up against Ginny and also Jinxing Zhang.
So just getting back to Rahul here, who's our guest in the commentary booth here, and it's really good to be able to see the Maldivian government, Rahul, do this. This is going to be catering for more or less those hordes of tourists. As you say, it's not only surfers, we're going to have deep sea divers, there'd be problems associated with that. Is there any plans ahead to maybe go from fixed wing aircraft to helicopter?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Yes, helicopters are fantastic platforms, especially in rapid emergency medical response. So we are speaking to the relevant stakeholders in Maldives to make that a reality. Our aim was to come here first, use the available resources, use the available regulatory framework, which allows seaplane flying here as well as fixed wing flying and speedboats. So we are using the available vehicles to reach out to the patients who need us the most. In a country like Maldives, which is 900 kilometers of ocean and more than 550 islands which are inhabited, it is very crucial.
Let's just have a little look at this, if you don't mind, Rahul.
Yeah.
This is Isabel Faye Higgs. Pretty nice wave there. She's given it a fair bit of oomph. She resides in Sydney. She's only 14 years of age. She came in and spoke with us yesterday. She's a very polished surfer, Mel. Did you like this wave?
Yeah, I like Isabel surfing here, Mark. Look, she's now managed to read the run on this wave. She's picked up the pace of this wave, so there it is. That's not a bad turn for what we need at this point of time, and then gets the finishing turn on this wave. So now just getting caught a little bit downtown, a little bit behind that section, and then elects to now eject at that point.
Well, as we just watch Red now, she doesn't get much score going on that wave either for Jenny Wen. So in a low-scoring heat, that's going to be a pretty valuable number for Isabel. She was sitting in the lead. She only had one reasonable, well, she didn't even have one reasonable wave at this stage. She did two so-so scores, so that'll be her best number, Mel. And like I'm saying, low-scoring heat, the surfer in blue had the best number being a 4. I think Isabel might challenge to overhaul the 4.
I think you could be right there,
and
mate.
probably add some more value to that first placing. But we also have a tie currently for second place between blue and red. They're both sitting on 4 points max, but I'm tipping that the surfer in blue, it's a big advantage to her having that 4 and no second number.
100%.
So Rahul, I imagine, no event and no country is prone to accidents. You can't predict or forecast an accident.
Yep.
What other high-risk sporting events have you been to and sort of look after?
So in India, we cover most of the motorsports rallies, motorbike as well as car rallies, and skydiving. And especially in the Himalayan mountain range, we cover expeditions as well as mountain rescue. We are associated with those organizations as well. And but primarily in India, the biggest death toll is on the roads, unfortunately. And we are making huge inroads into tackling those deaths, which can be completely preventable by introducing the helicopter emergency medical services for the national highways. In Maldives, obviously, as you know, it's a huge country in the sense that the way the islands are spread out over a region of 900 kilometers, and the initial primary resuscitation or if you will, medical attention, expert medical attention taken to the patient, rather than a scoop and run, we go into a situation where we.
All right, we get it, that you've got to get to where the patient is, wherever the accident happens. So having, you just said your motorsports and your traffic accidents, etc., I guess surfing, in a sense, is kind of a safe sport. It sounds like you go to some pretty hectic gigs.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely, we are in it because we actually love this part of medicine. I was an anesthetist, and I was, practicing in NHS, in the hospitals there. A fantastic training program. But the real thrill is in the pre-hospital trauma management and pre-hospital emergency medical response.
We've got some big numbers going on here. Isabel Faye Higgs, we saw her kind of go pretty good for a 6.50, but geez, boy, Blue, for me, threw down some pretty strong moves. Mel, I think she's only been rewarded with a 5. This may be it.
Yeah, have a look at that. Just gets that first turn pretty nicely fitted into the wave face. Now here we go. Powers off the bottom here, and there's the money turn. So 2 turns marked. That's not a bad score for 2 turns. I actually thought she was going to poke the nose and could have gone cartwheeling over the front on that one.
That's why I kind of could have seen a little more than the 5. But either way, they have now stretched out the qualifying positions. It is green in the lead with the 6.5 and only a 2.6. So Isabel could easily upgrade the 2-wave total. Mel, she's 0.1 ahead of Blue. Blue's got a 5 and a 4. So it's a real photo finish right there for these two with 6 minutes to go. Jinji Wen, the Chinese surfer in red, needs a flat 6 to get out of trouble and advance into second. And Maldivian surfer Aya, she's in 4th spot. She needs a 6.33. Her best number is only a 2.17.
So a little bit of work for our Maldivian girl here at the moment. But look, as we always know, Mark, it's not over till it's over.
Well, anything could happen. I mean, 6 minutes, you know, we probably haven't seen the best out of Aya Nassim. I know Jenny Wen is a pretty good surfer. She hasn't really put her best foot forward just yet. So both those in 3rd and 4th. There's time available. Let's just have a look at their current priority rankings. It is Ginny in the red who has top priority, Mel.
Yep.
With 5 and a bit minutes to go. Here she goes, right on cue.
Goes. Over to you, mate.
All right, let's see. Got to get around this foam, and just a little waste of priority there. When you've got that and you need a number, it's time to capitalise, and she failed to do it right there.
So, Rahul, obviously a 24/7 service that you're providing, 365 days of the year. Yeah, and with the tourist season here in the Maldives, it's not strictly, is it? It's pretty well much all year round, this
all
place
year round,
here.
yeah. And, you know, the way ICAT was started, you know, between me and my colleague, Dr. Shalini in Alwar, she was based in Northern Ireland, and then she worked in Oxford. I was in Scotland, and then later on in Manchester. So we have a very varied geographical experience of the United Kingdom and the challenges that these regions threw at us. And then we thought we'll come back to India and start this world-class air ambulance service. And we found a lacuna in the skill set of the doctors. So we created a training program called FAM, Fellowship in Aeromedical Sciences. We got the syllabus written in London, and the faculty comes from UK, and we train doctors and paramedics together, especially to cover trauma, which can be very similar to this one, as well as road traffic accidents and industrial accidents. So, and we have bring the same team here to Maldives now.
If you don't mind, do we just stay with Jenny there? Sorry, Rahul. We've still got 4 minutes to go in this heat. That was a critical wave. She's the one chasing a score. The surfer in blue's holding it on, but she could go to first if she nails this, Mel. Some pretty strong surfing again. She only needs just over 4 points out of that 2-hit wave.
What does she need to improve on?
A 4.
A 4.
She's got a 5 and a 4.
Okay, then here we go.
And I did see Isabel also while we were just having that chat, and we'll maybe see it again on the replay. A small wave, but 2 really stylish turns. Only trying to improve on a 2.6. So I think the whole leaderboard is going to upgrade. I think every surfer's probably going to go a little further. So this is the small wave by Isabel. That was a pretty nice little turn.
Yep.
Got the board fully, redirected. And that little thing there. So surely that's better than a 2.6.
Well, I think it is, personally. This is going to be a really tight, interesting finish here.
Yep, so I think the only one that we haven't seen the goods from at this stage is the Maldivian surfer, Aya Nassim.
Yep.
All right, so that's a bit of a pity. Aya is 36 years of age out here, the goofy footer. She needs to answer back. Let's have a look. She's got top priority. She's got 3 minutes. Okay, Rahul, a quick question for you. Obviously, your job must be fairly stressful, mate. I could imagine it's not a whole lot of pleasantries being a paramedic. So we're going to change subject and go, what do you do for fun? On your days off, come on, surely.
Yeah, I like to, chill out on the beach. I love beaches. Although, just being to Scotland, I still have a house there. So, just relaxing in the hills or on the beaches. So, you know, I'm a very simple person.
The simple things in life, Rahul. Good on you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we've still got a couple of minutes. We'll hang in here for a little while longer, but well said. And it's good to see that you do, you know, get to have breaks and go on holidays and that sort of good stuff as well. So, loving beaches, Maldives, you come to some of the best. Here goes Aya Naseem right now, folks. A quick up and down for her. That is the sole Maldivian female surfer in their team. I spoke with her the other day. She's got 8 male surfers, men surfers in the draw, 8 junior boys and 1 female. So come on, let's get some more Maldivian girls in the groove and representing at the highest level here.
But look, on a personal note, I'd like to congratulate you for what you're doing. You know, as I said, this is really, I wish you all success in your endeavours. I think that it's just going to be fantastic for the Maldives to have someone like you providing a service like this, not only for the surfing community, but also for all the tourists that are undoubtedly going to be coming to this place by benefit of all the footage that's gone out into the world. And yes, Mark, I can see your cue
4
there.
hits.
We
hang
are
on.
now watching the best wave of the heat. It's come down and she's in 3rd place. What does she need, Mark?
She needs a 6. All right. So the best wave of the heat is a 6.5 by Isabel. We've got a 5 and a 4 and a couple of high 3s, but there was a lot going on that wave. White now is dropping into a wave as well. So Aya, oh no, it's not. It's green. So this is Isabel Faye Higgs. Heavy wipe out there for Isabel. 47 seconds on the clock. Isabel's done a pretty good job in this heat to be holding it down, so she'll be safe on advancing, but red could really rattle the cage here for Jinxing Zhang.
Oh, it's interesting, and you know, I'll let you go through the replay, mate, because you saw it, and I was more interested in having a chat with Rahul then.
Okay,
but,
well, I'm not sure whether it's going to be the best wave of the heat, Mel. We'll both have a look at this replay, because some of the surfing was a little soft. There was a lot of it. So this isn't the wave, this is Aya.
This is the first one in the exchange, isn't it?
Aya Naseem.
Yep.
I had a couple of free surfs with her, she's cool. This is the wave in question. So you can see what I mean there, Mel. Didn't quite brutalise the first turn. That was a little bit of a tap, misstep turn as well. That was probably her best turn of this wave.
That's where I tuned in.
Yep. All right, and then another little funky move there. So needing a 6, I think failing to capitalise on her first 2 turns. I'm not sure whether she gets the number.
I'm not feeling it.
Yeah. But young Isabel did a good job, 14 years of age, surfing for Thailand. Mel, she told me a really cool story before we finished with this heat. She's surfing under the Thailand banner, and I said, well, how come is that? And she said, oh, because my grandma lives in Thailand, and I promised my grandma that if I got good at any sport, I would do it under the Thai banner. So I'm sticking to my promise.
Cool.
And I went, cool.
That is good.
All right, so here we are one more time, Rahul. Would you like to say anything to some people out there that might be listening that know you?
Yeah, thanks. So, you know, Maldives is a very beautiful country, fantastic opportunities for sports like this and events like this. It's in safe hands with the ICAT Maldives in operation now. So please come to Maldives, you know, be part of this exciting, you know, these events, as well as spend a very good time here.
And knowing that you're safe with these guys here from ICAT.
Yeah.
We're going to throw to a recap of that heat. We'll be right back with the next round, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, rep 2, heat number 1. Attention, we're going to count you in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So just as our girls under 18 division repertoire round 2, heat number 1. Red up and riding, first wave for Team Thailand, Isabel Faye Higgs. In blue, we have Team China.
And welcome back to the action. We are into women's girls under 18s repecharge, round 2, heat number 1 out in the water. And we got a quick start here for Isabel Faye Higgs for Team Thailand, who's just finished surfing in the round before as well.
Exactly. So it wasn't even wrong saying women's surfing, because Isabel, as you heard, just had the heat before for the women's. So as you can see, it's Isabel Faye Higgs from Thailand and 2 Chinese surfers surfing against her in blue and green.
That's right, Xinchuan Zhang and Jenny Nguyen. Now, Jenny also was in the heat before, so both of these women going to be out there wearing different colored jerseys now and getting ready to surf for a different division, but they already have been out there for 25 minutes, so they're into about a 50-minute heat right now.
Right. So I'm sure they're tired, but the upside of it is they are able to surf cokes with less than 4 people, just them. Actually, I was lucky enough to do the same thing in the break, and at the end of my free surf, it was only me surfing it. So, yeah, you know, you keep on forgetting your shoulders and how tired you are once you're able to surf this spot like this.
Yeah, it's a pretty amazing place to be here in the Maldives. Shannon Hughes alongside Afridun Amu.
No, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you, Shannon.
I have just received a gift from the local community here in this dress, the Dinghu Hedun, which is a traditional long dress worn by all women when it comes to official events or social activities. They come in all different patterns and colors, and they're to add on to it, we've got a veil on the back made of lace, which is beautiful, and it just feels amazing to be dressed in the local, you know, what the women would locally be wearing to an official ceremony.
How was it being with this dress outside in the sun?
It's definitely a little bit warm. I will absolutely have to say that, because these women are wearing long dresses so often, and so it's really incredible that they're able to withstand being out in hot temperatures, but it's lightweight and it feels really comfortable. Great sun protection as well.
Right.
And there's so many benefits to wearing something like this.
And in hot countries like this, obviously, you try to avoid the hottest time of the day, so it's more like something you would wear in the afternoons or even at nighttime. And also, as you already saw, Kayla Moore as having a traditional dress too, which is called Devini Lebos. So I'm sure we'll soon see her again on the interviews with the beautiful dress that she is wearing.
It feels really fitting as well, because the whole, our commentary booth here has been kitted out in the style of what traditionally we see here for
Exactly,
homes.
like this drum here, the Bodu Bedu, and me myself playing drums too, the tabla, which is also a South Asian instrument. I'm really stoked to see this one in here. Yeah, I love that the ASF and MSA are able to present Asia's culture, Asia's jewelry, and in this case, Maldivian traditional clothes, traditional, well, setup of the room, traditional instruments. So, yeah, I mean, look, this is the Asian Surfing Championships. Obviously, it's about surfing, as you can see here right now. Our Thai surfer, Isabel, going for a nice bottom turn, top turn, and then going back with the roundhouse cutback. Couldn't really hold the pressure, so the wave goes away, but it's still early, still more than 20 minutes left in this heat, so she will just get another heat. As we know, Isabel is really into quantity, getting wave after wave after wave. Let's see how it turns out, how this pays off in this heat for her. But to get back to what we do in the ASF here. So yes, it is not only a surfing event, but the second official Asian Surfing Championship. So it is about high-class surfing, surfing beautiful waves at Coke's Thulusdhoo, Maldives. But also, it is an opportunity to show what Asia is about, to show what Asian countries are about. And luckily, this time, the host after the last event, which was China, this time it's Maldives, yeah, they provide us with, well, all these beautiful things, this beautiful food everything those islands have to offer. Actually, I'm really looking forward to it, as it seems we're going snorkeling tomorrow. So we are going to tell you how nice that was.
It's just been such an incredible place to be able to spend some time in, and like you said, to experience everything that the Maldives has to offer us, from incredible surf that we've been watching and celebrating throughout the week, but also to every little aspect of the culture, the traditions, from the traditional dress. We'll have to see if they kit out the men as well on the team
I'd be stoked.
with their traditional outfits. And like you said, just so much good food. We've got a dinner tomorrow night, a traditional Maldivian dinner that we'll be able to attend, which will be really amazing
All
as
the
well.
athletes, coaches, everybody who's involved will be together in one big table, and we will eat there. Well, nice dishes that we are eating anyway, but that will be all together. Jinyi Wen on the wave right now.
All right, unfortunate stumble for Jinyi on her opening turn. Nice snap to recover. She drives off the bottom into that third and just slides back under the foam to finish off with. So she's going to have her first score to drop through as we take another look here.
Right, waiting for the wave patiently, going for the roundhouse cutback, but then sort of couldn't really use the pressure, so she lost it there, the tail, and then goes for her second maneuver. She might be a little bit tired already from the last heat, but well, she still have plenty of opportunities, 20 minutes left, enough sets to well, get definitely more than what she was just surfing on that last wave.
Well, Isabel Higgs has opened up with a 3.5 and a 4.67, so she's currently sitting in the lead. We are waiting for Yinjuan Zhang to get her opening ride. She still has yet to catch a wave, and Jinyi Wen has that first score to drop through, so she'll put herself on the board. We are starting out with 25 minutes on the clock. It's been awesome to have that much time for each of our heats throughout this event. That's pretty rare, especially when it comes to an event with this double elimination format with the rapid charge round included, where typically your main rounds would have maybe 5 minutes more on the clock than the rapid charge rounds. But given that we have just been graced with a 10-day waiting period here on the island of Thulusdhoo, it has been just, there's so much time to be able to run through the event that the judges and the contest directors have awarded that extra few minutes to every single heat that we'll be running this week.
Right. We might not even be able to call it waiting period. We have to probably change the name for that, because there is no waiting involved in here. Since the opening ceremony, actually even before that, we just have waves after waves after waves. This spot, Cokes, was blocked for this event. As you can see here, Isabel going, Isabel's last wave. Not as long as the other waves, but, well, Isabel goes for them. She is into quantity. Another wave of Isabel goes down the line on the bottom turn and does a carve there, loses it a little bit, but then is able to go for the roundhouse cutback before the wave ends. But yeah, once again, so many waves, some live action right now.
All right, Yin Juan now up and riding on her first wave. Nice backhand attack, gets a little caught on that first turn, but she's able to find that projection down the line, hits the lip in a critical section, now cuts back and looks for this finish as well. She's going to kick out before she ends up there on the rocks, because one of her teammates took a slice to the foot earlier on.
Nice compression from our Chinese surfer. Might need to decompress a little bit more when she goes up. That would allow her to go a little bit more vertical, but then again, fast wave, as you can see on her third maneuver, might be too much to really go vertical there, but I'm sure she will be happy with this wave. Maybe she could have tried to go for a finish, but yeah, the end section is a little bit shallow, so maybe for safety reasons she decided against it.
Down to 16 minutes on the clock. A 3 for the start of Jinyi sets her up in that second place position, but this score from Yin Chuan will be interesting to see where it falls into the conversation with our other two surfers. The 4.67 for Isabel has her sitting out in front. Now Isabel took out the win in her previous heat just a few minutes ago in the women's category, so she's advanced her on the rapid charge side of that, kept herself in the mix. Jinyi Wen, unfortunately, who's currently sitting in second place here, fell out in that third place position for her women's rapid charge round, which means she's been eliminated from that side of competition, or that division specifically, and now you can sense that little extra fire within her right now to want to make sure she stays in the conversation in the under 18 girls.
For sure. Maybe a small remark from our side here at the booth. we really apologize to all Mandarin, Cantonese, and Thai-speaking people if we pronounce the name of your athletes wrong. I mean, as you yourself are aware of it, the pronunciation in Mandarin, Cantonese, and Thai, there is a tonal pronunciation. You know, same syllable can be pronounced in 4 different ways, and this is something, unfortunately, we are not used to. So, really, sorry for pronouncing it right, but wrong if we do. But be aware and be assured that at least we are super stoked to have your athletes here, and well, even sort of dominating in here. So yeah, bear with us. We are focusing on their surfing here.
Yeah, I think that's just such an important thing to say. I absolutely back that. I know that with my American/Australian accent, that it can be really challenging to pronounce some of these names, and we've been checking in with the surfers and writing things down phonically, and we absolutely want to honor them by doing the best on that side of things and representing them well. Recognizing that we're likely slipping up as we're doing it, but the great thing is that they're out there surfing incredibly well, and especially, like you said, for our Mandarin-speaking surfers, for the Chinese team specifically, out of that pack of surfers that's represented here, have been doing incredible well. Team China just won the very first Aloha Cup for the Asian Surfing Championships, based off of the strength of 3 women on their team, alongside of one of the men from their team that were competing. So that was really exciting to see, and really to see the team China solidifying themselves as one of those top teams that should be in the regular conversation of taking out medals when it comes to events like this. We've seen the strength of some of their surfers through the World Surfing Games over the last couple of years. We've known that they have been a nation growing in that competitive ability because they've had so many great surfers, both shortboarders and longboarders, that have come out of China over the last couple of decades. But it's really now that they're starting to really cement the fact that they should be part of that conversation as a powerhouse surfing nation, just like the likes of Japan and Indonesia from this region.
Right. And though, as you can see, they already have like an incredible level of surfing, I would still call it the beginning of the Chinese surfing. So there's still so much to come. So yeah, you know what? Asian surfing, especially East Asian surfing, is really on the rise. Hey,
it's amazing as well to reflect back to the ancient times for the Chinese people of riding waves, of wanting to, surfing through the river bores, recognizing that there was this ability to ride waves, whether it was in boats, in other types of craft besides obviously modern surfboards. But that dates back to the ancient history, the same as the Polynesians in Hawaii, the same as the Peruvians as well. So they have a wave riding culture that is so rich and so, just so deep. As we take a look here at Isabel, beautiful surfing from our Thailand surfer who lives and spends the majority of her time surfing and going to school in Sydney, Australia. She's got some great women as her role models there as we take another look at this one.
Goes for one of the wider waves, which is normally one of the fast waves in here, but still is able to stay right next to the pocket, but then it closes out. Safe jump from her out of that wave. And yeah, you said it, Shannon. China is not only the country with the biggest population of the world, but also a country with one of the biggest coastlines in the world. So it was, I guess, just a matter of time until the Chinese started to really go into surfing. And this is something that occurred, especially the high performance surfing, since surfing has become Olympics, since 2016, where it was announced that surfing will become an Olympic discipline. First time that happened in Tokyo 2020, where you, Shannon, also went as a commentator. And the next Olympic Games, the one in Paris 2024, will not be in Paris and will not be in mainland France, but in French Polynesia, Tahiti, Jiaopu.
That's right. It's going to be an incredible experience to be able to showcase one of the most death-defying, terrifying waves of all time to the global community that's not so familiar with surfing. That was our surfer getting ready to paddle out for the next heat. Jinxing Zhang from China in the green jersey. She'll be in the water up against Rika Shoji from Japan and Camille Speccarotelli from Singapore. So it'll be three more of the under 18 girls that are paddling out next. And then after that, we're going into our under 18 boys event to finish out the day with a few heats. So that's going to be some great surfing to see.
Right.
But like you were saying, the conversation around having surfing there in Tahiti is going to be an incredible thing. And one of my takeaways from working at Tokyo 2020 as an Olympic commentator was the fact that as commentators, often at surf events, we recognize that it's a lot of the friends and family that are tuning in the core surf community that love surfing, and so they want to watch great waves like this being ridden. As we see Yin Zhang now up and riding, just gets caught behind the section, unfortunately. So a lot of the audience can often be people that just want to see some good surfing.
Right. Going for the high line, but the wave was just too fast closing, so no big score for her on this wave.
Where at the Olympics, our entire approach was to talk to a community who had never heard of surfing. So we were approaching it as brand new eyes, had never seen anyone standing up on a board riding a wave like this, and our whole approach was to explain situations like this where Jinyu is driving down the line and explaining what that looked like, explaining what a turn was, and kind of educating the world, the global population, on the sport as well as the athletes, which was really exciting. And sort of in the normal context of that being small beach breaks that we had in Japan. Of course, the surf ended up being really good with the storm that showed up, and we had really good surf for a few days. But it is unreal to think of the fact of showing a global population with billions of people watching around the world that follow the Olympic Games to show them surfing in Tahiti, which will be unlike anything that a lot of people have ever seen.
Sharon, was that difficult for you? Because you are used to commentate like the best of the best events for a surf-educated community, and now all of a sudden you have to, you know, talk to people who might not know anything about surfing, don't know what is going on there. For them, maybe all the maneuvers look the same. How did you decide on what to say and what not?
Yeah, it was a really challenging part of the job, actually. Probably the most difficult part about it was recognizing that most of the words that we say as surf commentators, or just as surfers, right, our surf population, we talk in so much slang that we're unaware of the fact that we are. It'd be like speaking, you know, to someone who's not fluent in the language that you're speaking, and you're just speaking in slang, and so they may be missing a lot of the cues from your local community or something. So for surfers, we speak in surf slang all the time. We have all of our own words. We have like our entire own dictionary of descriptions for things, and we had to learn how to break that back, like break it down and take it back piece by piece to explaining things in the simplest terms possible, like a change of direction right here from Isabel Higgs, and a second change of direction. So she's going down the line, she's getting that pressure on her foot and turning the board into a different direction, rather than just saying first cut back or first turn, ready to go. And yeah, it took a lot of work.
I reckon. I'll try that one. So now she's going down the wave, turn her shoulders and hips to generate some speeds for the last bit. Is it something like that?
That was a really good breakdown, and those were the things that we were doing with the team as far as having someone in play-by-play, which is the role I'm currently filling in this commentary booth, and the analyst, which is the role, Afri, that you're currently filling.
As Afghan surfing is internationally known to be one of the best.
Totally. I mean, one of the best analysts in the book right here.
Definitely one of the best Afghan analysts.
Surfer in Afri. You've been doing an incredibly good job, I've got to say.
Well, it's quite easy with you. You're giving me all these easy opportunities to,
but you can
just
tell the time that you've spent really investing in knowing your sport, which is really, really, really incredible. And that's one of the things we did at the Olympics, was we really tried to go through, okay, we want to touch on some of those key things that the core surf community like ourselves would know about and talk about. But we also wanted to make sure that we were explaining every little nuance that we possibly could to educate an audience, to try and help them fall in love with the sport just the same that we have.
Right. And you know what? Actually, I do believe that people who started surfing late, like I did, I started with my 20s, they might not ever reach like a considerable good skill level, but what they learn is to actually analyze better. Because if you start as a kid, you know, it goes into your DNA. You don't think about it. Like somebody who starts surfing at age 4, they don't even know what they're doing. They're just ripping. Whereas if you start late, you know, you start to learn differently. You really start to analyze, be more theoretical, which is most of the cases not good, at least when it comes to really perform. But the good side about it is you know what you're doing. So yeah, I think some of the best coaches are actually not so good surfers, are the ones who started to surf analytically.
I think that's a really great way to think about it, because it's almost like as an adult learning how to do anything, it's more challenging, right? An adult learning how to speak a different language, an adult learning any sport of any kind, it's generally more challenging, and possibly because we just overthink things too much. But when it comes to an analyst perspective or a coach's perspective, your job is to overthink things. Your job is to really pick everything apart. And I know that's what you do for a career anyways as an analyst and a researcher and the job that you're doing that on that side. So it fits to me to why this actually is a really good suited position for you and why you've been doing such a great job this week.
And another person that I know who's doing this at a much better level than I do, is actually Kayla Moore's dad, who used to be a professional swimmer for himself and started to surf quite late. But that, I guess, is one reason why he is now one of the best coaches in the world, with having, surfers that he trained like Carissa Moore, I think Seth Muniz, and many others, because he has that analytical knowledge, and he's able to give that to all the students. So I do believe there is something in this, you don't have to be the best surfer, you don't have to be the best surfer to become one of the best coach or even the best person to analyze surfing.
So out in the current heat, we've got 4 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Isabella Higgs has just taken out the win in her women's repechage round. She's now straight in the water for her second, and she is sitting in the lead with a 3.5 and a 4.67 on the board. Jinyi Wen from China is sitting with a 3 and a 2.5, which is holding her in that second place position at the moment, though she's not safe because her teammate in Yingjuan Zhang from China as well is sitting with the strength of a 4-point ride on the board. Now her backup score is only a 1.33, so she needs to get some work done in finding that 1.5, or maybe even another 3 or 4 on the board would put her in that second place position and would put some pressure onto Jinyi as well.
Right, so there's no need for a big score and the remaining 4 minutes for our surfer in blue to proceed to 2. But before that, green is on a wave.
Jinyi up and riding, loves surfing at Fully Bay, back at home in Hainan Island. And just a quick in and out for that that last wave, trying to increase on her score line as we've taken a look at it here.
Let's see if that one maneuver that she produces was enough to drop her score of a 2.5. She lost it a little bit on the top of the wave. Maybe not enough speed that she generated on the bottom turn, but let's see if that helps her to solidify the second place. We are already in the repechage rounds. That means whoever becomes third in this round will unfortunately be out of the event of the girls under 18 Asian Surfing Championships. But you know what? It's still not the end of the world. One thing is, obviously, what you will get in here is a lot of experience for the future. Not only, being able to surf empty spots, but beautiful spots like this. And the other thing is, there's still a couple of days left. The Chinese team will stay here. I think the Thai team too. So you will have the chance to have a lot of free surfs, not only in cokes, but in chickens, in sultans, ninjas, and many other world-class spots that are around here, Thulusdhoo, Maldives.
It's pretty incredible to know the number of breaks around the area, and in speaking to a lot of the local surfers, the men and the women that are in the water here so often, they're saying that there's really not that much of the year where it's just flat and you can't surf at all. It's generally surfable year-round. Of course, the peak season being from April to November. We're sitting right in the middle of that as well, with that peak time. I know that was a really exciting point for you in organizing things behind the scenes, was knowing that you guys had locked in this venue specifically at Cokes as being one of the waves of real consequence here in the Maldives to really test the abilities of every surfer, because it has those big barrel opportunities, a heavy end section, as well as just a bit of a harder wave to surf in comparison to some of the softer, more friendly waves around the area. But also the fact that you guys had solidified this in July, peak swell time, knowing that we were going to end up with a run of surf like this for this event.
Right, and we said it already, the next Olympic Games will be in Kaafu, so I think that probably, at least to a certain degree, affects all the decisions for the incoming events. You want to have something that goes into that direction so that all the surfers who could potentially surf in the Olympics gain a little bit of experience. And I do believe that some surfers who are in this competition right now do have the chance to get qualified.
Yeah, that's really exciting to know that, that kind of conversation is starting. Of course, those qualification actual slots will come from this year's World Championship Tour for the WSL, as well as the ISA World Surfing Games. We already qualified 4 men and 4 women for Paris 2024 just a few weeks ago in El Salvador. And there's going to be more opportunities to qualify specifically for surfers in the Americas region out of the Pan American Games at the end of this year. And then the rest of those slots, there will be about, I believe, 5 slots left on the men's side and 7 slots left on the women's side, opened to any country that does not already have 2 surfers qualified per gender. They're going to have a chance to qualify next year at the ISA World Surfing Games in Puerto Rico, which is going to be surfed at some pretty heavy waves in anticipation for that. Now, our surfer in blue, looking for a score here to get herself into that advancing position, and she's chasing just a 1.5, puts on that finishing touch, and with that one, it looks like our surfer in second place was unable to get herself another wave to increase her scoreline, so we could see this one moving through.
I'd say it's safe to say that that was definitely more than a 1.5. You could see already in the first maneuver, not so powerful, but technically clean, pumps away a little bit further to the end of the wave and is able to do 2 more maneuvers, so definitely more than a 1.5.
Now, scores were in for the previous wave of Jinyi Win. In the green, dropped through as a 2.17, so that unfortunately had not increased her situation or the requirements on her surfer in second. So officially a 3.8 on the board for Yinjuan Zhang out of Team China in the blue jersey, and she advances through in second place position. Heartbreak moment for Jinyi Win, as she has just lost out of the women's rapid charge round, and she has now taken that 3rd place position in the under 18 girls. So she will unfortunately be out of competition for Team China, but she'll be down there supporting her team regardless. Isabel Faye Higgs for Thailand with the win, and we've got more action to come right after this. Take a look at the recap. Welcome back to the action here at the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Shannon Hughes joined alongside Afri Amu. It's been great to be able to call the action with you this week.
And it's been great to do the same with you, especially in your beautiful dress that you're wearing right now.
Oh, that's amazing. A gift from, or, loaned
I hope you
to
can
me.
keep it.
Yeah, loaned to me from Shireen and the women that are here, the local women that are down actually working in the medics tent. Wanted to get Kayla and I dressed into the local dress, so I'm currently wearing the local kind of long form, which would be something traditionally worn at official ceremonies or official events, and worn the same style of dress, the same cut with the collar on it, with the veil on the back as well. But it comes in all different patterns and colors, and the women can wear, any of those kind of colors and different styles that they like to. So it's been great to be able to wear that.
Well, I'm jealous here. Look at me with my, whatever, borders here. So you need to help me to get them, the MSA, to give me some of those local dresses too, so that we can have a tag team tomorrow.
Oh, we're definitely on it, and it's been a great time to be able to spend some time here into the Maldives, especially because we're getting to watch surf like this with Camille up and riding, or quick in and out for...
Exactly. It's Heat 2 of the Rapid Charge Sub-18 women. Rapid Charge 2, And Camille, wow, she's surfing so many heats. She's competing at the women's division and also here in the sub-18, and it feels like every other heat she's in it. And there you can see surfer in red surfing her first wave.
Rika Shoji.
With a nice roundhouse cutback, going for a top turn, but couldn't land it. Was too much of a jump there at the end of the wave. And surfer in blue, which is Camille from Singapore, normally training in Uluwatu, Bali, since their family have a villa somewhere up there. So her and her brother, who's also surfing in this event, are able to train a lot of those left-handers in Uluwatu, but that means that she's also quite familiar with surfing reefs, sharp reefs, as Uluwatu on a low tide, especially in racetracks. One of the last sections of Uluwatu do get quite shallow and dangerous.
Yeah, it's been amazing to, hear more about their backstory and their family with her brother competing here as well, and the fact that they don't have great waves back at home, but that they're able to travel to Bali as often as possible and get some great practice in on those shallow reef breaks.
Right.
Really helps to build that confidence, especially for those younger surfers coming out of regions of the world with maybe softer waves at home or just beach breaks even, where you may be a little bit scared because it can get heavy and you can get those rips and everything rolling through, but it's a very different thing when there's suddenly a reef or rocks underneath as far as forming the break where you could actually connect with those. So great to kind of get that experience in. As we see Jinxing Zhang now up and riding on her backhand, and couple great turns. Nice snap as she follows through on the inside section here. So she's going to have probably the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, there you go.
Finish off on.
Backside, nice bottom turn. Goes up to the lip, generates some spray there. The second one, she also manages, though, has to push it a little bit, hustle for it. But nevertheless, complete wave, nice one out there. So that will be a good score for her in this Rapid Charge Round 2, Heat number 2, Sub-18 Asian Surfing Championships 2023 event.
Now Camille's got a 1-point ride on the board, but Rika Shoji a 3.17. Now Rika missed her heat earlier today. How we had our, the start of the day, we ran 4 heats. The main rounds on the women's and the under 18 girls side of things, and then we took a break to respect the prayer traditions here in the Maldives with the Muslim faith for a few hours. And unfortunately, Rika Shoji wasn't able to paddle out for her heat this morning because she wasn't feeling well.
Okay.
So I'm so excited to see that, she's been able to work with that medic team, with her team as well, feeling good enough to be paddling out here. She's already got a 3.17 on the board. So hopefully she's feeling hydrated and healthy again and ready to go to charge. As we see her up and riding here, it looks like she's feeling okay so far. Nice high line to start things off with, wrapping back and into the section, looking composed and clear as she's riding through that first turn. Unfortunately, nosedives on the finish, so she'll wipe that one off and get back out there.
Right, but you can see that this little break that she had there definitely helped her to regenerate, as there is a lot of surfing, especially in the women's divisions, because many of the sub-18 girls also compete for the women's, so that means it's a lot of back-to-back surfing for there. But as you can see, she reads the wave perfectly, goes for a long roundhouse cutback, hits the white water, and then goes for a nice finish, but then couldn't really get her board to do what she wanted to do and goes over the over her board. But yeah, still you could see the way she was falling there. She knows what she's doing, because that is actually quite a critical shallow part of the wave. Up and riding, surfing green.
Jinxing Yang now up and riding. Great re-entry on her backhand. She nearly makes it out, the 15-year-old. That was a really great first turn and nearly had the second.
Yeah, right. Nice handwork. Goes down to the critical part of the wave to really hit the lip properly. And the second explosion of the wave in the white water was just too much, so she couldn't hold the very end of the wave.
So scores to roll through from our first exchange. 17 minutes remaining on the clock, so still plenty of time out in the water for our 3 competitors. A 4.83 for the first for Team China. And she's going to move up into the lead for Jinxing. And Rika with a second score to drop through, as well as Jinxing from China. So tight battle at the moment between first and second. Camille with just that 1 point ride. She is holding on to priority though.
Right, 18-year-old surfer from Singapore traveling here with her brother and her mother, and she's actually going to compete at the at the QS event in India, which is going to be next month, a 5-star event. So yeah, she is really going for all the Asian competitions this year, and still super young. So I wonder why Team Singapore didn't compete in the ISA Games this year, but I'm sure this is something her and her brother are going to do so soon in the future. Maybe even in the next event in Puerto Rico in 2024, the final qualifier for the Olympic Games. And surfing here right now is actually probably even a good training for the slap they are going to surf in Puerto Rico. And one reason why the ISA decided to take a heavy wave like they're going to surf next year is because Kaafu is going to be the spot for the Olympic Games 2024.
Yeah, it's a great bit of insight and a great move from the ISA to want to run a wave in a heavy slabby wave to prepare and to qualify surfers for waves like that. As we see Camille here just with a takeoff. We have seen a lot of those waves coming in a bit straighter today. I was talking to the judging crew upstairs this morning before the event really got underway, and they were just saying, you know, some of the crew that are from this area, just unfortunately that swell is quite straight. It's challenging to be able to find some with that open face. So we have noticed that. I've noticed that through the heats today. There's been some kind of slow ones when it comes to really finding the right wave selection.
And this is the so far first wave of surfer in red from Japan with a nice roundhouse cutback, but then unfortunately in the last bit falls and can't finish this wave.
So that was that second wave, that 2.9 on the board for her now. We got a 3.33 on the board for this one.
Exactly. Nice bottom turn and nearly lands it, but then the last bit was just too much. So one reason why the waves today are closing up so much is this is actually the lowest period that we are having since we started the event. It's a 9-second period, which is pretty unusual. It doesn't really allow the wave to wrap around.
As we see Camille now up and riding, nice snap to start, setting her line as she connects with the lip of that wave, just gets caught kind of on the roof and can't make it back down again.
Yeah, so this is second wave for her this is the next wave after the wave that she surfed just 1 minute before. But yeah, as I was saying, the swell with this 9-second doesn't really have the opportunity to wrap around the reef. This is why we are having so many closeouts. Ideally, you want to have a south swell for Cokes, but the last couple of days we saw that even on a southwesterly with a little bit of a bigger period, you can see some beautiful flawless waves. And I'm sure tomorrow we'll see some more of this again.
Well, we got 15 minutes remaining on the clock, and we've got Kayla Moore ready to go with the winner of that last heat.
Yes, I'm here with Izzy from Team Thailand. She's actually the winner of the last 2 heats. She stayed in the water, and I wanted to talk to you a bit about that. How was it staying for back-to-back heats and then winning them?
It was really challenging, and I felt like I did get a bit tired, but luckily I had a big chocolate bar before I went out. And the people on the jet ski were super nice, and they gave us some water and then just try to preserve some of my energy for the next heat.
Well, that sounds like a really good pre-heat snack, a nice chocolate bar to give you that energy that you needed. And what was your strategy in both of the heats that helped you take the win?
My strategy was just to try look for those ones with not as much wall and try to stay calm and really focus on my wave selection.
Amazing. Well, I'm sure you're very tired, and I'll let you rest and get ready for the next couple days of the event. Thank you, Izzy, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Kayla, and impressive performance from Izzy as we take a look now at Rika. Great rail work, looking like she's feeling healthy again. Missed her heat earlier this morning, and she's back out there surfing in the repicharge that she's fallen into due to missing that heat. She could have possibly, had she been well enough to compete earlier this morning, avoided this repicharge this afternoon.
Yeah, might saved her, well, gave her definitely more energy, as you can see. Surfing clean, as we know from the Japanese, nice technique, and this time you can see she was a little bit hesitant in the end section because the wave before she couldn't really complete it, but this one was a complete wave, so it might help her to get out of the 3.3 it is, right? That she needs to do, yeah, 3.33. So let's see if that was enough. Yeah, and Izzy from Thailand, we heard just an interview with Kayla Moore, the Thai surfer who's living in New South Wales, Australia. Okay, so chocolate bar. Apparently that's what you need to surf two waves, two heats. Let's see what the strategy of the other athletes were who were doing those back-to-back heats. Yeah, it was interesting to hear that she changed her strategy because she wasn't on to go for many, many waves.
Jinxing now up and riding, nice opening turn, gets a little stuck on it, but starts to find that rhythm going into the second turn, and unfortunately once again just kind of digs that nose in and goes down.
So maybe now we do actually see some of the athletes being tired, because you can see even in this wave there wasn't as much power as she produced before, even though this one she was positioned correctly, but then again at the finish you could see her board just ducked into the water, into the wave, so this is why she couldn't finish it. So we are in day number 6, though we are trying to not go for too many heats a day. There is a possibility that some of the surfers got a little bit tired already, because you know what, it's not only the heats that they're surfing, but they're doing a lot of free surfing, not only in Cokes but in all the other spots too. So I can tell you I am tired, and I'm not even in the competition anymore, but all that beautiful waves, it's really difficult to say no and not go for one other free surf. And then once you're out there, though, telling yourself just half an hour, 1 hour, there's this other beautiful wave coming, so you're going also for that one, and that definitely, well, your shoulders will tell you what that does to you.
Yeah, that is such a great point, because it's so fun out there. There's so many waves around in such close proximity, whether it's hopping on a boat or just paddling out front here. There has to be a little bit of that maturity of pacing and learning how to really be aware of the fact that, these surfers in the water, they're out there to compete. They're here to try to walk away the Asian champion, walk away with the Asian surfing title. And it can be a challenge when there's just so many fun waves, especially when the sun is shining, when the water is warm. It's so inviting, but at the same time you do have to deal with getting dehydrated, being in the salt water for too long, getting sunburned. There's so many things that just drain the energy naturally just from being outside here. And so especially middle of the day when we're running heats, right when the sun is just at its peak. We haven't had much cloud cover, which we're all stoked about. There hasn't been too many storms rolling through. I know when I was looking at the weather before we came over, kind of thinking about, preparing for what to pack and everything like that, it looked like we were going to have kind of thunderstorms every day.
Yeah, there was a crazy storm just before we started the opening ceremony. Like, I was like, oh my God, is this going to be there for the whole event? But then, luckily, the gods of weather and ocean decided, no, the Asian Surfing Championships will be sunny without any clouds. So this is why we have these beautiful pictures right now.
Yeah, it's just been absolutely amazing to see that the weather has stayed clear. But again, then it's meant that the sun has been very bright, very shiny. We haven't had any of that cloud cover that's sometimes welcome, or the rain that can cool down the temperatures. And so for all of these surfers, whether it's getting that extra chocolate bar in, drinking some electrolytes, maybe more likely.
Yeah. And the water, as we heard from Izzy, the jet ski support, not only there to save you in case you need it, but also nice enough, friendly enough to give you some extra water in case you have back-to-back heats. Hey, big applause for our safety crew. We talked to the medics before in this booth, but also the jet ski crew. They're incredible. It's not only some of the best jet ski drivers in the world. We have the crew from Margaret Rivers who are doing also the security for the CT events, and putting all those chargers from WA into those big waves in Margaret River. It's not only them being so good, but also they are the coolest and nicest dude ever. Jet, for example, the captain of the team, man, he's not only an incredible good surfer, but such a friendly guy. He's sitting out there, furthest outside, perfect sets coming through, and he could just smash those waves, getting barreled and everything, and he's actually calling other people into it. And when I ask him, why are you doing this, man? And there he goes. He's a legend, man. Everybody loves him. You know, he's incredibly good. And another thing about him, he's got such a weird surfboard. I hope you will be able to show your surfboard. It's like, man, you've never seen something like that before. But anyway, what he also does in all the free surfs is he just gets everybody to the spot, you know. So that makes you actually even more tired because yes, you don't have to paddle back, but when you see a jet ski being on a spot like this, obviously you don't want to end your surf too early. You want to go for as many waves as you can. So yeah, we are loving the jet ski crew, helping us to get as many waves as we want, but we might need them to do less of these so that these surfers can focus on their heats.
Yeah, it's pretty much like your arms are getting a rest because you're not having to paddle as much, so your paddle strength might be there, but the legs are just burning because you're getting so many long waves, you're doing so many good turns, that then by the time you get to the inside, the ski is there to pick you up and take you straight back out. It means you have to paddle into the next wave. So you don't have that nice balance between like, okay, you've caught a good wave, now you got to paddle so your legs get the rest. You're rested in your legs by the time you make it to backline, and you paddle into your wave, then your arms can rest for a little while while you're on the wave.
Yep.
But instead, it's just straight leg burners. You got to be doing some squats in preparation to coming for a trip like this to the Maldives if you got a jet ski assist for sure.
Shannon, you know what? On the first day, actually it was the opening ceremony, so it was one day prior to the opening. You know, that was probably the climax of me surfing. It was Mark and me in Cokes 8-foot plus and 2 jet skis. Oh my God, you know, this isn't even a surfer's dream. This is beyond a surfer's dream. A surfer's dream might be, you know, being on a boat trip with your buddies, but being on a world-class surf spot on ideal condition, pumping, and being out there with only one other pal and 2 jet skis, I don't see how I can ever top this in surfing.
Oh, that sounds like I've definitely never experienced that before. I'm quite jealous of that sort of an entrance into a wave like this.
I'm sure Kelly is dreaming of that kind of scenario.
Totally. You just want to have like one of the world's best waves, as well as having a ski there to get you into everything, but also having a friend to share it with, because you don't want to do that alone. You want to have one other person out there at least.
And it wasn't just one other surfer, it was 2 jet skis. Yeah. So Jet was pulling me, and Perry was pulling Mark. Perry our head judge, also from Western Australia, one of the most experienced head judges, incredible good jet ski surfer, jet ski driver himself. He's actually one of the guys who's towing in the WA crew into those huge giants they are surfing. And yeah, actually the swell that we are surfing right now here in the Maldives is the same swell that they would surf in WA couple days prior. You know, all this swell is produced south from South Africa, and that is traveling all the way to Western Australia, you know, where you really feel the raw power of the swell. WA is, must be one of the most powerful surfing in the world.
Well, we see Camille there with a takeoff. Unfortunately for her, a couple waves in a row where it's just been a big drop without the opportunity in front of her. Her last wave drop through is a 2.43, and that was a tough one for Rika. Just sucked straight over the falls. That's never fun when that happens.
Yeah, and I'm amazed that happened to her. So maybe she is still not feeling as well. She missed her heat before because she said she wasn't really that good, feeling that good. But yeah, both of them going for the set that was just breaking too fast. That's the thing. In the inside, where they are surfing right now, it does get shallow, and you really have to pick your right wave. Every time you see one of these waves being wide and you question yourself, is it possible to surf it? I recommend don't go for it, because most probably it's not. It's super fast. So the waves that you want to go for in the inside of Cokes are the one that are more peaky, because even they will jack off at the end. But yeah, the white ones are normally too fast unless you really are committed to the barrel at the very first moment, and you know you just make a super fast takeoff and go straight for the barrel.
Well, down to 3 minutes on the clock. That is great takeaway as well, just considering the fact that wave selection in contest surfing is ultra important. You only need 2 waves to be able to make it through in your heat. You take off on the 2 best waves of the heat, you get some great turns and you surf it really well, you could easily be looking at advancing or winning positions. So wave selection always being the most important, and one thing that a lot of these surfers have been really focused on throughout this event, which is why we've seen such quality waves. I mean, it's been incredible to see the number of excellent scores that have been dropped through the level of talent coming out of the Asian region. No surprise in any way because we know that it's there, but to be able to see those performances coming alive when it comes to putting on a contest jersey is always exceptional to be able to see excellent surfing.
Absolutely. So less than 3 minutes left in this rapid charge round 2, heat 2. Surfer from China, Japan and Singapore surfing against each other right now. Jinxing Zhang from China in first position, followed by Rika Shoji from Japan and Camila Marie Spacartella in third position, needing a 4.53 to advance to second position, which would allow her to still remain in this competition for the sub-18.
Chasing a score that would be one of the higher scores of the heat so far. Top score goes to China's Jin Jing with a 4.83 that she opened with. Other than that, it's been a little bit of a low-scoring affair, but the excitement has been there nonetheless, knowing that it's really, everyone's been trying and taking off on opportunities. Specifically for Camille, credit to her for taking off. She's been looking for those opportunities. She's been trying to put herself into a position. She's been dedicated and taking off on some of those really big set waves, but just hasn't been able to find that open face to connect with. This could be an opportunity. We're coming down to 1 minute, 10 seconds on the clock. It's our surfer with first priority. Our heat leader, Jin Jing, now up and riding. Great carve to start things off with. Low and compressed as she now extends through that second turn. Slightly horizontal surfing for these last two. She may be looking to just get out of that scenario on the finish because that was going to be a heavy in section.
Yeah, right. And especially now that the tide is going lower, you really want to make sure that you're safe. I like how she uses her hands to, just have more momentum in her movement, but she might want to use her head a little bit more because head movement is what actually makes your whole body move. You can see that her head is a little bit stiff, always looking to where she goes. So if she would use her head as the first thing to move, her whole body would follow. You sort of want to do a cork, start with your head, go with the shoulders and then your hips, and then your legs would just follow. But still, first position for her. She was able to take that wave away from the others. Even if she won't get any better score, she might even does. Only less than 10 seconds left here, so
a score to come through for this last wave of our surfer in green, and she scores a 4.43 for Jinxing Zhang for Team China and solidifies herself with the win. Rika Shoji for Japan gets that second place advancing position, and unfortunately for our Singaporean Camille Spacartella, she falls out in that third place position, but she was absolutely charging out there and was taking off on the biggest sets rolling through. Any other moment with that open face, she could have been looking for that advancing position.
For sure. And I believe she won't be too sad anyway. I was surfing with her Chickens yesterday. Chickens is firing right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if straight after this heat she's going to Chickens to charge some left-handers.
We'll have a look at this recap and we'll be back with more action. We've got our boys under 18 main round paddling out right after this.
Sri Lanka's Kanapati Ramesh J. Hailar. Time call 22 minutes and 30 seconds. Red up and riding, Team Japan's Iko Watanabe opening wave. 22 minutes remaining. First priority green, waiting on the first four of blue. First priority green, second priority blue. Waiting on scores for blue and for red. 21 minutes remaining. Blue, your first wave is at 3.0. Red's first wave, 6.83. Red's in the lead with a 6.83. Blue's in second with a 3.0, needing a 3.84 to take the lead. Green, you're in third place, needing a 3.01 to advance. First priority is with green, second priority with blue. 20 minutes remaining. Green up and riding, now first priority goes to blue.
Going on here, as you can see by the surfer in green teeing off, it is Srikanth D out of India, 18 years of age. You can see our heat here, Iko Watanabe out of Team Japan, Kanapati Ramesh J. Hailar out of Sri Lanka. And we have an Indian surfer there, Srikanth D. It's Mark Clift, it's Mal Caitness, and we have Junior Oishi here, who is out of Team, the manager out of Team Japan. So welcome, Junior.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Neil.
Yeah, you're welcome, mate.
So let's talk about your team. We have Iko Watanabe in this heat, who for me has been a huge standout. This is him in red. What did you like about this wave from your boy?
Yeah, he's our team captain, and he's been kind of, putting all the team together. This time with a good mood maker. very responsible, and he has experience in a big national contest. For example, he surfed in ISA World Juniors last year in Salvador.
Okay, that's
And,
cool.
yeah, and he's good at air too. I mean, I hope he could make it though.
Well, he almost did. He had a good crack at that on that first wave, Mel. You liking what Eco's been bringing to
Oh,
the tournament?
absolutely. I was sitting here, Mark, and just watched that thing going on out there. And look, the big boys are in the house. Right here, right now. They've come out slugging.
Yep. Here we go. So, Mark Clift. Mel.
Mel Caithness.
Hey, Junior.
Junior Oishi. And we're going to take you guys through this very first heat. It's the junior boys round 3 of the qualifiers. So it's 6 of the best juniors that haven't lost yet.
Sure.
You've got 3 of them in the ring. We've got 2 in the next heat as well. So
Yes.
Team Japan are styling. Tell us what's it like being manager of Team Japan?
To be honest, all the boys and girls, they're amazing surfers. I have nothing too much to do basically. All they do, they are very good at traveling the world too. One of the girls are first time for the traveling overseas, but the rest of the girls are been traveling. They've been supporting each other, and we have a in the hotels too. Like we have a good mood. Everybody's all the teams are put it together in good ways.
So yeah, no, I'm liking the fact that you guys have really brought a class act to the event here for the Asian Surf Champions this year. Very much a polished show from Japan. I confess I'm a little bit of a Japanese groupie. Hokkaido is my spiritual home nowadays. I love going and travelling to your country, but I'm really loving what you guys are bringing to this event. Everything is pretty well much planned, poised. You set a task and your surfers seem to just go out there and do the job. Would you say that's the way that these guys are actually done, or do you have to sort of give them a bit of a rev now and again?
Actually, we have a really good coach this time. Now Omura, she's herself is a still QS surfer. She surfs. She was also in Korea, I guess, and also she used to surf for a Japanese national team, and yeah, and then she's like a big sister for everybody else. So and she's very strategic. She's really good at reading waves. We have a Masatoshi Ono for the open team, and then now
really?
Yes, and then
so
we
cool.
just went to the Salvador past couple months ago for the ISA World Games. And then, yeah, now Omura is amazing coach that she put it together, everything.
I remember Masatoshi as well. Mel came to our Margaret River event many years in a row, really stylish surfer.
Loved his surfing.
So I'm sure the boys really take on board all the information he gives as a coach.
Oh yeah, and then also from this year we got Izuki Tanaka. He's also a really good coach. He has a very well respected from all the Japanese young surfers.
Here goes your boy right here. So let's stay with the live action, Iko Watanabe. So a number of good moves. Team captain for Japan. He's only 17 years of age. A little unfamiliar fall off there for himself. Riding a sharp eye. His sponsors include Hurley amongst others, and a very polished act. Tell me, how disappointed was he yesterday after the Aloha Cup?
Yeah, this is an international event. If we make some mistakes, that's always a very critical thing. To be honest, we made a couple small mistakes, and it was accumulation of the mistakes that we ended up in second, which is the silver medal, which is not too bad, but actually our goal was to bring back all the gold medals. That was our goal. So yeah, actually it was kind of shocker for us. We had a meeting actually after the last night before the dinner, and then we discussed about what was wrong, what they have in their mind, what was the place, point that we have to improve and stuff. So yeah, Iko was very disappointed. He had some weird wipeout for his last wave. One of the mistakes we did was actually we started before
his time. It's a lot of time was allowed to leave the buoy. I
exactly.
think
That was kind of a little tricky in a way, but that's a rule that that was maybe obvious that we made a mistake. And yeah, but that's all about the international contest. It always makes people nervous at the same time. So
he did a pretty good job on this wave. This wave just a 5-point ride, but once again a little untimely fall off here. He's looked razor sharp all event. He's been trying to throw the ditched the fins twice now on his finishing moves and unable to capitalise. But you know, you've got such a strong team. We noticed that you brought all juniors, yeah?
Sure. Yes.
All right, and the women's side of the draw as well?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Everybody's under 18.
Good
And
move.
was that like a planned move? Did you really want to sort of bring up the talent that's obviously bubbling away? Japan, you guys have really come and hit the world stage in a big way in the last 5 years, more or less.
Sure.
Is this a
thank you.
planned move?
Yeah, this Asian Games, we actually, for the first one back in 2019, I guess back in China, the first one, we brought all the juniors as well.
Cool.
And then from there, I was there as a manager as well. And compared to the 4 years ago, this time is much more competitive, much more higher levels. But we wanted to give the opportunity for the younger generations for the more opportunity to surf in the international stage, which last year we went to the Salvador, and then yes, they have some experiences, but in a perfect good way, big wave, they need more experiences in a way that in an internationally big way with the pressure out of country. So, and I think this is a good level enough to kind of
Gauge where you're at.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Well, it's interesting that you say that you feel like your team this year, 4 years on from the last Asian Surfing Championships, this team is more competitive because in 2019 at the last Asian Surfing Championships, Team Japan won gold and silver in every division, and you're calling this team better.
Well, maybe I won't say better. It's a different players, different surfers. So the last year was a good, and I'm talking about the levels of this competition went very higher. Definitely surfers levels are higher. The last time we brought was also Keanu Kamiyama, who was a ISA world champion. We brought him too, and yeah, no, I mean, every surfers we bring is they have a very we have this ranking system in Japan that our association have a regional contest, get the point system, and then from there we have a all Japan ranking tournament, and then actually Taro Takai from our team, he just won the first ranking champion in Japan.
Cool. I'll just give a quick score update here for everybody. Your boy's in the lead with a 6.83 that first wave. Did really well, got himself right back in the groove. He's backed it up with only a 5, but right now that is enough for a 0.6 lead over Srikanth D, the Indian in green, who's got a pair of 5s. He's sitting on a 5.5 and a 5.73. Kanapathe Ramesh from Sri Lanka has done a pretty good job, a 4 and a 3.83, but we know he can surf better than what he's shown us so far in this heat. There's still 15 minutes to go, so that's the state of play in the first junior men's heat. It's a round 3 main round heat. It's a big deal. So what else can you tell us? You were saying you're one of the organisers of the Olympics?
Sure, yeah. Yes, I was actually doing the technical operation manager for the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Committee, organizing committee. So I was working for 2.5 years before the Olympic to organize the Olympic in Japan. Yeah.
Was that just a highlight of what you've done in the sport of surfing to be part of the Olympics?
I think so. I mean, Olympic is the very big event for the dream for all the athletes. It's not only for surfing, but all the other sports, and then the levels are high. It's not only for the surfers. The athlete level. All the from the media to the everything, like stadium to even the surf venue was like one of the best, probably like setups of the budget as well. So I see like all these like a CT surfer came and then see this like Olympic venue, and then they're kind of stoked about the venues.
That's good.
And
that's
then,
good feedback.
Yeah.
Awesome. Now listen, a comment that Mark made yesterday after what had happened in that Aloha Cup final, he said, "Oh my goodness," he said, "We never expected that was going to happen," but then Mark said, "I feel really sorry for the competitors in the very next heat, that with Iko having had done that. He's coming in hot with this junior. I can pick that already. He's looking for the air. He's actually like more motivated than I've seen him so far in the event, and we've seen him free surfing, absolutely ripping." Was that a conversation you think his coach has had with him to say, let's go to the air straight away on this? Because you look at it, his intent there is pretty well much so far every wave he wants to go to the air.
Yeah, the air is Iko's one of the strong weapon.
Yes.
The actually he's been practicing. He has a really high chance of making the airs. And yeah, I think like he needs from here. We we're discussing about we have to put one more gear up, in order. There's the level of the surfers are getting better and better.
Good call.
So we have to kind of we shouldn't show everything from the beginning, but gradually we have to switch up our gears to have little by little to also then judges to impress the judges as well.
You obviously enjoy the role. What's the best part of it for you? Is it like seeing the kids win? Is it like seeing the kids compete? Is it like being part of that winning formula?
For me,
yes.
What I like about this my job here is like I can learn a lot of things from the kids. I mean, these kids are amazing, and then it's nothing like I guide them, but I guide them from them actually. They're special gifted kids, everybody else, and then I learned so many things after this trip. I've been doing this job for 10 years, and from juniors to open to I also do the adaptive surfing too.
Yeah, cool.
And yeah, and every time I go to the events, I feel like I get motivated. I learn so many things. That's what I like about these events. Of course, I have a chance to see the real the top level of the surfing in the world as well. But that's also the bonus.
Awesome, what a good guy.
You've got a pretty cool job, my man. Manager of the Japanese team, and they're a power outfit.
They are.
Having sat through a lot of the Indonesian events in the last few years and watching these 5,000 events go down, I've said it at probably the last 4 big events I've been to, QS events in Indonesia, that here come Team Japan, everybody. They're not just in the rear vision mirror anymore. They're ready for the overtake. They're coming on hot. You have so many men surfers that just have impressed the bag out of me through the Indonesian QS tour. More so on the women's side of the draw, I can really sense it's only a matter of time before we get a Japanese woman on tour full time, and shortly behind that I can see another one of the Japanese men stepping onto the CT, because you guys are just too good.
For sure.
You can't have those feelings and not have it come true. I reckon it's just around the corner. What do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, that's our next step. To be honest, right now, Kanoa Igarashi is the only CT surfers that kind of, he does a really good job. And then now we're almost there. We have next, Hiroto Ohara is also, he did a really good job in the US Open back in the time. And but after that, gradually next, Reo Inaba, actually, he's really one of the best surfers in Japan. That he was selected as a national member for the ISA last time. He did a really good job in the ISA Salvador too. So no, we have a thick layer of surfers definitely, but we still need to crack a.
All right, let's have a little look at Iko's wave here now. There's a touch of the wobbles going through the lineup, but Iko's not feeling it at all. He kicks straight off that wave. He's got a pretty substantial lead with his 6.83 and his backup 5. We've seen him throw the fins a few times and try his air game 3 times now, and it hasn't paid off. So this time he just keeps the rail in. Mel, did you like this wave?
Yeah, what I like about Iko surfing, and I keep harping on it, I know, but there's 6 o'clock, 12 o'clock, like he really does get the angles of ascent correct. When he's coming out of the bottom, he really gets that blade off axis mark. He's able to get that acute angle that gets him up into lip. He punches that 12, but I have not seen any other surfer here that gets it straight back down to 6 with that speed, power and flow, and that sets up his next turn. So he really does, if you like, surf up and down that critical fall line on the wave face. I love it.
Just got such good techniques, The Japanese, you never see the arms waving around or unnecessary body movements. They seem to have these techniques that are just smooth, a real delight to watch. It's a credit to what's going on in Japan. But let's watch green now. So this is Srikanth D out of India. Not much going on there, a short ride. He's holding down second. He's not far behind your boy Iko. The surfer that needs a wave is this fella here. It is the Sri Lankan. So let's watch Kanapathe. No, actually, this is Srikanth.
Yeah, with you, the colours look a little bit wonky there.
That's the replay.
Yeah.
So that's what happened there. Not a lot went on. So just playing catch up there at the moment is blue. Kanapathe needs a 7.23 to get out of third, at least into second, and dislodge the Indian surfer. Iko Watanabe, I'm sure he won't be happy packing a 5 in his scoreline. I reckon he opened really well the way he wanted to, and he's been trying for a number of rides now. You know him better than me. Is he a high achiever? Is he? He'll want to improve on that 5, yeah?
Yeah, definitely he needs a little bit more higher backup. Probably, he needs probably one more 6 or 7. But the time is only 3.5 minutes, so he still have a chance. His priority is
first priority.
Maybe he can kind of choose the best wave, and then maybe he can raise his backup. So he shouldn't probably go for like a not so wave. Maybe he can go for the
He's got
wave.
time. He's got time to wait for a wave. He's got
Yes.
3 minutes and sole ownership of the lineup, having first priority. So I reckon he's got a little bit of time to be selective here and put the nail in the coffin. He sat on that 5 for probably 15 minutes in his score line without being able to improve it, which is where I was going with someone as proud a surfer as him will be going, how did I not improve that after 5 extra goes at it? So I think let's see what Iko could stick together in his next heat. You also have 2 surfers coming up in the next round, yeah?
Yeah, we have 2 more surfers coming, Taro and Ricky, yes, sorry.
Yep,
Ricky and Taro.
Yep.
Yeah, both 2 guys are really ripping as well. Taro is still 14 years old. Ricky is 17 or 18 years old. And Ricky also surfed last year in Salvador as well for the World Juniors.
Now, have you managed to get a surf in yourself around the location that we're at here?
Yeah, I mean, fortunately.
Talk us through this wave, Iko.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Junior. Well.
One of the layback is one of his signature move. He usually makes it.
Canapathe now. Driving hard, he gets a little bit overexcited. Then absolute Hail Mary of a move there. The chances of making that were very slim. Watch him again. He had a lot of speed. He probably just needed to stick this up at 12 and hit the lip, but somehow he's blasted about 6 foot above it and had about a 1% chance of making it. But
Ricky was actually, Iko was talking about this, how hard the air is in this wave because the wind directions are opposite.
Yeah, gotcha.
So if he goes for the left side, maybe he might be able to make a little bit more higher chance of making the airs. But the wind directions when he was practicing was the opposite way. And then most of the time the wind directions are opposite. It's a right-hander, but the wind comes from a different direction. So that's why he was kind of having a struggle with making.
And from a team manager's point of view, tell me, what do you think of Coke's Thulusdhoo Island as an event location?
Amazing. I mean, the beautiful water, beautiful people, amazing food, very safe, and yeah, I mean the waves are sometimes pretty gnarly, a lot of urchin, and then
there goes your boy.
There you go.
He's on again. So take us through this, Junior. Bring him home.
Bring him home. Roundhouse.
Yeah, nice slice. That's better. He's trying to improve on a 5, so I'm going to ask you
yeah.
now.
I think he shouldn't push too much.
He can push. He's fallen off like 4 or 5 times in this heat. I guess that could be a talking point on your debrief. Canapathe right here, out of Sri Lanka. He's still chasing something now in the 7 range, so life pretty tough there for surfer in blue.
So let me have a look at this. Here we go. This is Searing, searching. He's eyeing off this section. Solid turn here. He just carves this thing. But I'm with Junior on this mark. He's really tried to push too hard.
Exactly.
As he's gone down the line on a lot of this. And that won't be credited as a completed manoeuvre.
No. Yeah.
So maybe something to go back to the talking board tonight around the table.
Sure.
To sort of say that, we probably need to complete that. But listen, buddy, I'm so stoked. You've spoke really well.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to what you're doing with that team. It's just an amazing sort of thing. And I'm sitting back and I want to see what the Japanese surfers bring to the game in the ensuing years ahead.
That's amazing compliment. Thank you very much.
Well, let's straight down the chute. There's people at home surely that you might want to give a shout out to, or your wife, or the federation, or go for it.
Okay, can I speak in Japanese?
Yes, please.
Yeah. 日本で応援していただいている皆様、我々必ずメダルを持って金メダル、すべてのカテゴリーで狙っています。皆さんの応援が非常に力強い、我々の力となっておりますので、このまま、我々が勝ち進めるように、応援よろしくお願いいたします。ありがとうございます。
Junior, you're a ripper. Thanks for sharing time with us and your thoughts.
ありがとうございます。
We have a recap.
Thank you, Mark.
We have a recap of that heat. We'll be back with the last heat of the day in a moment. Stick around.
Thank you.
You.
We are last heat of the day, everyone. This is the same division we just saw. This is effectively heat 2, round 3 of the main round for junior boys. Another high-powered heat. Mel, who's in it?
Yeah, no, we have got another high-powered heat, Mark, and I'd just like to compliment our Japanese team manager there in that last interview. What a great guy. So yeah, I want to get some more insight from him as the event unfolds, and yeah, welcome back to the booth. Look, we've got in red John Chan. He's travelling from Chinese Taipei. He's out there in the red jersey, and look, we've got 2 Japanese hot shots. We've got in blue is going to be Taro Takai, and in green is going to be Riki Sato. Now, I like this matchup on paper as one of the last heats of the day. So if you're out there, you're checking out the action here today, I've got a feeling this is going to be a banger, Mark.
I reckon you're right, Mel. It started with Riki Sato, a 4-point ride. This is it. That's him in the green. I know I've got a good mate at home watching, Justin Taylor. Juddo, how are you, mate? Enjoy the afternoon. And here we are in the lovely Maldives. And it's warm as toast. The water's beautiful. And we've got a killer heat to round out. I think it's day 6 of competition. We've been here, seems like we've been here for weeks, but it's only been, I think, 9 days that we've been here.
Help. This has just been amazing. You know, as I said, I've come to the Maldives for 2 weeks and I'm staying here forever.
All right. I think Terry will have something to say about that, but let's stay with John Chan here, Chinese Taipei surfer. Let's have a look at his stats. He's 15 years of age. Good turn. Green now, live action. Boom, crunch. That is hectic area to try and land a move if you don't hit it right. That was Riki Sato, 18 years old, lives in Chiba. Favourite wave being snapper. This is, well, nothing like snapper. The crowds aren't as hectic. It's reef. It's full of urchins. It's not as long, but it's, I'm loving it, mate. How's this on our front doorstep?
Oh, look at this. This is just to die for, folks. As I've said a couple of times, surfing Garden of Eden. The rainbow, the yellow brick road, has actually made its way all the way to Thulusdhoo Island here in the Maldives archipelago, and the Asian Surf Championships is just with all the stars colliding here. This is an amazing event. The vibe is amazing, the locals are incredible, and look at this one. This is Riki Sato. Now, look at this turn. Off the bottom, this first turn is sizzling. Look at that. That is solid as, and all he needs to do here is continue with a great second turn, and look at that. His intent was on point, but unfortunately just can't land that mono shock.
All right, well, we're going to hear from Iko Watanabe, who is going to be chatting with Kayla Moore down there on the boardwalk. So over to you, please, Kayla.
Yes, here with the heat winner, Iko Watanabe from Team Japan, who has been absolutely on fire throughout the entire event. How have you been keeping your mindset positive through each heat?
まあ、昨日アロハカップで、準優勝で負けて、やっぱりチームのみんなももう一回火がついたと思うので、もう残りのメダルを勝ち取りにみんなで協力して頑張りたいと思います。
Yeah, yesterday's Aloha we became second. That kind of fire up team again. Everybody get motivated from yesterday's results. So I'd like to get all the medals, rest of the medals through the events.
Well, that sounds like, you know, it's really good. Nothing like having that fire under you to inspire you through the next couple heats. It's definitely working. What else are you strategizing through the next events in each of your heats, wave-wise?
乗れば、いい点出せる自信は自分であるので、いい波に乗れるように次もなおちゃんと作戦を練って勝ち進みたいと思います。
I have a confidence if I catch the good waves to get a good score. So I'll talk to my coach now, Omura, and then try to get a good score from the next heat.
Amazing. Well, I'll let you guys catch up, and I'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Unreal. Thanks, Kayla. Meanwhile, we've seen quite a few waves ridden. Ricky Sato's on a tear. He's got 4 waves. A 6.67 is the big highlight out of this heat. He's back up at 4.83 Mal. He's looking in good form. He's definitely got a good read on the rhythm of the ocean here in the last heat of the day. What are you making of Ricky surfing?
What I'm making of it, Mark, the point of difference is he's finishing his waves. So we saw that last heat there with Eco. Eco was he went out there on fire. You could tell that. But now we're just seeing the mistake being corrected a little bit here with Ricky. He's looking at wanting to be able to surf that whole range of motion throughout the whole part of the wave and then finish that wave. So hence the reason why his scores are already starting to reflect that. And yeah, I don't know, like I looked at that interview with Ico there, the Ring of Confidence, he is a superstar in the making. I've got a feeling that if we won't forget that name going forward right here, right now, and I can't wait to see him come down to Margaret River and see what he does in Waves of Consequence.
All right, well, that's a fair call. It's a whole different field once you get to those deep water waves. So this is a nice slick surface for everyone to tee off on. I thought Ico's response to Kayla's question might have been, I'm going to finish my waves in future, because he left the door open there a little bit in that heat. But a win's a win through to another qualifying round, so he's still got the get out of jail free if he happens to lose shortly. He's still got the repecharge rounds that he can bounce back on. So he's doing it really well. Has turned a lot of heads here and won a lot of fans at this year's Asian Surfing Championships. He's a dead set ripper. So Ricky Sato, we know, is in the lead. Ricky is 18 years of age, mate. His sponsors include Rip Curl and Murasaki Sports. He goes green again, so he's on a tear here. Wave number 5 already. Wow, Ricky Sato. What a good read on the ocean. Something to finish off would be really handy. Nailed this thing, and that was he really punched it through the roof there. A confident ride. Goes into his top 2 for me, Mel. What do you reckon?
Oh, absolutely. And let's have a look at this, folks. Let's just analyse that. That bottom turn is strong. First turn is a great snap. The roofline float just with so much control. All right, this wave's a little bit smaller. It was a wave on the inside, but that finishing turn is unbelievable. Now, we've just got to look and remember that he's qualified in 3rd spot in this, so the more fancied sort of guys are 1st and 2nd, but he's busted out of the blocks here, and he has got a chokehold on blue and red going on. What's red got for us, Mark?
John Chan, Chinese Taipei surfer. He's only 15. It looks like he's riding an epoxy to me, a Sharp Eye 5.8. We've got him penciled in as. Lots of motion. He's got a really good strong bottom turn when he gets going. We've noticed his style the whole time, Mal. We've really caught our attention pretty much every heat he's surfed. His sponsors include Rudy Wolf. His favourite local spot is Seaside. Loves a bit of skateboarding, fishing and soccer, and he's a ripper. Great style. I like his technique. So he was sitting in 3rd spot before he stood up. He only started with the 2.33 with 15 minutes remaining, 10 off the clock. That was a real answer back wave here. What
Certainly
like,
was.
Mal?
So let's have a look at this now. Look, this kid's bottom turn is really very strong. His linking through these turns is actually, like on this wave in particular, very strong. There's that bottom turn again. He hasn't lost any flow on this wave, Mark, and just needed to, he's just patted the cat a few times there to be able to get him through to that last bit, but once again, he's finished. Ooh, for me, this is going to be right on the money as one of the better waves. If you go half a point up or half a point over, I wouldn't be too concerned.
Quality rail work with speed. Let's have a look at Taro Takai now. A nice first whip, plenty of canvas in front of him. Gets up there and tags it one more time. So a good 2-turn combo there from Taro. John's owed a decent number. I reckon Taro's got a decent number to come as well. Both these guys were languishing with just low first scores. Ricky's the only one that's really got his teeth stuck into this heat until this point. They're both back in the conversation now.
Absolutely, and look, a firecracker has just gone off here, right now. Both these surfers in 2nd and 3rd, respectively, have now decided that they're going to give this this Ricky Sato dude in the green a little bit of a challenge here, Mark. So I'm loving it.
Ricky's had it all his own way for the first half of this heat, and the boys have gone, enough's enough. Let's put the clamps on Ricky's axe. So they're all owed a score here. I reckon they're all owed pretty good numbers, so the heat's really going to tighten up. Who goes into 2nd is negotiable. I really like John's wave. Lots of solid rail work. A couple of extra moves to go with it compared to Blue, although Blue's wave was still pretty tidy.
With you on that one, brother. That's a good call there. I'm liking that as well. We'll see what the judges reckon. It's been a great effort from Perry Hatchett and the judges. Big shout out there to Jed Mattinson from Water Patrol Australia, also on the ski. Big days there for him at the moment. He's doing a great job there. And big shout out to Jed Matto, my roommate.
Yep, and we've got a good team here, you know. We've just made a new friend in Ben Way, who's the beach commentator upstairs. He's like a cartoon character. He's funny as. He sits in and we have dinner with him every night. He's a ripper. A lot of people around the world would know who Ben is.
And he's just got such a wealth of experience. He speaks 3 languages. He has been involved in this show right from the top. He shapes snowboards. He shapes surfboards. He's just, he's an absolute jet.
He introduced us to Ernie Surfboards yesterday,
right.
who we gave a shout out to.
Shout out Ernie.
And Ernie, I think, shaping out of China there, or Sri Lanka.
Out of India, Mark.
India.
There's only 7 shapers in all of India. So yeah, Ernie, Ben Way, he's your man.
He is, and thanks, Ben. So I imagine Srikanth D would be on the Ernie models. Meanwhile, let's stay with live action. It is Ricky Sato again. Is this wave number 6? My goodness, half a heat's gone. He's caught 6 waves. That's like my whole surf out there. And lands that thing. Wow. So, as you were saying, Mel, in stark contrast to Iko Watanabe, he's sticking everything he's doing, and this is going to lead to a good lead.
Yeah, so a little bit of a smaller wave here. That first turn's a little squeaky for me just due to the height of the face on the wave there. Second turn starts to get a little bit more rail-lined here. But look, punches that one up at 11 o'clock and then gets that landing there. So, yeah, what's he need to improve on there? Let me have a quick look at that.
5.67 his last
5.67, so I reckon it's marginal that he will, in fact, even improve on that.
Taro Takai holding second blue after his last number drops in Mel. 2 turns, 6.33, as opposed to John sort of 4-turn combo of 5.57. So the judges appreciating the power value, I guess, coming out of the Blue Ras Fest there. So Team Japan into the 1-2 positions at this stage. Chinese Taipei via John Chan chasing a 3.77 to avoid dropping into the repechage round. No one gets eliminated here, folks. We've got to remember that. There's 11 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Ricky Sato, 6 waves. What a demon.
Oh, 6 waves
in 12 minutes. In 12 and a bit minutes.
There you go. That's
a wave
2
every 2
minutes. Sitting around for 2 minutes. And then it's not as if he's just actually catching the wave and falling off it. He's actually like capitalising. He's riding every one of those waves to the end. So that's actually a pretty impressive athletic display there from our surfer in green from Japan, Ricky Sato.
There's the viewing platform out there on the little
Team
island.
Team India.
Oh, Team everybody. Check them out. Got the Japanese flag there in the background. A few lounge jockeys on the chairs at the back.
Nice.
Nice little grove of bushes and some other chairs just off screen to the left. So it's about the way that you can get the closest look at this wave, Mel. It's also a little jump-off spot there if you want to risk taking the urchins on.
Certainly is, yep.
But it's a cool little vantage point. Really groovy little setup to get out there with the boardwalk. There goes a team signal going on there.
What do you reckon that one is?
Do something.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I like that one. That's cool. But look, the arm wrestle is on here at the moment for second.
Ricky's just boosted a 7.4, mate.
Oh, there you go.
Throwing away a 5, 6, 7, a couple of high 4s. He's well and truly in the groove. His third, fourth, and fifth waves are still pretty good. He'd still be winning the heat.
Exactly.
His third and fourth waves.
So the strategy to bust out of the blocks and stay busy. Over to you. Look at this one.
John Chan. So can he fire up the sharp eye? Get the epoxy going here. He's got a good speed run going. Turns are just a little iffy on this wave, so John realised he had to try and do something and overcooked it. A little bit of pressure starting to build, I reckon, Mel.
You're right, and then if there's one criticism I'd say about John surfing, Mark, it seems to me that when he takes off, he's heading out to the wall quickly, you know. He's not really staying slow, close to the white wall there. He looks like to me that he's, you know, he's
in a rush.
The Energizer bunny is going on there a little bit too much, you know, and if I were him, I'd probably slow that back a tad and then just try and stay in that power pocket. Just a little bit out on the face, and maybe the judges are picking up on that and looking at his scores accordingly.
Well, in stark contrast, the Japanese surfers always stay pretty tight to the critical part, mate, and they've all got really strong bottom turns. They're well versed in what the judges want to see. Their management, as we just spoke with Junior, and their coach with Ono, Masatoshi Ono, is in their corner. He'll be on the fact that you've got to turn in the critical part, make the most of your opportunities, a la Ricky Sato in this heat. Way downtown is the surfer in blue. He's way too deep to capitalise here.
Yeah.
Taro.
Interesting tactic, that one. I would not have thought that card would have got played at this point. You're holding down second, you want to fend off that challenge, and yeah, to me that's an interesting tactic to go that far up the reef.
A frothing grommet, mate. He's only 14, let's face it.
Okay.
He's on a 5'6.5" rock dance model. His sponsors include Billabong, a rock dance outfit, and Kanaloa, Japan. He's first in the All Japanese Ranking Championship, so he is a ripper with the rash vest on. He's only 14. Geez, I don't know what you guys were doing at 14, but it wasn't this. Here goes Ricky Sato, wave number 7, trying to get rid of a high 6 now. Not the wave he needed, but talk about frothing grommets. Ricky Sato, 18 years of age right there, and he's just ruled the lineup in this heat, Mel.
Certainly has, and you know, that was a defensive manoeuvre for me. He didn't really need John to sort of grab that one underneath his priority. So Ricky Sato there, good defensive manoeuvre. It's now put John in the shoot mark. He's going to go out the back. He's going to be the apex predator out the very back, and here he goes. What's he got for
Let's
us?
see if he can turn more in the pocket this time. That's a little better.
Isn't it, mate?
All right, little squirt off the bottom, another nice bit of chook feathers off the top, but the wave is going to run off. So he only gets 2 in, and blue now. So this is the grommet, 14 years of age, Taro Takai. Boom, so he goes past red, decides to stick with this wave and try and bank it. His second number is only pretty low. It's only a 333, so he improves on that. To track down and overhaul Ricky is a huge requirement. Got to go close to 8. So that won't happen, but I reckon he fends off and puts a little bit more distance between himself and John.
I'm with you on that, and I think the priority paddling battle here will be super important here for Taro. He saw Ricky on the inside there. He's kicked out at the end of that wave, and he's put his head down now. He's going to want to be able to get out the back and then get heat control going on towards the end of this heat.
Well, it's been another ripper day, Mel. We're such hard workers. We did 2 heats this morning, you and me. Then we had 4 hours off due to prayer time in the middle of the day, and a couple other heats we weren't scheduled on for. So we did 2 heats in our morning's changeover, and we come back this afternoon to finish with 4 heat afternoon. But a good day.
You broke out into a sweat today, in other words, you're telling me.
Almost 10 heats. I just about have tomorrow off, I think. But
I don't know, Mark. I'm thinking I might nominate you for Employee of the Month.
Oh, which month? Month 13 of the year.
Yeah, no. Well, you'll get a free burger for Employee of the Month, I reckon, at the end of the event.
All right, let's see. Anyway, I've had lots of fun. It's day 6, Mel. What do you think?
Here we go. Look at this. This is the defensive manoeuvre we were just talking about before. But look, he's done a good job on this. He's spotted him there. He knows that he's got to surf this wave. Now, John's duck dived. So, old mate here now has to go right. Boom. In typical Japanese fashion, let's shut the enemy down.
He did too. A 5.7 was a huge improvement on his 2-wave total, Mel.
Good man, well done.
Yep, so the 3.33 is gone. He's just about doubled the total there, a 5.7. John, in contrast, only adding 4.6. So a 1.1 advantage on that spread from both those last waves from blue and red. So it leaves John, the Chinese Taipei surfer now, Mel, needs a mid-6. Taro still chasing a high 7 to overhaul Ricky, who has just waved 7 waves. He's still got 4 minutes to go. He's probably got top priority, I imagine, as well, after those last guys did what they did. No, he doesn't. He has second priority. No? Ricky has top priority.
Yeah, Ricky should have first.
Ricky has top priority.
Thinking Taro will get second.
He does. That's what I was looking at.
Yeah, and then John's now, it's going to take his best wave mark. All right, he's got a 5.57 and a 4.6. He's needing that 6.46 or better score to be able to requalify here.
He can do it.
He can do it, absolutely.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
we've seen him ripping throughout the whole event. The problem, as I see it, that he's got is the priority at this point. So he's either going to have to try and get something under priority. He's going to have to sell the dump to someone. And with sub 4 minutes going on the clock, has he got enough time?
That's a good point, given the whole priority thing that you make there, Mel. And Team Japan, neither of them really need a wave. They've just got to keep an eye on John here. Does Ricky, with top priority, help his mate out in this situation?
That's where I was going with that. I actually thought that, maybe the vice grip could be applied here from Team Japan, and that they could look at this as maybe shutting down a threat.
Yeah, well, John is a threat. So let's see if we can get a handle on where all three are surfing. Has anybody paddled the other side of John just to keep him under guard? We can see Green sitting out there by himself. All right, that's Ricky. He doesn't need another wave. His backup number is really healthy at a 6.67. He's got the two best numbers of the heat.
Correct.
So comfortable. No fuss. He's through. Can't see the other two at this stage. So maybe Taro is just sticking to John and paddled him out of picture.
I reckon you're probably onto it there, mate.
2 minutes 40. Swell line approaches. Does Ricky pick up another wave? Of course he does. He wants 10. Flying down the line, he's got really good speed. First section, gets up there and puts in a nice, healthy, full-face manoeuvre. Up there, really vertical and vicious, really meaning business here. He wants to improve his two-wave total. Forget about playing defence. A tough finishing move as the foam comes back and swats him, but two really, really strong moves from me out of this wave, Mel.
Big score on big manoeuvres coming up there. They've just cut away from that replay then, but when you get a chance to see this, check this out, folks. Good speed line run here. Now, this is what we talk about coming out of the bottom. Look at this. Wham! He just angles that thing way back. That's pedigree stuff, Mark. It's 12 o'clock, bang. Down to 6, and then it's just smooth, and smooth is fast. And then, yes, if there had been even a little bit of white water there to keep him, I reckon he would have done that as a completion, but a lot of the work's already done. So first, in my opinion, is guaranteed.
6.57, so 0.1 short of dropping into his top two.
There you go.
But have a look at it. He's still winning the heat with waves 4 and 5. He's probably advancing with waves 5 and 6. He surfed a blinder of a heat.
Well, here we go, the nervous 90 seconds, Mark. We're down to 90 seconds. We got the nervous 90s going on here. And John's just got to get away.
He does. He's got to get away from Taro. Ricky is not a threat, so Taro takes a wave. So
he didn't have priority, Mark.
No. Okay, now look at this wave. It's a bit lumpy and bumpy. The fact he hasn't got a scoring move in yet.
That's an ungainly dismount.
I'd say that was his last opportunity. So I reckon Blue may have sold him on this thing, mate. It wasn't a good-looking wave at all. Look at the lump and bump, and he has not got a manoeuvre into this point. Knows he had to push that turn to have any chance of catching the judge's eye. I reckon a great salesman effort there from Taro Takai. Here he is.
You're onto that. You never would have thought that someone would have taken up and done a sell on something like that.
14 years of age. He's done a really good job there at the end of this heat, mate. Under pressure to fend off and play the game pretty well. Doesn't really matter. He'll get through.
Absolutely. But I'm just the enthusiast. I'm the surf dog. I love this. That's a really good first turn. Now look at how critical this next manoeuvre is. Dunch. Is he going to get credited with the completion here? I don't think so.
I don't reckon he does. Played it a little safe, but he knows he's through.
Yeah.
All right, so let's forget about the fact that he might or might not have made that last move. A good defensive play at the end to sell John onto an absolute lemon. Ricky Sato, how many waves? 8 waves. BOG today.
Killer.
Well, it's been a good day. We could hear the siren in the background. That ends completion of day 6. Ricky Sato, BOG here this afternoon for me, mate. He played that really well. 8 waves in a 25-minute heat under these conditions. Throwing away a mid-6, high 5s, bunch of 4s. Let's pencil him in for the win, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for your life there, mate. Okay. But yeah, the point of difference there being with Ricky Sato, as we saw conversely in the heat before, Ricky finished his rides, Mark. His wave selection was pretty spot on, and he finished his waves.
All right, well, day 6, there's our work site. We're going to knock off everybody because we've done 6 heats today and boys are a bit puffed.
You just look so exhausted.
I'm going to shake your hand, Mel Caithness. That was another good day in the booth.
Certainly was.
Lots of fun. And for the crew online, listen, don't go anywhere because the boys next door, the production team, are really good at what they do and they've got a highlights packet, a recap of this heat. So check this out and we'll come back later. All right, well, we're just about to sign off here. It's been a long day, kind of. We had quite a long break in the middle of the day. We got through 10 qualifying heats today, which was pretty good, Mal. Given that today was the smaller surf we've had and probably the weaker surf, it was still pretty killer action.
Oh, super fun, and yeah, I really liked the way the day finished. We finished on a high there. We saw some great surfing from pretty well much all the surfers there, and all the surfers today. You are well and truly commended by me and Mark and all the team. It's been a great day, and look, big highlight tomorrow is going to be you and I going to be in traditional garb.
Are we really?
Tomorrow.
Oh, okay,
so
that'll be interesting. Get the boardies off, get the sarong on. Not sure what time we start tomorrow, team. You'll have to tune in and we'll let you know. But what we do have for you to sign off out of day 6 is the full day's highlight reel. So stick around, watch this, and we'll see you sometime tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Enjoy. Goodbye.